Hi gang, back in the mists of time in Warhammer 40,000, the Space Marines of the Great Crusade were organised into 20 legions, each with their own culture, identity and ways of making war, and slightly less far back in the mists of time, I made a series of videos about them all. Well, this video is an omnibus edition of all of those, a compilation of all 20 legions in order so you don't have to navigate a playlist to watch them all. Enjoy. The Dark Angels in Warhammer 40k are one of the most iconic legions, robed monastic warrior knights in dark green armour, standing apart from the rest of the Imperium and defined by a dark secret. But while a lot of those secrets stem from the Heresy, it turns out that the original First Legion, while a very different army, were well on the way to becoming their isolated and aloof future selves. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going to go through the background for each of the Space Marine legions of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look where they are at the start of the Heresy and how they got there, what happens to them during the Heresy, and how that differs from the 40k chapters that we know. And before I start, this video contains spoilers for the Horus Heresy Black Books and the Black Library novel series. Obviously. By the time of the Heresy, the First Legion, the Dark Angels, were known, famed, and feared across the Imperium, having been at the forefront of the Great Crusade and the Unification Wars before that for decades. But the Legion that entered the Heresy had recently been reforged. After years crusading without their Primarch, their star was starting to dip, and the discovery of Lionel Johnson on the world of Caliban forced them to reconsider what they'd become. The First Legion were literally that, the First Legion, the prototype in many ways for what the rest of the Legiones Astartes would become, and developed, trained, tested and unleashed during the Emperor's Unification Wars on Terra, while the genetics for the rest of the legions were still being developed. At the time, Terra was years away from being united under the rule of the Emperor. The Primarchs, the superhuman generals and genetic baseline for the legions, had been stolen away and scattered throughout the galaxy, but the Emperor still had enough genetic material to put the legions into production, and the gene seed of the first Primarch was known to be the most stable, so as the nascent Imperium fought some of its most climactic battles on Terra, the first Astartes warriors joined the rest of the Emperor's armies. Initially, this was just in small bands, a few hundred at a time, taken as children from all over the Emperor's domains, and unified by their status as this new army formation. These small groups quickly became praised amongst the rest of the army for their effectiveness and resilience, and as they continued to fight, they developed tactics and strategies that best made use of their unique capabilities. These specialisms became known as hosts, ways of studying certain methods of war whose students were spread across the infant legion. At the start, there were loads of these hosts. They popped up all the time, but as some of the other legions started to join the crusade and discovered their own specialities, some of these hosts were dropped and other hosts were amalgamated into new ones. Anyway, as all this was happening, the First Legion continued to grow, eventually reaching 10,000 warriors and becoming one of the most feared forces of the Emperor, with a reputation for being deployed against enemies so dark and malevolent that only total eradication would suffice. The master of the First Legion, Hector Thrain, was the left hand of the Emperor, and the Legion itself started to acquire a character somewhere between justified superiority and arrogance. They were the only one of the Emperor's forces that could be deployed against certain enemies that would lay low any of the other armies of unity. They often fought alone, but when they fought with other armies, they were treated with a mixture of respect and terror. They were the first of the Astartes to be superstitiously referred to as the Angels of Death, a brutally efficient weapon hidden behind the pageantry of the Imperial army. As if that wasn't enough, they were given access to some of the most prohibited weaponry of Old Night, gene phages and rad waves that had been locked away in the Emperor's vaults lest anyone else use them. And with these, they were let loose across the solar system alone to exterminate alien threats. When the time came for the Great Crusade to start and for the legions to leave the Light of Terror, the First Legion were gifted some of the oldest and most advanced ships, a fleet of them where other legions were gifted just a handful. During this time of the early Great Crusade, the First Legion was the largest and most experienced of those Astartes forces, larger even than the legions who'd already been reunited with their Primarch, like the Lunar Wolves. They spearheaded the crusade against the worst Xenos humanity encountered, fighting wars against enemies so horrific that every detail of them had to be kept a secret. But as the crusade carried on, their star started to wane. The hosts of the Hexagrammaton and the smaller orders that had arisen in the First Legion to deal with even more specific doctrines started to become quite fixed rather than the fluid organizations they were before, defined by traditions that their successes started to justify. Other legions started to catch up with them, and not only in size but in ability and in battle honours. And though these other legions fought using doctrines that were originally developed by the First Legion, their rediscovered Primarchs didn't see the Angels of Death as the respected mentors that they clearly thought they were. They started to become prideful, aloof, even reckless, seen by the others as grim death seekers, their forces spread across the galaxy, searching for the most fearsome foes to defeat. And it's at this point, with half of the Primarchs already discovered, that a 5th Legion recon expedition came across the forested death world of Caliban and the first Primarch, Lionel Johnson. Caliban was a world plagued by warp-touched monsters, and which had developed a culture of monastic knightly organizations formed to hunt down the monsters and defend the population. The greatest of these was called the Order, and it had discovered Johnson in the forests as a child. Shortly before discovery, Johnson had risen alongside his mentor Luther to become head of the Order, and by the time the crusade got to Caliban, the Order had eclipsed all the other knightly organizations and almost completed its task of purging the monsters from Caliban. There had been resistance to that idea, other orders arguing that the monsters defined their culture, but these arguments were ignored. The Lion turned out to be a stoic, determined figure with little time for niceties or diplomacy. There was no great celebration period when he was discovered, only a grim determination to rid the galaxy of, well, just a new set of monsters. But even though he took command of his legion faster than any other Primarch had, the First Legion was no simple army. At this point, it was an institution of the Imperium, and it took years before he could gather his forces to him and formally be sworn in on the Legion stronghold of Gramir. When he was, he redubbed his legion. "We are the Angels of Darkness, for in us there is no peace, no end but war and death. We shall not walk in the golden halls of mankind's future, but stand resolute in the shadows beyond. While we yet draw breath, this Imperium will not fall. We will not know defeat, for I pledge every warrior, every drop of blood in the Legion, in the name of victory, no matter the cost." And with that, the Dark Angels rejoined the Crusade, alongside a Primarch who shared, well, a lot of their previous convictions. There were changes. Aspects of the Calibanite orders were incorporated into the Legion's existing orders, and the old Hexagrammaton, the mixture of hosts, were reformed into the 6 wings of the Dark Angels. The Lion had no time for fortress building or accolades and shunned gatherings of his brothers. He was respected, but not well liked. Instead, he plunged his legion into wars of extermination against the alien, which culminated in the Rangdan Wars against the alien species known as the Rangda. While the first war had been little more than a skirmish in the Legion's past, the second Rangdan War was prosecuted by forces from 9 legions led by the Dark Angels, and although the Rangda were pushed back, the First Legion was reduced to 1/10 of its original size. This coincided, though, with the first companies of recruits becoming ready from Caliban, and in a few years the character of the Legion changed when the third Rangdan War began, known as the Rangdan Xenocides. The old Angels of Death had been replaced by the more institutional and ritualized Calibanites. By the end of the Great Crusade, the Dark Angels had rebuilt their forces and were deployed on the fringes of the Imperium. They weren't present at the Triumph of Ullanor, where the Emperor declared Horus the War Master, and when Johnson received the news, he barely paused in the campaigning. But once the heresy broke out, the Lion and the Dark Angels would finally return, with all the firepower of Old Night alongside them. So, at the start of the Heresy, the Dark Angels are one of the larger legions, numbering around 180,000 legionnaires, but spread across the fringes of the galaxy. The legion broadly adhered to the Principia Bellicosa that all Legiones Astartes followed, though it still fielded a far greater number of specialist units equipped with Dark Age technology and esoteric weaponry than other legions did. In addition to this, its warriors were also divided up between various internal orders. These were small organizations dedicated to mastery of a specific weapon or over a specific foe, and then divided again between the much larger wings of the Hexagrammaton. These 6 wings were the Storm Wing, dedicated to mass infantry tactics, the Death Wing, specialist line breakers and elite veteran infantry, the Raven Wing, based around mobile assault and skirmish warfare, the Dread Wing, guardians of the most prohibited weaponry and dedicated to, war crimes, basically. The Iron Wing, the massed armor and artillery specialists, and the Fire Wing, the hidden blade dedicated to secret operations and sabotage. These wings and orders served as like a second layer of organization amongst the Dark Angels. So a single soldier, like Zediel here, might just be a line legionnaire, but was also a proctor in the Storm Wing and a member of the Order of the Crimson Field, and so his unit sergeant could call on him for specialist tactical knowledge. This system of wings and orders also provided a handy resistance to the warrior lodges that spread across some of the traitor legions. The Dark Angels already had their own secret fraternal bodies. These interwoven layers of leadership, masters of orders and wings, meant that the command structure of the Dark Angels was widely dispersed and pretty impenetrable to outsiders, which was how they liked it, and it allowed the Legion to retain a core of veteran knowledge even when they were split up into relatively small units, which happened very often. It was rare to see the Legion gathered in one place. Even the Lion only had about a third of the Legion under his direct command at the start of the Heresy. When news came of the betrayal and the mission to Istvan, the scattered Dark Angels expeditions, knowing they'd never reach the system in time, dedicated themselves to prosecuting a war against any systems who declared for the Warmaster, and then running a guerrilla campaign against the slow traitor advance to Terra. As the Heresy then rolled on, the main force of the Dark Angels Legion, under the Lion, would be stalled for years by the Night Lords in what became known as the Thramas Crusade, far on the eastern fringes of the galaxy. What started as a campaign of mass battles turned into something much bloodier as the Night Lords reverted to hit-and-run tactics, rampaging across the eastern fringe and avoiding open battle until, frustrated, the Dark Angels reverted to a scorched earth campaign of extermination, their only goal being the destruction of traitor forces at whatever cost, including the ruination of Imperial worlds. Finally, the Dark Angels defeated and scattered the Night Lords at Sheol 9, ending them as a threat for the rest of the Heresy, and then finding themselves on the wrong side of the Ruinstorm, they made their way to Ultramar, where the Lion and his Dark Angels joined forces with the Ultramarines and the Blood Angels. After the brief establishment of Imperium Secundus by the Ultramarines, all 3 legions then decided to push towards Terra through the storms, a journey that came to a head at the Second Battle of Davin, where the Dark Angels elected to hold the line against traitor forces so that the Blood Angels could escape through to Terra. Though a small force of Dark Angels would eventually fight in the Siege of Terra, the majority of the First Legion's fleet and the Lion himself wouldn't arrive at Terra until the Heresy was all but over. And that's the First Legion. The secrecy and the distance they're known for in 40k, rather than being a product of Caliban, was there almost from the start, and the stoic pride of their Primarch meant that they were too far away and out of the loop really to react when the Heresy kicked off. As the Heresy came to a close, the ignored orders of Caliban would come back to bite them as Luther and a group of Terran and Calibanite Dark Angels, horrified by the changes the Imperium forced on their world, turned traitor too, and the Lion's response would all but destroy the planet. But if you're planning to play Dark Angels in the Horus Heresy, that's all still pretty far in the future. Thanks for watching. In the world of Warhammer 40,000, the Horus Heresy is a time of legend, as the 20 Legiones Astartes fought through the Great Crusade, and then the entire galaxy descended into civil war. But of all those legions, none have quite the same tale as the Second Legion, and none had an end so mysterious. Hi, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going through the lore of the Horus Heresy, explaining each of the legions in turn, what they did during the heresy, how they got there, and what state they were in afterwards. And obviously this series contains spoilers for the Horus Heresy Black Books and the Horus Heresy novel series. The history of the Second Legion starts with the Emperor's Astartes project in the closing years of the Unification Wars on Terra. Always a fan of a bit of genetic engineering, the Emperor had conquered the planet with armies of Thunder Warriors, but they were blunt instruments, short-lived and unreliable. The Astartes project was the solution to this. 20 legions of Space Marines led by 20 Primarchs, superhuman demigods who provided the genetic base for their legion. And although the 20 Primarchs were scattered across the galaxy by a warp touch rebellion, all 20 legions of Space Marines were created from their genetic material, and all 20 saw action in the closing years of those unification wars. The Second Legion, known as the were no different, deployed in their initial form against such horrific and gatekeeper Golden Arch, hideous and depraved neckbeards of the Grognard Empire. But as the Great Crusade pushed out from the solar system and the armies of Terra started to encounter new enemies, the greatest of calamities were to befall them. Though they would eventually discover their Primarch on the Black, her story would be tragically cut short when Rang had her eventually taken from the records and sworn to silence, her to be mentioned again. Oh, who's that? That's weird. Hold on.
Enemy sighted. For the Emperor! Cleanse, purge, kill!
The Emperor's Children in Warhammer 40k are one of the most well-known Chaos Space Marine legions, and their story stretches back to the very earliest appearance of Chaos in the 40k setting, a legion of noise marines and hedonists who worshipped Slanesh, the god of excess. But their origin story couldn't have been more different, starting out as the most loyal of legions, paragons of martial honor, and ambassadors of the Imperium. The story of the Horus Heresy, amongst other things, is the story of their fall. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going to go through the background for each of the Space Marine legions of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they got there, what happens to them during the heresy, and in this case, how it turned a once loyal legion into the debased group of Chaos warbands we know from 40k. Anyway, before I start, this video contains spoilers for the Horus Heresy Black Books and also the Black Library novels. Obviously. The treachery of the Horus Heresy took place in the closing years of the Emperor's Great Crusade, as the forces of the Imperium pushed outwards from Terra in an attempt to unify the galaxy, and this constant push outwards served as a cover for Horus and the rest of the traitor legions to plot their rebellion. But by the time the Civil War finally broke out, the slow fall of the Emperor's Children had already begun. Their Primarch, once a vision of noble perfection, possessed by a demon, and their bodies being twisted by their apothecaries into more and more distorted caricatures of what they once were, which is ironic, as at the start of the Great Crusade, that sort of physical corruption was exactly what they were trying to avoid. The history of the Third Legion, like all the legions, starts in the latter years of the Unification Wars as the Emperor slowly conquered Old Earth. While the First Legion, later the Dark Angels, were proving the might of the new Astartes pattern in full-scale conflicts across the planet, the rest of the legions were being slowly brought up to fighting strength, and early examinations of the Third Legion notes their noble bearing, tendency towards martial perfection, and disciplined, ordered minds, the only genetic flaws being a tendency towards albinism and occasionally violet irises. To the new recruits of the Third Legion, this was hardly a surprise. They had been raised from the noble families of old Europa, sending their firstborn sons as penance for their resistance to the Imperium. In fact, they were noted to be refined and glorious right from the start. clad in armor covered in golden thunderbolts and rays of sunlight, and their initial deployments, when there were only a few of them, were often as an officer corps for mortal troops, being split up to provide morale-boosting command elements to the rest of the Emperor's armies. It was this heritage, as well as their status as obvious favourites amongst the legions, that led to them becoming known as the Emperor's Children. And as the early Crusade started to move away from terror, that reputation was cemented. It was their dogged defence of the Emperor, alongside the Custodes on Proxima, that led to them being honoured with the right to wear the Palatine Aquila, that's the one with the pointy up wings, on their armour. For many, they were the voice of the Emperor, accompanying diplomatic missions as bodyguards and emissaries and carrying the imperial standard. But before the Crusade really got underway, disaster struck. During the genesis of the Astartes project, the Primarchs, the generals and genetic templates of the legions, had been scattered across the galaxy. Without the Primarchs around, the gene seed used to create each Space Marine was less stable and more prone to failure. Near the end of the unification of Terra, it was discovered that the 3rd Legion's gene seed reserves had become infected by a viral blight that, despite the best efforts of the Emperor's scientists, infected and destroyed the entire batch. The only gene seed left was that growing in the augmented bodies of the 3rd Legion warriors, and that wasn't enough to keep pace with the growth the Crusade required. As the rest of the legions built their strength and led expeditionary forces out into the dark, the Emperor's Children dwindled. They were saved by a stroke of luck. Early in the Crusade, their Primarch, Fulgrim, was discovered on the grey and rocky industrial world of Chemos. Chemos was slowly sinking into obscurity, but Fulgrim had risen to rule the world as a figure of hope, introducing a renaissance of technological and artistic advances and intellectual refinement. It was this hope he brought to the 3rd Legion when their 200 remaining legionnaires first met him. Kneeling, he promised them a new start, telling them of their destiny and to shake off the misfortunes of the past. The 3rd Legion were officially renamed the Emperor's Children and adopted the Imperial Purple and Palatine Aquila as their uniform. In practical terms, the rediscovery of Fulgrim allowed for faster reproduction of gene seed, and the Legion slowly began to grow again. Until it reached fighting strength though, Fulgrim and the 3rd were seconded to the Lunar Wolves under the command of Horus, and the two became good friends, each of their legions complementing the other. With this change in fortunes, and as they started to accrue battle honours, the Emperor's Children, knowing they had some catching up to do, rebuilt their pride. A passionate intensity filled them. They studied the tactics of the other legions, attempting to excel at the same skills, channeled all their energies into training in specific arts of war until that training consumed them. Eventually they grew large enough to lead their own expeditions, but they were never the most numerous of legions. They couldn't afford to waste numbers in wars of attrition, so instead they refined their tactics, continued to study, and came to rely on speed, mobile assault, and perfectly planned and timed attacks. But over time, this all came at a price, and pride and resentment came to pollute their nobility. The only measure of achievement is to measure oneself against others. When another legion was honoured, it was said that they took it both as a spur to do better and a wound to the Emperor's Children's pride. When they failed to reach the quality of another, it created jealousy. When they did excel, it bred contempt for those they'd risen above. And no matter how high they rose, no matter how much they achieved, it was never enough. The achievements of the past were dead to them. Their hunger for perfection was without limit and could never be sated. The atrocities that had come later demonstrate this assessment, but the signs were there long before they fell. And fall they did. By the end of the Crusade, the Emperor's Children had rebuilt their forces and were deployed at Lairan in a war of extermination against the Xenos Lair. However, their pursuit of perfection had already led portions of the Legion down a dark path, the diligence of their apothecaries occasionally turning to a desire to improve upon the Emperor's template, a practice that increased throughout the early stages of Horus's war against the war singers of Istvan. As the heresy became apparent, illicit modifications had been performed on a number of the Legion's command staff, and Fulgrim himself had become corrupted by a Lairan demon blade. The Emperor's Children's fall to chaos started well before the rest of the heresy. So, at the start of the heresy, the Emperor's Children were estimated at around 110,000 legionnaires, but the opening battle on Istvan III, where the initial 4 traitor legions purged their ranks of loyalists, cost the Legion greatly, maybe knocking them down to around 60,000. These were ordered extremely precisely according to the tenets of the Principia Bellicosa, with each legionnaire aware of exactly where he stood in the hierarchy of the legion. And while these clear lines of command were useful when executing the Third's famously precise and complex battle plans, they could also lock officers and troopers into their allotted roles, creating almost a noble class within the legion. Each squad was expected to excel in one specific area of warfare, and though the legion contained every sort of formation commonly used by the Astartes, some weapons and tactics were valued more highly than others. The Emperor's children valued speed and skill above all else, and so jet bikes and land speeders were common, as were command staff versed in logistics and planning. The specializations expected of every squad led to some unique and feared units, such as the Sun Killers, las cannon-equipped heavy weapon squads, or the Palatine Blades that formed out of the Legion's tradition of honor duels. In fact, dueling was a huge deal for the Emperor's children, as was skill with a blade in general, and the taking of blades as trophies from defeated enemies was encouraged. As the heresy ground on, this rigid perfection started to fracture. The Emperor's children were one of the legions dug in at Istvan V, where the possessed Fulgrim killed his brother and friend Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands. After this, the Emperor's children started to lose cohesion as their legionnaires gave in to their own desires. As the legion fell to Slaanesh, its warriors turned into glory seekers or fell to indiscriminate excess as part of cults like the Cacophony, the precursors to the Noise Marines. Some of the more organised parts of the Legion fought running battles against the White Scars, attempting to delay their journey to Terra, but Fulgrim himself, even having conquered his possession, quit the Crusade for a while for a pilgrimage into the Eye of Terror, where he tricked his brother Perturabo of the Iron Warriors and used part of his life force to achieve apotheosis as a demon prince of Slaanesh. By the time the Emperor's children arrived at the Siege of Terra, they were totally changed. A horde of cultists and noise marines that assaulted the palace with weight of numbers, heedless of casualties. But after Rogel Dawn defeated Fulgrim at the Saturnine Wall, the Emperor's children quit the siege and rampaged through the civilian population, pursuing their own desires for excess before fleeing off-world and into the Eye of Terror. And that's the Third Legion. Their initial position as paragons of imperial might and their obsessive desire to prove themselves after the Genseed blight turned them into prideful, arrogant perfectionists willing to go to any lengths to improve, and this left them wide open to corruption by Slaanesh. Their rigid lines of command and obedience to their betters made them easy to lead into that corruption, and in the end they were a pale shadow of the old Legion, a carnival of cultists with no higher motive than their own excess. And that's how we know them in 40k. The Emperor's Children are an interesting legion to play in Heresy because they changed so much within the course of it. And you can pick any point in there for your army. Mine are most definitely from the very end of that story. Anyway, thanks for watching. The Horus Heresy is the founding myth of the Warhammer 40,000 setting, a time of civil war when half the Emperor's 18 legions of Space Marines turned traitor and made war on the Imperium. And the shock of that war changed them. Many of the legions had their cultures irrevocably altered by the events of the heresy, but some legions never changed, and for the Iron Warriors this was just another war. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going to go through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they got there and what happens to them during it. Anyway, look, before I start, this video contains spoilers, obviously, for the Horus Heresy Black Books and Black Library novel series. At the end of the Great Crusade, as the Horus Heresy unfolded across the galaxy and plunged the Imperium into war, the Fourth Legion, the Iron Warriors, had been campaigning unceasingly across the worst battlefields of the galaxy for nigh on 2 centuries. In that time, their methods and manner hardly changed at all. If anything, the discovery of their Primarch, Perturabo, just solidified and amplified it. Artillery, attrition, a bleak resignation to losses. When the heresy finally erupted, their bleak and bitter method of war turned out to be exactly what Horus needed. The history of the Fourth Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra in the 30th millennium. As the Emperor's armies conquered the fractured planet we know as Earth, With genetically engineered Thunder Warriors and unmodified human troops, the Emperor himself had started his next project, the Legiones Astartes. The Primarchs, the superhuman beings that were to lead these new armies and stabilize their genetic modifications, had been scattered across the galaxy in a great conspiracy. But the process of creating the Space Marines from their template had already begun. For some legions, this process was slow and painful. Without the Primarchs around to stabilize and develop the gene seed, creating new Astartes could be an unreliable process, with risks of gene seed blight. But for the 4th Legion, the opposite was the case. The genetic template from the 4th Primarch turned out to be exceptionally reliable, with an extremely low rejection rate, and the 4th grew much faster than its brother legions. Originally recruiting from the gun tribes of Sekamrak, the Legion quickly outgrew its original territory and started taking recruits from all over Terra, including recruits that had originally been bound to other legions. When a gene seed blight affected the 3rd Legion, slowing their ability to create new Astartes, the recruits were handed over to the 4th. Within a few years, the 4th Legion was fielding whole battalions where some of the others had barely 100 warriors, and they were quickly deployed to active service alongside the 1st Legion, the original template for all of them, and the 5th Legion, the scouts and outriders of the Emperor's armies. This growth also meant they got their lion's share of new technology. New weapons and war machines made available after the alliance with Mars went to the 4th to hastily supply their new recruits. And with those, the 4th fought in some of the key battles to conquer the solar system, including the war against the Litho-Golem armies of Venus. By the time the Great Crusade started, the 4th were one of the most numerous legions and were split across a number of the expeditionary fleets that made their way out into the dark. Columns of legionnaires advanced into the teeth of enemy fire on dozens of worlds, with new recruits being inducted constantly, and this rapid growth and high turnover had an interesting effect. At the start, all of the legions adhered to the same structure, codified as the Principia Bellicosa, but as the Great Crusade spread out from Terra, many of the legions adapted this, changing their structures and organizations to better fit their own preferred tactics, and as the Primarchs were found, reforming to suit the culture of the Primarch's homeworld. But lacking a Primarch and any specific infusion of a planet's culture, the Principia Bellicosa became the culture of the 4th Legion. As those rules encouraged, their victories were gained by meticulously applied force of arms and relentless direct assault. And while effective, they also became known as a mechanized, humorless, even unimaginative legion. But while the more glorious legions, led by their glorious Primarchs, disdained their methods, all of this was perfect for the 4th Legion's commanders, the High Command of the Great Crusade. They wanted unimaginative and reliable. They wanted a legion that would accept the dirty jobs, the attrition, the boring garrison duties, the constant splitting up into smaller and smaller units without complaint, and without some Primarch blocking their decisions. These were the campaigns to which the 4th Legion was assigned, the thankless sieges and protracted suppression campaigns that needed to be done but carried little renown. The 4th prosecuted their campaigns in the same way they always had, determined, disciplined, pragmatic, and calculated, making heavy use of all the technologies a legion had available. Artillery bombardment, armoured spearheads, and mechanized assaults. If any unique culture grew in the Legion at all, it was as a reaction to this sort of warfare, a bleak pride in their thankless work and a growing resentment towards those legions who the 4th saw as glory hunters. They didn't need such flashy tactics and cared nothing for knightly honour. They wanted to prove that they could win the same way they'd always won, by rationally applied force and willingness to keep going, whatever the cost. It was an effective tactic, but the cost in attrition was high, and while the 4th didn't care much for losses, it took its toll on the Legion's overall numbers and led to their use falling in the Middle Crusade. And while I'd like to say that they were redeemed by the discovery of their Primarch like so many other legions, the truth is most of this built-up resentment was only amplified. Perturabo had been found on the world of Olympia, a planet composed of numerous warring city-states. Adopted as a son by one of the local rulers, he proved a masterful tactician with a keen intellect, devouring any learning he could. His military mind made his state, low cost, the most powerful on the planet, but Perturabo was aware that he was being used, and after a number of assassination attempts, the young Primarch grew paranoid, cold, and insular. When the Imperium arrived, as Perturabo long suspected it would, he joined the Emperor and consumed everything he could about the Crusade and the Imperium, discarding the state of Lokos and enthusiastically turning Olympia into an Imperial world, a recruitment base for his new army. After a brief period with his father, he was given command of the Fourth to run as he wished, and free from any restrictions of either Imperial or Olympian culture, he started to remake them. Horrifying the Crusade High Command, his first edict was a simple one. The Fourth had performed competently, but hadn't excelled, not to the standards Perturabo expected of his new sons. It wasn't enough that they were already superior. Their fault lay in that amongst the legions they were not already supreme. To teach them this lesson, he commanded decimation. 1 in 10 warriors of the Legion beaten to death by their own squad mates as a demonstration of what their Primarch expected. Death would be the price of failure in Perturabo's service. As the 4th Legion set out once again into the dark, all their tendencies before were encouraged by their brutal new master. Where once attrition was borne stoically, now it was barely a consideration, each war a mathematical calculation indifferent to the cost in human life. This new legion, the Iron Warriors, became the battering ram of the Great Crusade. An unyielding engine of war that swept all before it, with worlds scoured to feed the Legion's need for new warriors. Their reputation suffered, but Perturabo didn't care. His reaction to his brothers was either indifference or bristling, paranoid hostility, which only increased as other Primarchs started to criticize his methods, leading to occasional friction with the Raven Guard and Space Wolves, and a bitter rivalry with the Imperial Fists of Rogel Dawn. Without any allies amongst the legions, the Iron Warriors continued to be bled dry, their grim pride in doing the jobs nobody else would, leading to them being deployed all over the galaxy in smaller and smaller units, becoming more and more resentful of the Imperium. But towards the end of the Great Crusade, the Legion would suffer an even bigger wound to their pride as their own home planet, Olympia, cast aside by Perturabo, rebelled. On the authority of the Warmaster Horus, the Iron Warriors descended on their former home with a vengeance, destroying the walls Perturabo had built himself and enslaving the population. This subjugation of Olympia only increased the bitterness and paranoia and resentment present in the 4th Legion and their Primarch, a flaw that Horus would quickly exploit as the heresy unfolded. At the start of the heresy, the Iron Warriors were estimated to have an active strength of between 150 and 180,000 legionnaires, which put them in the high middle end of the Astartes legions, but we should bear in mind that this was after a number of brutal attrition campaigns, and that the Iron Warriors could easily have been much bigger during the Crusade. These warriors were organised into grand companies, each of which was roughly 1,000 Marines, but with a massively inflated amount of armour and artillery compared to a normal legion formation, and with a much larger pool of initiates to replace their losses. The Iron Warriors were fans of any technique that would speed up Astartes production. Each individual warrior was expected to be proficient in any role. They were reassigned to different jobs and formations purely on the basis of numbers. Individual heroics or commendations meant little to them. Any identity they had was part of the greater whole, the overall war machine that could be applied to any theatre. But if there were any skills in particular they favoured, it was technological ability, abstract reasoning, and rapid data analysis. Paragons of these traits might become Warsmith, a title in the Legion that rose to replace the Praetor of the Principia, and who would usually have command of a grand battalion of their own. They did field some specialised units, like the Tyranthikos Siegebreakers in Terminator armour, or the formation known as the Stor Bezashk, who maintained the most destructive siege weapons in any of the legions. And they fielded a greater than normal amount of rare armour and weapon systems, but their preference was for the tried and tested. Mark III armour was still popular even after the rollout of more sophisticated marks, and dreadnoughts were very common. The intention was that the Iron Warriors were a machine of war, an integrated, disciplined, and aggressive force of calculated savagery, precisely calculated bombardments followed by perfectly choreographed armoured advances and unbreakable infantry support. As the heresy erupted, these methods would be first tested against their brother legions on Istvan V in the Urgal Depression. The Iron Warriors were assigned to the response force sent to counter Horus's betrayal, 7 loyal legions to stop the War Master's 4. The first wave, the Salamanders, Iron Hands, and Raven Guard, deployed against Horus's forces, but the second supporting wave, the Word Bearers, Alpha Legion, Night Lords, and Perturabo's Iron Warriors, had already been turned to the side of Horus. The Iron Warriors deployed behind the Loyalists, set their fortifications and emplacements, and as the Loyalist legions fell back to their positions, caught them in a crossfire, massacring a large part of the Loyalist force. After this, the Iron Warriors supported Horus's consolidation and then advance, turning Olympia and its surrounding worlds into a pocket empire. But they also took the opportunity to settle old scores. The Iron Warriors fell on the Imperial Fists fleet, becalmed on its way to Isfahan in the Battle of Fall, and assaulted their garrison stationed in the Cadmeian citadel on Hydra Caudatus. Perturabo accompanied Fulgrim on his quest into the Eye of Terror, where Fulgrim used his brother as a pawn to fuel his own transformation into a demon prince. But even through this second betrayal, the Iron Warriors stayed loyal to the War Master. They fought at Yarant and Vanaheim and conducted a massive armoured campaign on Talon, where their virus bombs turned the verdant world into a desert planet. The Iron Warriors were then linchpins of the siege at Terra, the War Master appointing Perturabo to command the siege, and the first stages played out as a battle between the fortifications of Rogel Dawn and the siegecraft of the Lord of Iron. In fact, the traitors initially massively outnumbered the Loyalists and forced them back into the inner palace as Rogel Dawn's walls were systematically torn down by the Iron Warriors. But eventually, having proven his point and with subordinate traitor commanders attempting to take the siege into their own hands, Perturabo quit Terra along with his forces. After the heresy, the Iron Warriors made their slow way into the Eye of Terror, but they took the time to taunt their old enemies once more, luring the Imperial Fists into a protracted conflict on Sebastus IV, known as the Iron Cage, which left so many Loyalists dead that Perturabo ascended to demonhood, and the Imperial Fists were left unable to fight for 19 years until they rebuilt their losses. Eventually, Perturabo took command of the demon world of Medrengard in the Eye of Terror, from where the Iron Warriors remained a threat to the Imperium all the way into the 41st millennium. And that's the 4th Legion. Their initial advantages, such as their pragmatism and ease of manufacture, left them open to exploitation by the nascent Imperium, and with no Primarch to fight their case, they turned bitter and resentful, something that would only increase when they were finally given over to the command of Perturabo. Thanks for watching. In Warhammer 40k, the White Scars are one of the most well-known chapters of Space Marines, a swift assault force descending like a lightning bolt on the enemies of the Imperium. But that description obscures a long and fractured past, stretching back to before the Horus Heresy, before they were reunited with their Primarch, Jagatai Khan, when they were the pioneers and outriders of the Emperor's Great Crusade. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this series, I'm going to go through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the Heresy and how they got there, and what happens to them during the Heresy, so be warned that this video contains spoilers for the Horus Heresy Black Books and Black Library novel series, and kind of everything else to do with the Heresy. At the conclusion of the Horus Heresy, the White Scars were one of only 3 legions who stood on the walls of the Imperial Palace on Terra, sentinels against the overwhelming forces of the War Master Horus. The rest either turned traitor or scattered across the galaxy. But for a long time, neither the Loyalists nor the traitors knew what side the 5th Legion would choose. The story of the 5th Legion starts early, like really early in Imperial history. As the Emperor brought the whole of Terra into compliance, the 20 Space Marine legions were being developed. The Emperor's armies already contained genetically altered troops, like the Thunder Warriors or the Legio Custodes, but these new warriors were going to be something else. Much more stable and reliable than the Thunder Warriors, these new Astartes would have their genetics stabilized by 20 Primarch generals, demigods, to lead the Emperor's armies. And even though the Primarchs have been scattered across the galaxy in a conspiracy, the new Space Marines created from their genetic template had started to appear in the armies of unification, mostly as small units of a few hundred warriors as they waited for their numbers to grow. But for the 5th Legion, these small units were the point. The 5th were deployed to active duty right from the start as the outriders and scouts of the legions, operating in groups as small as 10 and traversing the desolate rad wastes of terror ahead of the conquering Imperial armies. They sought out the hiding places and fortresses of the many warlords that held sway over Old Earth and conducted probing missions into their territory, weakening them before the arrival of the armies of unification. They were well suited to do this. Their initial recruits had been taken from the tech clans of Thule in the frozen north, where nomadic groups travelled across the salt wastes in ancient convoys. The clans were expert survivalists and capable machinesmiths, able to operate independently for long periods in the most inhospitable territory. The early 5th Legion operated like this, according to their own rules, unwilling to take orders from anyone save the Emperor, despite the protests of the Unification Army High Command. Known informally as the Star Hunters, they operated far from the centres of conflict, seen as outsiders to the rest of the army, and since they'd often departed and were moving on as the main Imperial war machine arrived, their actions were often unrecorded. As the Emperor's crusade continued into the solar system, the 5th Legion had already been dispatched out into the darkness, known as the Pioneer Companies, charting the borders of alien territory, seeking out new worlds and new civilizations, boldly going... Anyway, each of these companies was an independent force, and like on Terra, outsiders from the main body of the Imperium. Each developed its own culture and tactics, but common was a need for hit-and-run warfare. So often were they pitched against much larger forces. The Pioneer Companies were the eyes and ears of the Great Crusade, and discovered a lot of the Primarchs. In fact, when a company of the 5th came across Chthoniya, homeworld of the Primarch Horus, their reports noted that the world was a nest of serpents coiling in the dark we'd be better to destroy. Apparently Horus really liked that and later requested that company as the Pathfinders for his fleet. The favour would be returned years later when a Lunar Wolves fleet accompanied by Horus and the Emperor discovered the world of Chogoris and the 5th Primarch, Jagatai Khan. Chogoris was a world of open plains which had developed to a medieval level of technology, split between a single great empire in the east of its single continent and a steppe land in the west known as the Empty Quarter and populated by rival tribes of horse nomads. The infant Primarch was adopted by the leader, or Khan, of one of these tribes, going through the same coming-of-age rituals as any other tribesman. The raids on rival tribes, the hunts, and the ritual scarification of his face that marked him as a member. But it was an attack by a rival tribe that would be the turning point in Jagatai's life. His father was killed, and he, as the new Khan, swore revenge. Instead of a raid, Jagatai descended on his rivals with an army that left no one alive, and as his reputation spread, his army kept on, carving a trail across the Empty Quarter, offering a single choice to his enemies: join him or be destroyed. Within a few decades, he had united the tribes and was called the Khagan, the Khan of Khans. And when that great empire to the east targeted him in a hunt, he led the tribes to war against it, killing its emperor and becoming ruler of the entire world. When the emperor's armies arrived a few years later, the emperor praised him as a great empire builder, but Jagatai saw the truth, that while he could see the merit in the emperor's dreams of unity, he was being offered the same choice his tribes had offered others: join the Imperium or be destroyed. And so he bargained for his loyalty, agreeing to join the Emperor on the condition that Chogoris was left as it was, spared the industrialization common to Imperial worlds. The Khan was inducted into the technology and culture of the Imperium quickly and without much delay. He was obviously a great commander and empire builder, and the Emperor wanted him on the front lines of the Crusade, not learning how to function in the Imperial court, but his legion was spread across the galaxy in hundreds of disparate armies. He was master of a legion of vagabonds, a situation that might have sat less well with others of his brethren, but was a challenge well suited to the Great Khan's talents and history. Just as he had on the vast plains of Chogoris, the Great Khan sought to build a conquering army from insular nomadic bands, and he began in the same fashion. He recruited as many Chogorians as he could to form a new corps for the Legion, and issued commands that all the old pioneer companies attend him on Chogoris. It took a decade for them all to arrive, small fleets and individual ships hanging in space and keeping to themselves, wary of each other. The Khan brought them all together, arrayed in their cohorts on the plains of Chogoris, and gave them a new culture. The rituals and traditions of the Chogorian tribes became those of the new White Scars. The traditions of the hunt, the superstitions, the scars on their faces, even the noble pursuits of poetry and calligraphy were encouraged amongst the Legion. As they left to rejoin the crusade, his original Keshig, the Chagorian warriors he raised up, were dispersed through all the companies to lead by example, and slowly, as they fought on, the old pioneer companies became the White Scars. It was a good mix, the hit-and-run tactics and tenacity of the old 5th Legion, merging well with the speed and skill with a blade of the Chagorians. And during the Great Crusade to come, their victories were too numerous to count. But that independent nature and their cultural ties to Chogoris did make them outsiders to many in the Imperium, who saw them as savages no different to the Wolves of Fenris or the World Eaters. They whirled into battle like a storm of bikes and blades and had no time for meticulous planning, preferring to sweep enemies before them with the speed of the hunt. But the White Scars were also disciplined and cultured, gathering knowledge and learning along with their victories. They were instrumental in the development of the Librarian program, where the shamanistic traditions of their weather witches provided structure and restraint. These comparisons with what they saw as barbaric legions didn't sit well with them. The Khan, always at the centre of the battle, was only close to a few of his brothers, Horus, Sanguinius and Magnus the Red amongst them. But the legion as a whole was often overlooked by the more orthodox legions, and as the crusade neared its end and less of the galaxy remained to be discovered, there were fewer wild spaces for them to make war as they liked. In fact, one of their final campaigns before the heresy was in concert with the Lunar Wolves, Ultramarines and Blood Angels, the Ullanor Crusade, where the Imperium finally defeated the largest Orc empire ever encountered. At the end of the crusade, Horus was declared War Master, and the Khan was there on the platform next to him. So when the heresy started, much of the Imperium were unsure which side the White Scars were going to be on. At the start of the heresy, the White Scars were estimated to have an active strength of about 90,000 legionnaires, which made them one of the smaller legions, though not the smallest. Their number was hard to measure accurately though, since the legion used its own system of organisation, based around the Brotherhood, commanded by a Khan, and with multiple Brotherhoods arranged into hordes under the command of a Noyan Khan. Each Brotherhood was a specialised formation built around a specific task. Given how the White Scars preferred to fight, typical Brotherhoods were built as rapid strike formations. All their warriors either mounted on jet bikes or speeders or deployed in transport vehicles, whatever best suited the preferences of its Khan. Close assault and recon brotherhoods were also common. However, artillery, support, or armoured brotherhoods also existed, and the numbers of marines in each of those varied, so the size of a brotherhood, and therefore the size of a horde, could vary wildly from a few hundred Astartes to many thousands. This sometimes made it really difficult for Crusade Command to estimate the size of a force or the logistics required to support them. The White Scars' preferences also resulted in a number of other differences from more standard legions. Their dreadnoughts, the Uhan Solban, were few in number and rarely seen on the battlefield. Their position as honoured former warriors meant they served as guardians of the legion's relics and gene seed laboratories instead. The Legion disdained the use of destroyer squads, the phosphex and rad weaponry they used being seen as totally antithetical to the Legion's way of war and their respect for the natural world. Any destroyer squads the Legion did field were covered in charms to ward off evil spirits and put under the direct command of the Stormseer Council, which is the other big difference. The White Scars had a long tradition of using psykers. These Stormseers served as advisors for the Khans and guardians against ethereal powers, and their mastery of the warp was subtle, cautious, and studied, in stark contrast to legions like the Thousand Sons. The Stormseer Council was so important to the White Scars that it continued unchanged well after the Edict of Nicaea, where the Emperor banned the legions from using a Librarius. Their story during the heresy is also a bit more complex than most legions. As outsiders to much of the Imperium, Horus thought there was a good chance he might be able to persuade the Khan to his side, and while events unfolded in the Istvan system, he kept the White Scars engaged far away, in the Chondak system, hunting the remnants of the Orc Empire destroyed at Ullanor. An Alpha Legion fleet were assigned to keep the White Scars busy there and block communications, but this failed. A message got through. It's questionable if that was intentional or not because, Alpha Legion, but this left the White Scars trying to figure out the truth. Rogaldorn's message said that Horus had turned traitor, but the Alpha Legion said that Liman Rus of the Space Wolves had turned traitor and attacked the Thousand Sons. With no clear information, the White Scars decided to see from themselves and broke through the Alpha Legion blockade, heading directly to Prospero and ignoring a besieged Space Wolves force. In the ruins of Prospero, the Khan discovered a shard of his brother, the Primarch Magnus the Red. And after a confrontation with Mortarion of the Death Guard, it all gets a bit Avengers around here, the Khan finally learned the truth, siding with the Loyalists after all. However, the warrior lodges so popular amongst the traitor legions had spread their way into the White Scars, and the lodge members, hopeful that their Primarch would see sense and join Horus, attempted a coup. Jagatai, in punishment, executed the ringleaders and sentenced the rest to become Magyar Mazan, exiles from the legion whose only purpose was to harry the enemy until their inevitable death. For the 4 years after this, the bulk of the White Scars engaged in hit-and-run attacks on the traitor forces, including a lengthy series of engagements with the Emperor's children, before finding a way to bypass the Ruin Storm in the Warp and arrive at Terra. Along with the Imperial Fists and the Blood Angels, they formed the main defending force of the Imperial Palace, holding the line, conducting raids on the advancing enemy, and eventually leading a mass assault to retake Lion's Gate spaceport from the newly transformed Plague Marines of Mortarion, which massively reduced Horus's ability to land new troops. They continued to fight in defense of the palace until the very end, and beyond that into the period known as the Scouring, hunting traitors as far as the Eye of Terror. And that's the 5th Legion. Always an independent, self-reliant, but fractured force, their disparate parts were pulled together and given the stamp of Chakorian culture to bind them, by a Khan who, while not the most enthusiastic supporter of the Imperium, operated on the same basic desire for unity as his father. As the Legion split into chapters after the Heresy, it's that culture that defines the White Scars all the way into the 41st millennium. Thanks for watching. Hi gang, in Warhammer 40k, the Space Wolves chapter are heroes of the Imperium of Man, one of the most famous Space Marine chapters, known for a fractious relationship with some of the more uncaring and brutal arms of the Imperium. But in their early years, as the Great Crusade spread out across the galaxy, it was the newly formed Imperium who would be horrified by the savage, brutal, and bloodthirsty way the 6th Legion achieved their victories. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going through all the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the Heresy and how they got there, and then what happens to them during it. So be warned that this video contains spoilers for the Horus Heresy Black Books and the Black Library novel series, and probably whatever else comes out in the future. The Space Wolves were always a legion apart, but that status as outsiders goes deeper than it seems. It wasn't just the result of the culture of their homeworld, Fenris, or the preferences of their Primarch, Liman Russ, but part of the way they were created, bred into their augmentations and genetics by the Emperor for a purpose nobody now knows. The history of the 6th Legion starts, like all the other legions, in the Unification Wars on Terra. The Emperor had risen from the chaos of the Age of Strife and conquered Old Earth, and was making ready to set out into the galaxy. His generals, the 20 genetically engineered demigods known as Primarchs, had been scattered, but enough of their genetic material survived to create the 20 Legiones Astartes. And as the first recruits completed their surgeries and alterations, they were deployed into the final battles of unification. Except for 3, the 6th, 18th, and 20th Legions were set apart by the Emperor for unknown reasons. Their development was secret, even by the standards of the Astartes project, though nobody but the Emperor knew exactly why. Whatever it was, in the case of the 6th Legion, it led to a much slower and more rigorous recruitment drive, with the most barbaric and violent of Terra's warring gun clans and tribes rounded up, and recruits assessed and inducted into the Legion on an individual basis, specific aspirants being assigned to the 6th. As the rest of the legions grew and departed Terra in command of various expeditionary fleets, there were still only a few hundred of the 6th, fighting without their own command and attached directly to the Emperor's fleet. But eventually they grew to a few thousand, and a decade into the Crusade, the Emperor declared that their first independent test would be against the world of Delsvan. Imperial tacticians and observers gathered, eager to see what this unknown legion would do, what aspects of the Principia Bellicosa were to be used in their new battle plans. The 6th Legion commander, Enoch Rathvin, selected the fortified capital of Massa Norcor as his target. He unleashed an orbital bombardment to cover a Legion drop deployment, a move similar to the standard spear-tip strike tactics Legions have been using so far, but it was there that the similarity ended. Every one of the 3,500 warriors of the Sixth was deployed with no reserve in a number of strikes surrounding the city, and they all then moved inwards to engage. At every point, the defenders were met with fast-moving advances from multiple directions at once and overrun, slaughtered to a man. The Sixth Legion moved through the city like a liquid, flooding point after point, leaving nobody alive and nothing undamaged in their wake, and only stopping when the city was completely destroyed. Imperial observers were appalled. This was mindless, destructive violence unbecoming of the legions. But the Emperor seemed pleased, and over the next few decades they were deployed again and again at his direct command against recidivists and human empires for whom only destruction was an option. By the rest of the Imperium, they were seen as barbaric, animalistic, and barely controllable, called the Rout as a slur. It was the name for a pack of wild animals. They drew unfavourable comparisons to the 12th Legion, then called the Warhounds, and seen as an example of how destructive ferocity in close combat could be tempered by strict discipline in the ranks. But the 6th didn't care. They took on the insignia of the crossed burning swords, also used by the Imperial Disciplinary Corps, and saw themselves as, a legion apart, operating on their own on specially selective missions. But this reputation as a destructive tide would be shackled early in the Crusade, when their Primarch was discovered on the icy death world known as Fenris. Leman Russ was the second Primarch to be discovered after Horus, and the planet he grew up on, Fenris, was relatively close to Terra, so much so that it's speculated the Emperor knew where he was all along. Fenris was one of the most inhospitable climates known to man, a frozen world of ever-changing continents and murderous wildlife on which a few incredibly hardy tribes scratched a living. Russ had risen to become the king of one of those tribes and master of the icy wilderness. But even though Fenris was a primitive world, Russ had no trouble accepting the teachings of the Imperium when they arrived. When the Emperor offered him a place at his side, Russ eagerly accepted and pledged his Varangi, his Huskarls and bodyguards, to the Astartes creation process, even though many of them were way too old. Those that survived were spread throughout his ranks, reinforcing the culture of his planet and passing down what was expected of the Sixth by their new warrior king. The Varangi of Russ were all veteran warriors too, and with them taking control, the previously fractious Sixth were bound to their High King through a system of almost fealty. As the Legion knit itself together through their first few campaigns, the Imperium's experiments with Fenris itself began. The environment had bred a particularly tough strain of humanity who seemed to be better able to withstand the 6th Legion's gene seed, and a huge fortress known as the Fang was created, with some of the most advanced scientific and medical facilities in the Imperium to mass manufacture warriors of the 6th. In fact, it's rumoured that the Imperium adjusted the environment of Fenris to make it more inhospitable, and imported mind-wiped tribes from other feral worlds to try and increase the population of suitable recruits. The entire culture of Fenris was adapted to serve the needs of the Legion, and then impressed on the Legion itself to bind it together. And this included superstitions, the reverence of ancestors, and the Emperor as All-Father, all spread amongst the tribes, and all stuff that was illegal in most of the rest of the Imperium. As the Crusade pushed onwards, the 6th Legion grew and were dispatched on numerous campaigns, and while many were the standard missions of compliance conducted across the entire Crusade, a disproportionate number saw the 6th assigned to missions against traitors and recidivists. And in these, the 6th exhibited the same tendency towards brutal, indiscriminate slaughter. For all the charisma and surprising subtlety of their warrior king, Leman Russ, they were still seen as savage barbarians, and their increasingly Fenrisian appearance and the animalistic traits their gene seed exhibited only encouraged that, earning them the unwanted nickname of the Space Wolves. The greatest turning point, though, was after the wars known as the Rangdan Genocides, against the aggressive alien race known as the Rangda. Many of the largest legions of the early Great Crusade, like the Dark Angels and Iron Hands, suffered punishing losses during the war against the Rangdan Cerebvors. And in the aftermath of the conflict, whole sectors of human-inhabited space had to be purged to stop the taint of the Rangda spreading. These jobs fell to the Space Wolves, and after they were completed, their reputation had plummeted. Now came the whisper of executioner rather than warrior, and the image of the destroyer that had always been there in part came to replace that of the savage but noble conqueror. As for Leman Russ, for some he was no longer a warrior king as if sprung from the pages of legend, but a blood-splattered tyrant kept on the emperor's leash, as feared as any who held sway in Old Night. In the 2nd century of the Crusade, as newer, stronger legions took the lead, the Space Wolves became a law unto themselves. They fought where they wished, accepting no orders except those directly from the Emperor. They kept no strongholds on other planets, as Fenris provided everything they needed, and approach to their system was on pain of death. The Imperium saw their rituals and superstitions, their death masks and priests, as suspicion and barbarism, and they became a feared legion, barely understood, unleashed on secret missions against secret foes. When Horus was declared Warmaster, Russ and his legion accepted it as their duty, but Horus kept them at arm's length. When the Council of Nicaea raised the question of psychers within the legions, Russ argued strongly against them, despite using Shaman in his own legion. Apparently they didn't count as psychers because Fenris or something? And when the Librarius was banned, the Space Wolves continued as if nothing had ever happened. They were an inscrutable and unpredictable quantity to the rest of the Imperium, but one thing was known for sure: they were loyal to the Emperor. At the start of the Heresy, the Space Wolves were estimated to have an active strength of about 100,000 legionnaires. But though they weren't the biggest legion, and their warriors weren't objectively stronger than any others, the aura of fear that came with them was potent, and they were seen as a particularly strong threat to the traitor cause. By this point, the Legion deviated from the Principia Bellicosa in many ways. The Sixth was split into 13 great companies, each led by a Wolf Lord or Jarl, and with a set of sub-commanders also known as Jarls, or sometimes Thens, with only the loosest connection to comparable ranks in the rest of the legions. They used the term pack to refer to both squads and small task forces, so generally their organization was only understood by themselves. Though each great company fought according to the preferences of its commanding Jarl, the core of all of them was the infantry pack, and the Legion lacked many of the specialized units and formations found in other legions. There were exceptions. The first great company was home to the majority of the Varangier Terminators, and the seventh hosted many of the Legion's siege engines and destroyer squads, but all the great companies were primarily infantry companies. Their story during the Heresy, though, is an important one, as it starts with a battle that's either the first in the Heresy or the last in the Crusade, depending on who you ask. The burning of Prospero. Sensing that Horus was about to be turned to chaos, Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, ignored the Edict of Nicaea that banned the legions from using psychic powers and attempted to warn the Emperor, causing great damage to the Emperor's Webway project. The message itself was lost, and the Emperor ordered Russ and the Space Wolves Legion to Prospero, homeworld of the Thousand Suns, with orders to bring Magnus back in chains. But Russ was intercepted by Horus, whose secret fall to chaos had begun, and who convinced him that to bring Magnus back alive would be a waste of time. And so the Space Wolves fleet, aided by the Sisters of Silence and Legio Custodes, fell on Prospero, levelling its cities, slaughtering the civilian population, and killing the majority of the Thousand Suns Legion, who were arrayed in the open, awaiting their journey back to Terra. It was only at the end of the conflict, as Russ broke Magnus the Red's back across his knee, and the remnants of the Thousand Suns escaped into the warp, that Russ started to doubt his mission. These doubts would be confirmed in the aftermath as Horus's rebellion was declared at Isstvan III, and the Space Wolves fleet was pinned down in the Alaxes Nebula by the Alpha Legion, who'd recently declared for Horus. They were saved by a relief force of Dark Angels and a valiant rearguard action by the 13th Company, and realizing what he'd done, Russ made for Terra to aid in the defense, working with Rogel Dawn and Malkador on the Knights Errant project, including attempts to assassinate Horus. However, as these attempts failed, Russ grew impatient, and rather than waiting for the inevitable siege, Russ led the Space Wolves out to engage Horus and his forces at the Battle of Trisolian, which left Horus wounded but Leman Russ comatose, and with the Space Wolves fleet besieged at Yerant, the 6th Legion were knocked out of the rest of the war, suffering catastrophic losses. They never made it back to Terra in time to aid in the siege. And that's the 6th Legion. Born as a special project, a secret strain of Astartes, and barely controlled until they were yoked to a leader like Leman Russ. Nobody can be totally sure what the special purpose was behind their creation, But the 6th Legion and its Primarch certainly regarded themselves as an exception in all things, as grim executioners and watchmen of the other legions. Whether that's true or not, it certainly guided Leman Russ's actions in the Heresy and led to the fall of one Loyalist Legion and the near destruction of the Space Wolves before the end. And while Leman Russ and his Legion eventually recovered into the chapter we know from 40k, they still remained an exception to the rule all the way into the 41st millennium. Thanks for watching. In Warhammer 40k, the Imperial Fists are one of the most famous chapters of the Imperium, a potent, stalwart force of castellans and fortress builders, fighting from their fortress monastery of the Phalanx and defending the walls of Terra. And while some of that's been the case since they were formed, back in the days of the Great Crusade, well, they were a lot more than that. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going through all the lore for all of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origins before the Horus Heresy broke out. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of it and how they got there, and then what happens to them during the Heresy. So be warned that this video contains spoilers for the Horus Heresy Black Books and the Black Library novel series, and probably anything else about to be released. At the conclusion of the Horus Heresy, the Imperial Fists were one of the few chapters left standing, and even then only barely, holding the line at Terra until the very end. Their Primarch masterminding the doomed defense and then finding himself responsible for rebuilding. But rebuilding was something the Imperial Fists could do. The history of the Imperial Fist starts, as with all the legions, during the Unification Wars on Terra, as the Emperor supplemented his armies of Thunder Warriors and unmodified human troops with the new Astartes pattern. And the 7th Legion embodied the dreams of unity more than most. They recruited widely from all over ancient Earth in large numbers. The processes used to activate the gene seed of the lost 7th Primarch seemed to be much more painful than those of other legions, and so, wherever on Terra they came from, the warriors who made it through the grueling surgeries tended to be those with the greatest endurance, stoic, taciturn, and serious. In battle, the 7th Legion were empire builders and crusaders, practical and pragmatic. They didn't just conquer new lands, they brought them into the Imperium permanently, fortifying their new conquests, installing bastions and keeps and garrison forces before pushing on across the wastes of Terra, dedicated not only to expanding the borders of humanity's new empire, but holding it. And this zeal for conquest stayed with them as they were deployed into the Great Crusade. They fortified and reinforced the new worlds and systems they defeated. They didn't concern themselves with administration or civilian government, just providing the military strength to make sure that the rule of the Imperium held. And they did this well. Early on, it had been noted that the lands they took were so firmly held, it was as if the hand of the Emperor descended and gripped them with an unbreakable fist. And early in the Crusade, that had become their official name, the Emperor's Imperial Fists, conquering the stars, setting watch over them, and then forging onwards. This constant push forward, this constant crusade, also came with another requirement: recruitment. Like on Terra, the Imperial Fists pulled new recruits from across the galaxy, often testing whole generations for entrance into the Legion as new worlds were pulled into compliance. Their bastions and watchtowers were as much supply stations as defenses, whittling down the huge numbers of recruits to only those most suitable for the 7th Legion and providing a constant supply chain of reinforcements to feed their crusade. This practical, zealous drive onwards became their hallmark and gave them a character that would mesh well with that of their Primarch. Near the end of the Unification Wars on Terra, the 20 Primarchs were scattered through the warp in a great conspiracy, landing on various human worlds across the galaxy, but few of those worlds were as harsh and deadly as the landing site of the 7th Primarch, Inwit. Inwit was a frozen world, locked in orbit around a dying star. Its people were expert survivors, raised on a planet where a single mistake could mean death, and constantly moving in clans through the underground ice hives that dotted the habitable half of the planet. Giant relics of a forgotten time before Old Night. The 7th Primarch was adopted by one of the clans, being named Rogel of the House of Dawn, and eventually he grew not only to lead the clan, but also the planet and its small empire. Over the course of their isolation, the clans of Imwit had spread out as much as they could into the stars. The Imwit cluster was home to the wreckage of long-abandoned human starships, and the clans slowly brought them back to life, regaining long-lost technical knowledge with each ship, and Rogel Dawn only pushed this further, as ancient space stations like the Phalanx were reactivated and the worlds of the Imwit cluster ringed with orbital defenses. When the Emperor arrived, he regained not only a lost son, but the strength of a star-spanning society that had already been forged into a tool of war. Few integrations of Primarch and Legion were as swift or as complete as that between the Rogel Dawn and the Imperial Fists. The ideals of the Imperium and the purpose of the Great Crusade fitted with Dawn's outlook and drive, and the warriors of the Imperial Fists were exemplars of not only everything that he had built in the Imwit cluster, but everything he dreamed of for its future. This was still early in the Crusade, and over the next century and a half, the Imperial Fists became a famed and highly esteemed legion. They fought their own campaigns across the Crusade, fortifying and moving on as they'd always done, but since their ideals so closely aligned with the Emperor, they were often used as his personal hand, dispatched to key worlds to ensure compliance was achieved in the way he wanted, in a way most becoming to the Imperium, or dispatched to reinforce flagging wars or failing expeditions with their dependability and the strength of their colossal armada. The shipcraft of Imwit had made them masters of naval warfare. Many of their conquests became sources of new recruits, whole companies being made up of the children of specific worlds, lending many of the Imperial Fist formations unique mannerisms and tactics. Their diverse recruiting base was only matched by much larger legions like the Ultramarines or Wordbearers. But while they were a highly favoured legion, that status could also breed resentment amongst their fellow legions, and it didn't help that Rogel Dawn, while fair and even-handed, could also be blunt and uncompromising. He was no diplomat. Like his sons, he often seemed emotionless or brooding and hid his feelings well. Underneath all this, he was an idealist, keen to ensure the righteousness of the wars he fought, but on the surface, he was straightforward in a way that could, maybe unintentionally, cause conflict. He clashed repeatedly with Comrade Kurz and other Primarchs he saw as less disciplined, less noble, but his most famous rivalry was with Perturabo of the Iron Warriors. Though the two Primarchs initially appeared to have quite similar preferences and methods, their shared stubbornness and bluntness meant that any dispute quickly became a long-held grudge. So while Rogel Dawn was one of the Emperor's most favoured sons, it was Horus Lupercal, a much more diplomatic figure, that was named Warmaster. Instead, Dawn and his Imperial Fists were named Praetorians of Terror, and returned with the Emperor to become Castellans of the Solar System and the Imperial Palace. At the start of the Heresy, the Imperial Fists were estimated to have an active strength of just under 100,000 legionnaires. Despite their wide recruitment pools, they were never the largest legion. Though they still had expeditionary forces campaigning at the edge of the galaxy or garrisoning legion fortresses, much of their strength by this point was concentrated on Terra and across the solar system. The Legion had kept much of the initial Legion structure they'd left Terra with. Rogel Dawn saw no need to change something that worked so well. The Imperial Fists operated as a massed shock assault force, utilising heavy armour and with a preference towards precise and reliable heavy weaponry, and heavy infantry assaults. They were early adopters and huge proponents of Terminator armour, particularly the Indomitus pattern, and the first ones to field test weapon systems like the Storm Shield or Assault Cannon in large numbers. Above the squad level, their formations were quite fluid, based around the company, crusade, or household depending on the role, and the size of these formations could vary with recruitment. They were led by masters, castellans, or seneschals, each expected to be capable of operating independently or seamlessly integrating their commands around their Primarch when need required. There was no inner circle of senior officers for Rogel Dawn, but the most brilliant officers in the Legion were often made either fleet masters or siege masters, two methods of war in which the Fists excelled. There were numerous additional formations and groupings across the Legion, many of which were only known to the Legion itself, but the most famous was the Templars, who guarded the Temple of Oaths on the Legion's flagship, the ancient Imwit star fortress Phalanx. The Templars were considered exemplars of the Fists, dedicated and zealous crusaders with decades of experience, and their master was traditionally the first captain of the Legion. Their story during the Heresy stretches from the very start to the very, very end. Magnus the Red's warning on Terra had breached the seals around the Emperor's Webway project, forcing the Emperor and the Legio Custodes to fight a war in the Webway against the forces of chaos. So, as Praetorian of Terra, it was Rogel Dawn who assumed command of the Loyalist forces. It was Dawn who received the message that Horus had turned traitor, and who dispatched 7 legions to stop him on Isstvan V, and the Imperial Fists who oversaw the fortification of the Imperial Palace and the solar system when Isstvan V failed. Early in the war, they fought on Mars to recover war material for the Loyalist cause, and at Fall, where their fleet, becalmed on the way to Isstvan, were ambushed by the Iron Warriors, and Imperial Fist garrisons across the galaxy defended their Legion fortresses against traitor attacks. But their most famous role would be at the end, during the Solar War and the Siege of Terra itself. As Horus's forces closed in on Terra, Rogel Dawn and the Imperial Fists turned the entire solar system into a fortress. The Imperial Palace itself, constructed on a flattened plateau made from what was once the Himalayas, was rebuilt, its beautiful architecture dismantled or hidden away behind thick walls and gun emplacements. The processional gates and arches that ringed the inner palace were converted into the colossal keeps of Gorgon Bar, Colossi and Marmax. The outer palace, a sprawling metropolis dedicated to Imperial administration and home to the spaceports of Eternity Gate and Lions Gate, was ringed with walls. But further than this, the whole solar system was turned into a series of concentric defense rings, from the 4th sphere at Mars to the 1st sphere defenses of Pluto, where the Imperial Fists attempted to hold the advance of the War Master's armies, and where, during the Battle of Pluto, Rogel Dawn killed the 20th Primarch, Alpharius. But the Loyalists were hopelessly outnumbered. Only the Fists, the White Scars and the Blood Angels had made it back to Terra to aid in the defense, and by this point they were up against 9 traitor legions. Ever pragmatic, Dawn fought this part of the war as a series of delaying tactics, a race against time in the hope that legions like the Ultramarines or Dark Angels would make it back to Terra. As the traitors ground on through all the spheres of the solar system, it was the Imperial Fists who coordinated the defense of the palace against the siegecraft of Perturabo and his Iron Warriors, holding out as the noose tightened. And when it became apparent that reinforcements were not coming, and the Emperor finally emerged to lay low Horus, it was Rogel Dawn who accompanied his father onto the War Master's battle barge, and Rogel Dawn who found the mortally wounded Emperor in the aftermath and delivered him onto the Golden Throne, where he sits all the way into the 41st millennium. And that's the 7th Legion, in many ways the model of an Astartes Legion, a force of disciplined conquerors and zealous crusaders, built out of warrior traditions from all across the galaxy, and led by a Primarch who, in many ways, was everything the Emperor ever wanted them to be. And though they were later split into the successor chapters we know from 40k, many of those chapters owe their origins to that diversity of recruitment, and their continued existence to those qualities the 7th Legion exemplified, of careful strength and endurance. Thanks for watching. The Night Lords of Warhammer 40,000 are some of the most unsettling villains in the setting. Hundreds of self-serving warbands of traitor Space Marines, preying on isolated worlds across the Imperium, descending from orbit to slaughter and terrorize for nothing more than their own pleasure. But this isn't some change that happened as the heresy unfolded. It was the same role they occupied right from the start, a role that was honed in service to the Emperor and the Imperium. Hi, welcome back to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going to go through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they got there, what happens to them during the heresy, and what made them what they are. Anyway, before I start, this video contains spoilers for the Horus Heresy Black Books and the Black Library novel series, and probably anything about to be released. At the end of the Great Crusade, as the Imperium's efforts started to turn away from conquest and towards administration, few legions occupied as precarious a position as the Night Lords. Since their inception as the 8th Legion, they'd been the bloody hand of Imperial rule, sanctioned terror troops who made grim examples of traitors. But as the Crusade moved on and the fatalistic influence of their Primarch and his homeworld made itself felt, Any pretense at justice fell away, and before the heresy even broke out, they were a renegade legion in all but name. The history of the 8th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the unification wars on Terra in the 31st millennium. Earth at the time was a patchwork of warring states led by despots and dictators, scrabbling for what few resources the planet had left. Its cities, a selection of ancient hives built and rebuilt for thousands of years over the ruins of previous settlements. After 5,000 years of isolation and strife, the Emperor's armies forced peace with the threat of destruction, the Thunder Legions of the early Imperium either destroying those warlords that stood against them, or persuading them to swear fealty to the Emperor. When the Emperor started the Astartes project and the 20 legions started to slowly build their numbers, many legions took recruits from all across ancient Terra, from all of these cities. But it seemed that the Emperor had a plan for the 8th Legion. These ancient hives used their undercities as prisons. The warrens of linked tunnels and ruins underground were a convenient place to dispose of undesirables. And the prison sinks of Terra had become a lightless no man's land where only the most brutal of murderers had a chance of survival. But as the years went on, it wasn't just prisoners that populated the sinks. Children were born down there, who had never seen the sun, pale stalkers in the darkness, born killers who survived in whatever way they could. And it was from these children that the 8th Legion was built. The gene seed of the missing 8th Primarch seemed to suit them well, if anything making them even paler. The new warriors of the 8th were serious, stoic, and humorless, with a tendency towards moral absolutism. There were no shades of grey for the children of the sinks, just right and wrong, justice or death, or both. And the Emperor seems to have used this. Unification was a messy business, and it wasn't unheard of for cities to swear fealty only to turn against the Imperium later, and it was these that the 8th was deployed against. A retribution force that descended on betrayers and made bloody examples of them. They were horrors, a threat hidden behind the open hand of the Imperium, and this role as the bloody judgment of the Emperor, as the necessary evil, was adopted by them and taken along with them into the Great Crusade. When the Legion was finally reunited with its Primarch, after almost 100 years of crusading, his adoptive homeworld, Nostramo, would initially seem eerily similar to the prison sinks that birthed the Legion itself, but its influence would force a subtle and unexpected change on the silent warriors of the 8th. Nostramo was a post-industrial world of smog and darkness. Previously a mining world, vast crevices had been dug into its surface, and around them sprawling cities climbed into the polluted skies. Any authority and government had long devolved into criminal organizations who styled themselves as a twisted, corrupt noble class, and were as self-serving as the gangs who ran the streets. In the mines and factories which still turn the planet's wheels of industry, the gangs went by names that echoed with false authority. The Iron Overseers, the Hands of Carragado, the Sons of Toil. Slab-muscled and furnace-scarred, they walked the streets clanking with weaponry and reeking of murder, enforcing order that was little more than slavery. It was into this that the pod of the 8th Primarch, Comrade Kurz, landed. Scattered from Terra by a conspiracy and crashing deep into the sinks, the young Primarch survived alone, lurking in the depths, scavenging for scraps and eventually killing to stay alive. Though he kept away from the populace, through grisly meals he absorbed the knowledge of the people of the city, the gangs, the slavery and the ruling caste, and something spoke to him. He could have risen, probably quite easily, to rule the noble castes and the criminal organizations, but instead he embarked on a campaign of revenge against anyone he perceived as unjust, appearing from the dark to mutilate and murder, working from the bottom up. He became known to the population as the Night Haunter. He killed and mutilated until the streets fell quiet and his name was no longer a prayer for justice, but a plea of the fearful, and an entire world was cowed by sheer terror. When the cities slept in silence and the sound of gunfire was a rare murmur, he went before the aristocracy and gave them a choice: kneel and follow his law, or be destroyed. When the Emperor came to Nostramo, by this point already halfway into the crusade, he found a terrorized world. Kurz submitted to his rule as if resigned to his fate already. He was cursed with the gift of premonition, and it's possible he already knew what was in store. And as he departed alongside his new legion, Nostramo's slide back into lawlessness began. Initially, the integration of Primarch and Legion went incredibly smoothly. Nostraman was adopted as the language of the 8th, as were some of the gang rights and customs of the planet, and if anything, that drive to punish punish wrongdoers intensified amongst the Terrans that made up the Legion. However, as the second century of the Crusade ground on, the Legion changed. The recruits supplied from Nostramo, ruled once again by the syndicates, were pulled from the bloodiest gutter gang members, and the character of the Legion changed from a stoic silence to the dark humour, casual cruelty and fatalism that would become its hallmark. The horrific terror and violence the Eighth unleashed on their targets, the massacres and skinning pits, stopped being seen as a necessary lesson the Eighth were forced to enact, but just the way they liked to fight. The crucifixions and genocides continuing merely because that was the way these new Night Lords liked it. By the end of the Crusade, the Night Lords were on the cusp of censure by the Imperium. In fact, many wonder why the Emperor had stayed his hand for so long when their atrocities were plain for all to see. They were barely trusted by the rest of the legions, often being seen as duplicitous or cowardly, willing to put other legions into the firing line to save themselves, and their Primarch, Kurz, was roundly disliked and seen as unstable, his only ally being Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children. In fact, the curse of premonition had started to drive him into madness. He saw bloody futures where all order and justice had broken down, nightly visions of betrayal and disaster to come that grew more violent even as the Legion's actions became more and more extreme. When Rogel Dawn confronted him in the Cheralt system, Kurz flew into a rage and almost killed his brother. And when Nostramo completed its slide backwards into darkness, the Night Haunter and his legion returned and destroyed the planet. For this, they were recalled to Terra for censure by the Emperor, Conrad, in his eyes, being unfairly criticised for exactly the actions the Eighth had been created to do at the start of the Crusade. But even after this, they teetered on the edge of sanction, fighting their own wars with no regard for the rest of the Great Crusade and proving impossible to rein in. It seems that by the time the heresy erupted, Conrad Kurz and his legion had lost any dregs of faith in the Imperium and its Emperor, and their siding with Horus and his traitors merely provided them with an excuse to embrace a status many in the Imperium had already given them, that of the renegade. At the start of the heresy, the Night Lord's strength was really hard to pin down. They'd been out of regular contact with Crusade High Command for so long. Estimates say between 90 and 120,000 legionnaires, but since they continued to recruit through the heresy and were long-term proponents of rapid gene seed acceleration, they could have been much larger than that, one of the biggest legions. Outwardly, they stuck close to the standard organisation of a Space Marine legion, dictated by the Principia Bellicosa, and had access to all the weapons of any other Astartes legion, though they tended to field fewer breacher squads or siege elements compared to the others. The only obvious change was their tendency to use Nostraman nomenclature for their units, claw or talon used instead of squad, and the continued display of grisly trophies and mutilated remains of their enemies on their vehicles. Their tactics and methods of warfare differed significantly though, and the Night Lords continued to employ the terror tactics and psychological warfare they'd used since their inception. The most obvious outward sign of that was their specialist terror squads, but in truth the whole Legion had a preference for rapid strike forces, drop pods and jump pack assault, sabotage and infiltration, as well as merciless hit-and-run tactics that many other legions saw as nothing more than cowardice. And behind all this lay the complex structure of Nostraman courtly society, which split the Legion into a series of petty rivalries that could easily turn to violence. An example of this at the highest level was the Chiroptera, the Night Haunter's personal court of his most useful sons. Membership gave the Legionnaire no official rank, but unofficially it would be unwise for a Night Lord officer to refuse a member's orders unless they wanted to end up impaled on the lightning claws of the Atremnatar, Kurz's personal enforcers. The many layers of courtly titles, the open rivalries, and the aloof nature of their lord meant the Night Lords could be a fractious legion, with some officers openly resenting or even hating their own Primarch, and the senior commanders often ruling through fear, threat, or the promise of favour rather than through bonds of loyalty. For the Night Lords Legion, the Horus heresy started during the drop site massacre on Istvan V. In fact, their first captain, Sevatar, was the first to declare the now famous cry, "Death to the false emperor." Along with the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors and Alpha Legion, they were part of the second wave to assault Horus's forces and turned upon the loyalists of the first wave, cutting them down as they attempted to retreat, with Conrad Kurz fighting the 19th Legion Primarch Korax on the edges of the battle. Later, Kurz would take the 18th Primarch Vulcan prisoner, torturing him within a jail hulk attached to the Night Lord's fleet as they spread ruin and terror across the galaxy. But eventually their rampage came to a head on the Eastern Fringe during the Thramas Crusade, where they pinned down the Dark Angel's Legion with a series of attacks on Imperial worlds designed to prevent the Loyalists from massing and outflanking the War Master's push to Terra. For 3 years they fought the Dark Angels, with Kurz and Lionel Johnson finally coming to blows on Sagwalsa, which resulted in Comrade Kurz being taken prisoner himself aboard the Dark Angel's flagship, and a large proportion of the 8th Legion deserting their lord and departing into the void. Kurz would eventually briefly escape confinement to cause terror during the Imperium Secundus project on Ultramar before fleeing into the warp. The Night Lords, by this point hated by their Primarch and split into hundreds of war bands, would fight on Terra during the siege. In fact, they were the first traitor legion to reach the walls fighting against the Blood Angels, but nowhere near in the numbers they once commanded as a legion, and they were some of the first to leave the siege to continue their reign of terror elsewhere. And that's the 8th Legion. Originally designed as a necessary evil, a sanctioned terror weapon to put fear into the hearts of would-be rebels, their initial purpose fell away when it was blended with the casual cruelty and sadistic violence of Nostromo, a world so dark even their Primarch could never escape it. As the Imperium grew, they became increasingly aware that it had no place left for them, and when the heresy erupted, they took the opportunity to revenge themselves on their former masters and then pursue their own ends. And that's where we find them in 40k, a host of independent warbands fighting the Long War, conducting terror raids into the Imperium and attempting to stay unaligned to any authority but themselves. Thanks for watching. The Horus Heresy is the founding myth of the Warhammer 40,000 setting, but the Great Crusade is the backdrop that gives the heresy its meaning, a time of hope when the Emperor led the legions out across the galaxy to unify humanity. And some legions were at the forefront of this, shining examples of the Emperor's new order, but others weren't. Other legions were built as horrific tools of conquest, necessary evils that would almost certainly be discarded when their usefulness was over, and the story of the Blood Angels is mostly one of how they avoided that fate. Hiya, welcome back to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going to go through all the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin story in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. In that, I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they got there, and then what happened to them during the heresy. So before I begin, it's worth saying that this video series contains spoilers for many heresy books. At the end of the Great Crusade, the Blood Angels were one of the most favoured and gloried of the Space Marine legions, and their Primarch, the Angel Sanguinius, one of the most well-loved amongst his brothers. But they were never meant to be that. In fact, when the 9th Legion were formed, it was for a purpose much darker, and few expected them to still be around when the Great Crusade was over. The history of the 9th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra. As the Emperor's conquest of Old Earth came to a close, the 20 Legiones Astartes, the very first Space Marines, were being field-tested in small units across the planet. The technology needed to create the legions was still in its infancy, and so the legions grew slowly, many only fielding a few hundred warriors at the head of much bigger armies of mortal troops. But the 9th Legion were different. The 9th Legion was much larger and deployed on its own to some of the most horrific of Terra's environments. The rad-soaked wastelands that were the result of years of warfare, where they were assigned to purge the shambling hordes of twisted mutants that populated them. The 9th's gene seed seemed almost designed for this, and had a very low rejection rate, turning the most twisted human tribesman of the Rad Wastes into an angelic warrior, identical to his fellow Astartes as if cast from a mold. And since they were deployed on their own into environments only Astartes could bear, they fought without the logistical or armoured support a lot of the other legions had. They were a horde, an inferno of infantry ravaging the land and killing anything in their way, often in brutal close combat. Their way of war had a massive casualty rate, but the bloody-handed apothecaries of the 9th kept the Legion at strength. In fact, out in the wastelands, cults grew up around them, pilgrims swarming their camps, hoping for the chance to be raised up as one of the Emperor's angels. Ministers started tending to this flock of camp followers, the Red Brothers preying on the superstition of the wasteland refugees, At least until near the end of unification, the Emperor declared the Imperial Truth, the ban on all religion, and the Legion turned on its unwanted prophets and preachers. But this massive casualty rate suffered by the Legion and the quirks of their gene seed had other effects. In the gene seed of the 9th Primarch, the omophagia implant was very active. This was the implant that allowed an Astartes warrior to gain the knowledge of his enemies by consuming their corpses. At first, this became used as a tactic, the angelic warriors of the 9th stalking the cooling battlefields and consuming the corpses of their enemies to learn more about their tactics. They became known as the Eaters of the Dead. But with their casualties climbing, this also became a way to retain knowledge. Recently promoted warriors consuming the bodies of their superiors to keep their experience within the Legion, which also led to a tradition of taking on the name and identity of their superiors. Some warriors were known to have fought and died multiple times over the course of the Crusade, earning the Legion other titles, the Immortal Ninth or the Revenant Legion. Their Legion master, Isildur Ossuros, led the 9th from their inception all the way until the rediscovery of their Primarch, though it's likely that that was a number of different warriors. As the Crusade spread out into the solar system, the Immortal Ninth were isolated again. Instead of fighting alongside the Lunar Wolves or the Iron Hands, they were thrown into hellish battles, suffering huge losses as always, but then emerging at full effectiveness. Their apothecaries plying their trade on whatever human subjects could be taken from the defeated enemy. With each victory, the dire legends that surrounded the 9th Legion grew and spread. They were the spectres that haunted the wild places at the edge of the Great Crusade advance, the terrors loosed by the Emperor to clear his path across the stars. It was a duty that they accepted with a grim pride, never shirking the mantle that they wore in his name, and never balking from the tasks assigned them. Each campaign was undertaken with a cold fury that stood them apart from the Emperor's other attack dogs and hidden murderers. A quiet, brooding hunger for blood and death that was as terrifying as it was effective. The Legion was disliked, their methods considered distasteful at best. High Command and the other legions kept them isolated from the bulk of Crusade forces, and wherever they went, cults and superstition grew each time they conquered. The rapid replacement, their status as pariahs, all started to take their toll, and around them grew whispers of madness. A reckoning seemed imminent, and then, by an expeditionary fleet led by both Horus and the Emperor, the 5th Primarch was discovered. As the Astartes project neared its completion on Terra and the 9th Legion was being deployed into its first blood-soaked massacres, the Primarchs, the 20 superhuman generals and genetic templates for the legions, were stolen away, cast to the warp and thrown out into the galaxy. The pod of the 9th Primarch came to rest on the moon of Baal Secundus, a hot and arid place polluted by the fallout of ancient wars. Radiation storms battered the dry surface, and the population that remained was split between hordes of shambling mutants and tribes of desperate humans, eking out a nomadic life in their ancient rad suits. Sanguinius, taken in and raised by one of these tribes, had quickly become a savior to the human survivors, a demigod, angelic wings sprouting from his back, immune to the rad storms and able to fight back the hordes of mutants. To them, he was a messiah, a symbol of hope, and eventually, without encouraging the practice, he came to be worshipped by them. When the Emperor made planetfall on his world, Sanguinius went out to meet him alone and pledged himself to his cause, asking only one thing in return, that the tribes be spared their superstitions and be allowed to continue as they always had, without censure in the name of the Imperial Truth. And the Emperor agreed. His craft would be the last of the expedition to land on Baal Secundus. The Primarch went up to meet his new legion and rather than issuing orders, knelt before them, offering them his allegiance. Sanguinius withheld his judgment, accompanying them into war on Turgar, but in their first few battles he saw their darkness. In particular, a tendency to become totally lost to slaughter and recognized this flaw as the same one he had. Sanguinius was another of the Primarchs with the dubious gift of foresight, and he saw a future where his new sons were destroyed, turned into monsters monsters and lost to a darkness he knew himself, but they were still salvageable. The Ninth were bloody killers, but only because that's how they'd always fought. They took pride in their role, but they didn't kill for the sake of killing. There was still a core of nobility there. The Winged Primarch knew full well that no future was absolute, no dark fate beyond hope of repair, and with the end of the battle he declared, even though a darkness hangs over them, a future soaked in blood and horror, they are angels yet. Angels of blood. He split up the isolated legion, and crusading alongside his brother Horus, he had the new companies of the Blood Angels fight alongside the companies of Horus's Lunar Wolves for a decade. He deliberately selected campaigns or battles that had the potential to be glorious victories, ones that required skill and restraint to win, or combined arms using tactics other than the infantry horde the Ninth were used to. The companies were split even further, fighting alongside other legions like the Imperial Fists, and slowly they started to regain a place within the Imperium. When the Ninth finally recombined as one, alongside the first new recruits from Baal, the Blood Angels Legion was a marriage of the old and the new. Still the same furious shock assault force, but now using all the weapons of an Astartes legion, newly supplied through the patronage of their Primarch. They became loved by all, respected by their fellow legions as magnanimous and skilled warriors, and they fought across the Crusade in glorious campaigns to free human worlds from the clutches of aliens and monsters. Sanguinius was their savior, humble, a diplomat between his brothers, one of the most admired and respected of them all, second only to Horus. He embodied the optimism of the new Imperium, and as the Crusade drew to a close with the cleansing of Ullanor, and he stood beside his brother Horus at the triumph, there were many who thought that, despite his obvious mutation, he should have been the War Master. At the start of the heresy, the Blood Angels numbered around 120,000 warriors, split into 300 companies of about 500 warriors each. While this, on the face of it, seems similar to the Principia Bellicosa, it wasn't the same thing. It was a new system, devised by Sanguinius when he took over the Legion. Before their remaking, the Ninth Legion had been little more than hordes of infantry led by a number of vaunted warlord commanders, respected figures of strength who the warriors of the Ninth were willing to follow into battle, often entirely equipped as Reaver squads with bolters and close combat weapons. Sanguinius's reorganization made the Legion much more flexible. Each of the companies could be specialized to deal with specific threats, and they were grouped into hosts at his will, with each host having a mix of specializations. The command of the Legion ran parallel to this, organized into 3 spheres. The third sphere, the Malak, was the line soldiers, the second sphere contained the officers and command and strategic elements, and the first sphere was organized into a series of special units like the Sanguinary Guard, the bodyguard of the Primarch, the Crimson Paladin Linebreakers, or the Angels Tears Destroyer Squads. After this rebuilding, they used all the weapons available to the legions, but they still had a preference for orbital assault and close combat, favoring jump packs, drop pods, and high-speed strike vehicles with comparatively few defensive assets. They also boasted one of the most powerful fleets in the legions, with almost 300 capital ships. All this made them one of the strongest legions of the late Crusade, and a huge threat to Horus's rebellion. Mortarion, the Primarch of the Death Guard, had counselled Horus to attack them early on, partly because he and Sanguinius had clashed over the use of psychic powers within the legions. But Horus already had a plan, and as the heresy took root, he dispatched the Blood Angels far away, to Cygnus Prime. Decades earlier, Sanguinius had told Horus of the darkness he saw within his legion, of the tendency for warriors of the Ninth to lose themselves to the fighting, becoming unrecoverable berserkers. He was trying to find a cure. Horus thought this weakness could be exploited. He directed Sanguinius and his legion to the Cygnus cluster, with the stated aim of wiping out the Nephilim, a Xenos race that enslaved human subjects. But emerging into Cygnus, the Blood Angels found a demon realm, populated by denizens of the Warp, an enemy the Astartes at this time didn't really know how to deal with. Their navigators and astropaths died soon after their retranslation into real space, and the Blood Angels were forced to fight a horrific campaign against the forces of Khorne on the surface, led by the bloodthirster Ka'Bandha. Sanguinius and Ka'Bandha fought in single combat as around him the forces of the Blood Angels temporarily lost all cohesion, giving in to a black rage spurred by their exposure to Khorne's demons. But eventually Sanguinius and his legion prevailed, and they made their escape from the surface. Realizing their betrayal and attempting to reach Terra, they became trapped within the Ruin Storm, the great warp storm summoned by the traitors to split the Imperium in half, and were forced to drop out of the warp and head for the strongest Imperial signal they could find. That turned out to be the lighthouse of the Pharos in the Ultramar sector, and together with his brothers Robert Guillermin and Lionel Johnson, Sanguinius was involved in the Imperium's Secundus project, taking on the mantle of heir to the Emperor when it was feared that Terra had been lost. But when it was discovered that Terra still fought on, the three legions, the Blood Angels, the Dark Angels, and the Ultramarines, pushed on through the storms in an attempt to make it back. In the end, only the Blood Angels would make it back in time for Horus's great siege of the Imperial Palace, and the 9th Legion would be one of only 3 legions who stood upon the walls. When the Emperor finally emerged to lay low Horus, Sanguinius accompanied his father and his brother Rogel Dorn aboard Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. But the boarding party was split up, and in the end it was Sanguinius who found Horus first. They fought, and before the Emperor could intervene, Horus killed his brother. The psychic death scream of Sanguinius was heard across Terra, and still haunts the Astartes of the Blood Angels, all the way into the 41st millennium. And that's the 9th Legion, a legion designed with a bloody and thankless purpose in mind, possibly designed to be thrown away later in the Crusade, but who was saved and redeemed by their Primarch, and remade into one of the most famed legions in the Imperium. Thanks for watching. The Horus Heresy is the great betrayal at the heart of the Warhammer setting, where the Warmaster Horus led half the legions of Space Marines against the Emperor on Earth. To achieve this, many of the more loyal legions needed to be misdirected, tricked, assigned to battlefields far away where they could be picked off one by one. But the 10th Legion, the Iron Hands, one of the strongest, most powerful of the Loyalist legions, were also one of the first casualties of the war, and it was entirely their own fault. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I've been going through all the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. I'm taking a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they got there, and then what happens to them during it. So before we begin, this series contains spoilers for all sorts of heresy stuff, including the Black Library novel series. At the end of the Great Crusade, as the Horus Heresy unfolded across the galaxy, the Iron Hands were one of the most reliable, famed, and powerful legions of the Imperium, and their commander, Ferrus Manus, one of the most senior of the Primarchs. But their pride and obsession with their own strength would make them one of the earliest casualties of the heresy, incapable of stopping Horus's advance. The history of the 10th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra. As the Emperor concluded his unification of Old Earth, the first few hundred Astartes warriors from each of the legions joined the war. But for the 10th Legion, their first recorded battles come slightly later, as this new Imperium started to reach outwards from Terra to unify the solar system. At this time, the 10th were much like any of the other legions, and they fought with honor in the pacification of the solar system against enemies like the Mycan aggregation, and they were noted to be remarkably disciplined and well coordinated, taking many of their initial objectives quickly and with few losses. But it wasn't until the Great Crusade pushed out into the galaxy that their particular specialization became apparent. The 10th Legion was one of a few legions who'd recruited heavily from the area of Earth known as Old Albia, a particularly warlike pre-imperial society, and during the Battle of Rust against the Orc Crooked Claw Empire, the 10th are first recorded as using the Old Albion tactic known as the Hammer and the Storm. The Lord Commander of the Legion, Amadeus Duquesne, deployed allied Imperial Army units into a triangular defensive position in between multiple Orc population centers in an ostentatious drop deployment. In doing this, he raised the storm, using the army units as a lure to goad more and more of the Orcs out of their positions to attack the defenders. Once the main force of the Orcs had been committed, the hammer of the 10th Legion struck. Gunships blew a hole in the horde, and into this the 10th poured a massed infantry and heavy armor advance. Almost the whole legion committed at once, plowing into and through the Orc horde as a slow, steadily advancing arrowhead, putting out a relentless torrent of firepower. By the time the action had been completed, the bulk of the Orc horde was destroyed with relatively few losses, except of course on the part of the lure. It was a tactic Duquesne would use again and again, and the 10th Legion became known as the Storm Walkers because of it. In fact, this early in the Crusade, it was a tactic studied and copied by many other legions, and the 10th started to acquire a reputation for this sort of remorseless, highly coordinated warfare. Large set-piece battles, close armoured vehicle support, crushing some of the most dangerous military opponents of the Imperium. The 10th Legion became one of the stars of the early Crusade era. But however this might have developed, it would be cut short because a few years into the Crusade, their Primarch would be discovered on the post-industrial world of Medusa. Ferrus Manus was only the third Primarch to be discovered in the Great Crusade, after Horus and Liman Rus, and this was because the world he landed on, Medusa in the Sithlenius system, was a priority target for both the Imperium and the Mechanicum of Mars. Before the Age of Strife descended, Medusa was a famed civilization of great importance, a mineral-rich world ringed by the legendary Telstarax, a planet-circling orbital station. In fact, it's likely that 5,000 years before, as warp storms descended on the galaxy and made travel impossible, local human refugees had swarmed to Medusa, bringing their own traditions and making it a repository of technical knowledge. But as the Age of Strife continued, its population had dwindled. Medusa was a harsh planet to live on, dotted with exhausted mines and caves containing dark constructs from the ancient age of technology, and littered with broken pieces of the Telstarax that had fallen to the surface. Its population had devolved into numerous competing tech clans that roamed the wastes in giant land crawlers. Their rulers a caste of priests and tech sages known as the Iron Fathers. When the 20 infant Primarchs were scattered from Terra at the end of the Unification Wars, the capsule of the 10th made planetfall at the highest point of Medusa, the realm of Karashi, always avoided by the clans because of the ancient tech monsters that haunted it. Very little's recorded of his early life, and most of that is folk tales, but it's known that at some point he battled a great silver worm-like construct and, killing it by plunging it into a lake of lava, his forearms became coated in the strange living metal it was made from, earning him the clan name he became known by, Ferrus Manus, the Iron-Handed. He became a legend to the tribes, moving amongst them, learning and sharing technological knowledge, breaking open ancient vaults, but never trying to unify them. He was concerned mostly with testing his own strength, seeking out new challenges, and he believed that the best way to keep the clans of Medusa strongest was to let them continue to compete with each other. By the time the Emperor had come to claim him for the Great Crusade, Ferrus Manus was warlord, demigod, and sage to the people of Medusa, and it is said that he was waiting, and that he more than half suspected the purpose of his creation. He spent time with his father on Terra, learning the ways of the Imperium, and within a few years he was transferred full control of the Legion, renaming it the Iron Hands and reorganizing it into a meticulous engine of war. Ferrus was a harsh and unremitting master, intolerant of failure and swift to anger, and he saw the 10th Legion as an extension of himself. He took their preference for systematic, set-piece conflicts and matched it to a belligerent sense of pride and anger, and a tradition of technological advancement and superiority that meshed well with the Legion's existing reliance on armoured vehicles. Victory by the most direct and efficient means possible was the Legion's mantra. They would be the hand that reached out and crushed the enemies of humanity, as unfeeling, relentless, and coldly implacable as the Iron Hand they had so fittingly taken for their name. The new Legion became renowned for confronting the enemies of the Imperium head-on, conducting high-intensity campaigns against Xenos like the Orcs or technologically superior human empires, and this method of war saw them working closely with the Mechanicum and the Titan Legions. The Iron Hands were in great demand throughout the Crusade and often formed the backbone and centre of joint operations with other legions, Ferrus Manus often taking on a command role over later found Primarchs. But the Legion wasn't without its detractors. Their methods were lethal to the human troops that fought alongside them. The Iron Hands cared little for the lives of their allies in the pursuit of victory, and Ferrus Manus cared little for the politics of the Great Crusade. He was a senior field commander of the Imperium, but he saw himself as a conqueror, not a ruler. He had decent enough relations with many of the other Primarchs, but few close friends, with the exception of Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, who shared his obsession with perfection and superiority. So it was that when Horus Lupercal was declared Warmaster at the end of the Great Crusade, on the surface, Ferrus Manus supported him and continued to campaign alongside him, and it's possible that Horus thought he might be swayed to the traitor's cause. Fulgrim certainly attempted to persuade him in that direction. But in the end, there was still a core of resentment there, and because of this, the Iron Hands Legion and their Primarch would be one of the first victims of the Horus heresy. At the start of the Horus heresy, the Iron Hands Legion numbered around 113,000 Astartes, but with a large reserve of support vehicles, supplies, and a sizable fleet. So while this placed them within the middle tier of legion strengths, they were actually a much greater military power than other legions of a similar size. The legion was divided into a number of clans. Each clan was structured like a mini pocket legion, comprised of a number of companies, each with different specializations, and a typical battle group would be drawn entirely from one clan. This had the effect of generating competition and even friction between the clans for glory and success in the eyes of their Primarch, which was intentional. Ferrus Manus even rewarded the most favoured clans with the best equipment. Within the clan, organisation was extremely detailed, and commanders of every level held the power of life and death over their subordinates. Again, this was intentional, designed so that any weak link could be quickly identified by Ferrus Manus himself. Compared to the other legions, the Iron Hands fielded a large number of war machines and armour, especially dreadnoughts, and were only surpassed in this by the 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors. Their ties to Mars and the Mechanicum gave them access to greater numbers of new and experimental Martian systems, like graviton weapons, conversion beamers, and battle automata. And cybernetic augmentations were commonplace. They were also instrumental in the development of new technologies, like the Thunder Hammer or Indomitus Terminator armor. When the Horus heresy broke out and the initial 4 traitor legions cleansed their ranks of loyalists on Isstvan III, the Iron Hands were engaged as part of the 52nd Expeditionary Fleet. When news came of the betrayal, along with orders for 7 legions to redeploy to Isstvan V and end the rebellion, Ferrus Manus was enraged. As his slow, ponderous legion attempted to disengage, he took a task force, his then favoured Avernii clan, and made full speed for the Isstvan system, where, without waiting for the rest of his legion to arrive, he assumed command of the operation and immediately deployed to the surface alongside the Salamanders and the Raven Guard Legion, by that point the only other 2 legions to have arrived. The resulting battle, known as the Drop Site Massacre, was an overwhelming victory for Horus's traitors. The initial drop force was hopelessly outnumbered, doubly so when the second supporting wave of 4 legions, the Alpha Legion, Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, and Night Lords, revealed their allegiance and cut down the loyalists. Much of the Iron Hands force, as well as the Salamanders and Raven Guard, were annihilated, and Ferrus Manus himself was cut down in single combat by his former friend, Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children. After this, the Iron Hands fractured. The competition between clans that kept them strong under Ferrus meant that they had no way of coming together in his absence. The disparate companies of the Iron Hands, disagreeing over what to do next, scattered and took to fighting a grueling guerrilla war against traitor forces, either as clan-level armies like those of the Morrigal clan, or as elements of what became known as the Shattered Legions. Often these Shattered Legion forces would contain elements of the Salamanders or the Raven Guard, but many Iron Hands refused to fight alongside them, blaming them for their failure on Isstvan, and this was symptomatic of a deeper problem in the Legion. Their pride in their own strength shattered, much of the Legion became almost self-loathing. Some outright blamed the Legion as a whole, or the other clans, or their Primarch Ferrus for being too weak, for failing. Many cast off their livery entirely and went renegade, or fought on alone with no markings as Black Shields. Many fell deeper into the practice of replacing their body parts with cybernetic upgrades in the hope of becoming stronger, something kind of discouraged while Ferrus was still alive. He always viewed his reliance on his strange metal arms as weakness. Over the course of the heresy, Iron Hands elements held back traitor advances on hundreds of worlds, harrying the forces of Horus all the way to Terra. But they were never able to unite as a legion again, and their own shame often made them unwilling to join up with wider loyalist elements. They were the most shattered of all the shattered legions, and that fracture continued all the way into the 41st millennium. And that's the 10th Legion, the bedrock of the Great Crusade, a great engine of war fighting the biggest and bloodiest battles of the 31st millennium with a mixture of strength, pride, fury, and meticulously applied force. But they were also one of the first and greatest casualties of the heresy. Their Primarch's anger and impatience led to his death, and their own inability to deal with it led to their fracture as a legion. So much so that their reorganization after the heresy into the chapters of Space Marines we know from 40k was almost a foregone conclusion. Thanks for watching. During the Horus heresy, the War Master Horus led half of the 18 legions of Space Marines against the Emperor. But originally, in the days of the Great Crusade, there were 20 legions, and the story of how those two missing legions and the Primarchs who led them were lost was a mystery even back then. Hiya, welcome back to Heresy 101. So I'm halfway through my look into the origins of the 20 legions of Warhammer's Horus heresy, and I've reached Legion 11, one of the Lost Legions. Now, I tried to do a history of one of these guys when I did the video on the second Legion, but that ended badly. After all, the Lost Legions are lost. We don't know what happened to them. But there are rumors everywhere. So in this video, I'm going to go through them, all the little lines here and there, all the little bits of information hidden in novels, and see if I can figure out how they all tie together. References to the two Lost Legions have been in 40k since the 1990s. Lists of the 20 legions of Space Marines always have Legions 2 and 11 blacked out, information redacted, all knowledge lost. Originally, this was intended as an easy way for players to come up with their own background and add to the universe, something that's encouraged in all Warhammer games, including the Horus Heresy. But like much of early Warhammer, it's also a historical reference. Rome also had two Lost Legions, destroyed at the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest and then never rebuilt. But anyway, in this setting, the two Lost Legions are a good way to show the ruthlessness of the Emperor and the Imperium, to show that even in a world where Horus and half of the legions committed the ultimate sin and turned traitor, there's still something worse, that there were two legions whose fate was so bad every shred of information on it was obliterated. And for many years that's all we had, but when the Horus Heresy started being fleshed out with the Black Library novel series and later the Forge World gamebooks, the authors obviously needed to deal with this. The background of those books goes all the way back to the very start of the Imperium, so whatever happened to the Lost Legions is going to be part of that. But through some clever storytelling, they've successfully managed to keep the fate of the Lost Legions a secret, littering all these books with tiny references or half-stories for an obsessive loremonger like me to attempt to reconstruct. So let's have a look at what we know about the two Lost Legions. Right, I've done 10 videos on this, we should know the basic story by now. During the unification of Terra at the end of the Age of Strife, the Emperor and his scientists created 20 Primarchs, demigods to lead his new legions. The Primarchs were scattered through the warp in a great conspiracy, coming to rest on various human worlds, but the Emperor was still able to build all 20 legions from their genetic material, and these legions fought in the unification wars on Terra and then joined the Great Crusade. They spread out across the galaxy to unify humanity, and over the course of that crusade, all 20 Primarchs were found. That's really old background, going back to the second and third editions of the game in the 90s. But we know that that account of events still stands because in Black Library stories set during the Great Crusade, various Primarchs reference their two lost brothers. In The Palatine Phoenix, Fulgrim refers to the second Primarch. He points out that he was quiet and contemplative. In the short story The Chamber at the End of Memory, Dawn refers to having met them both personally, something not all Primarchs did, though he can't remember much for reasons we'll get into later. And then there are other specifics. It's mentioned in a few places that both of them participated in the Rangdan Genocides, one of the biggest wars the Imperium fought in the first half of the Great Crusade. And in Fabius Bile, Clone Lord, we find out that one of the Lost Primarchs led an expedition to the ancient Necron structure known as the Ymgar Monolith during the Crusade. So both Primarchs and both legions fought at least the start of the Great Crusade. But then something happened that resulted in the 2nd and 11th Primarchs and their legions being sanctioned. We don't know what that was or what form sanction took, we can probably guess, and while both of these sanction events are often spoken about as if they're related, in the book The Lightning Tower, Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, remembers them as having two separate tragedies. And that tracks elsewhere. Robert Guillermin of the Ultramarines refers to them as the Forgotten and the Purged, and in the Visions of Heresy books, the 2nd Legion silhouette is listed as File Not Found, and the 11th as Censored. So whatever their separate transgressions, these two legions were declared null. Black scrolls were delivered to their legion homeworlds, like in the short story Lost Sons, where a black scroll is delivered to Baal during the heresy when the Imperium mistakenly thinks that the Blood Angels have been wiped out. An edict of obliteration was then issued that prohibited anyone from talking about them or mentioning them, and all records of them were destroyed so that their fates didn't tarnish the morale of the Imperium. But more than that, knowledge of what exactly happened seemed so dangerous that Guilliman and Dawn had their memories permanently altered, along with presumably some of the other Primarchs, so they can't even remember what happened to them. In the chamber at the end of memory, Malcador, the regent of the Imperium, explains, "The loss of the 2nd and the 11th was such a wound upon us it threatened the ideals at the heart of the Great Crusade. It would have ruined all that we have built in the drive to reunite humanity and drive off our enemies. Steps had to be taken. Such was the fate of the loss that you willingly allowed it to make safe that knowledge." So, at least some of the Primarchs had their memories wiped, but we know there were survivors from those legions too. Lost Sons mentions that twice before have legion armories and fleets been redistributed to other legions, and in the chamber at the end of memory, Guilliman and Dawn argued to save the lives of the legionnaires that were left over after this. They also seem to have had their memories wiped and were inducted into the Ultramarines and the Imperial Fist legions, and this fits those two legions' backstory. The Imperial Fists had a really wide recruitment base, which meant that the cultural practices between their different companies could be really varied, and the Ultramarines were just really big. This repurposing of those lost legionnaires also generated rumours amongst other Astartes. In the first Heretic, the word-bearers even chat about this. "Those are just rumours," Torgal grunted. The assault sergeant didn't seem particularly certain. Perhaps, perhaps not. The 13th definitely swelled to eclipse all the other legions around the same time the 2nd and the 11th were forgotten by Imperial archives. But officially, the legions just ceased to exist, and that's certainly what other people in the Imperium thought. In Slave of New Syria, Lork, the former legion master of the 12th Legion, says, "Twice before the Emperor has purged his own progeny and every living soul within the legions that followed them." And that was that. At first it seems a bit ridiculous that entire vaunted Astartes legions can just be forgotten across the Imperium, but we have to remember that the Great Crusade lasted 200 years, and the majority of the Imperium is made up of normal humans with normal lifespans. Even now, it can be hard to find out what happened 50 years ago if no documents remain. And it's not like every common citizen of the Imperium during the Crusade era had an encyclopedic knowledge of the Primarchs and their legions to start with. So, at some point in the early 2nd century of the Great Crusade, they were forgotten. And by the time of the heresy, they were distant memories to most of the Imperium. And to the legions, warnings of what might happen if other Primarchs were to fail. So that's the order of established events, but what was this that happened to get two legions sanctioned, and who did the sanctioning? It's often hinted that the Space Wolves were the Emperor's executioners and that they were the ones to sanction the Lost Primarchs. And they'd certainly fought other Astartes before, but we only really know of two incidents of this. There was an event called the Night of the Wolf from Betrayer, where the Wolves took it upon themselves to warn Angron and his World Eater Legion that they were going too far. But despite a battle breaking out, they had to stop short of actually doing anything to Angron, almost like they weren't really sanctioned to be there in the first place. And of course, the second incident is the burning of Prospero at the start of the heresy, where they were dispatched to bring Magnus the Red of the Thousand Sons back to Terra in chains, and were then tricked by Horus into killing him instead. There are loads of hints at how the wolves were there to be loosed on any Primarch that strayed, but little actual evidence of that. And in The Wolf King, the Primarch Liman Russ even expresses surprise that a Primarch could be killed, which kind of suggests he hasn't done it. But maybe sanction doesn't always mean killed. Rarely are either of the lost Primarchs referred to as dead. The words are usually lost or failed. And in the most recent Adeptus Custodes Codex, there are hints of something called Subject 11, imprisoned deep below the palace. One thing that is really clear is that the two lost Primarchs didn't fall to chaos. The distinction between the two lost Primarchs and Horus's traitor legions is made multiple times, even after the Imperium is aware of the corrupting nature of chaos. In Dark Imperium, which is a 40k novel, Guilliman states that I was one of the 20, 2 failed, half the rest turned on my father. which suggests that whatever the two lost Primarchs did, it wasn't turn on the Emperor. He also leaves their places in a memorial on Ultramar out of honour, and similar empty plinths are left for them in the Imperial Palace. Overall, these mystery events are treated like an unfortunate tragedy that needed to be hushed up rather than a deliberate public betrayal. It's also implied that whatever happened to them, it was the fault of the Primarchs rather than their legions. We know that the legionnaires were reassigned and memory wiped, and in Dark Imperium, Belisarius Cawl, arguing that the new Primaris Space Marines should be able to make use of 2nd and 11th Legion gene seed, states that the warriors were not at fault, the science is not at fault, their Primarchs were. So, while lots of people have speculated over the years, most of the more obvious theories have been disproven by the information in all these books. Did the Emperor discover the Primarch's pod only to find out the Primarch had died? No. Did they fall to chaos or rebel against the Emperor? No. So what's left? Well, genetic flaws might be an obvious solution. In Fear to Tread, Sanguinius, the Primarch of the Blood Angels, talking to Horus, seems worried that the genetic flaws in the Blood Angels might be enough to warrant their sanction. You know the reason. I won't be responsible for the erasure of the Blood Angels from Imperial history. I will not have a third empty plinth beneath the roof of the Hegemon as my legion's only memorial. Also, in Horus Heresy Book 3, Extermination, the backstory of the Alpha Legion mentions that some legions had gene seed flaws that meant they failed at the initial implant stage, before they even left Terra. But we kind of have to assume those were fixed, as we already know that the Marines were reused, so unless we're talking about a flaw in the Primarch alone that didn't pass down to his legion, the genetic flaw option seems unlikely. I mean, it's not like there haven't been genetic flaws in some of the other legions. The other option is a Primarch that stayed loyal, but whose methods differed so fundamentally with the Emperor's that he was a danger to the Imperium anyway. In The First Heretic, after Lorgar and the Word-Bearers are censured for worshipping the Emperor like a god, he confides something similar to Magnus the Red. I fear the Emperor will break the Word-Bearers and break me. We'd be cast alongside the brothers we no longer speak of. And this sort of idea is backed up in a lot of the backstories for the other legions. The Night Lords were censured by the Emperor for their horrific massacres near the end of the Crusade, and there were rumours that they would be sanctioned too. Vulcan, the Primarch of the Salamanders, says as much in Vulcan Lives. None of us wants another sanction, another empty pillar in the great investiary, another brother's name excised from all record. And before their reunification with Sanguinius, the Blood Angels had such a bloody reputation that there were rumours they might suffer the same fate. So the idea of loyal legions being a bit too enthusiastic in a way that warrants their destruction has a lot of evidence. And there are loads of other weird little quotes hidden here and there, many of them contradictory, but there is one place a lot of these threads seem to converge, somewhere a lot of the evidence points, and that is back in the Rangdan Xenocides. So the Rangdan Xenocides were one of the largest campaigns ever fought by the Imperium during the Great Crusade, and the most tightly won. The Xenos Rangda were so ridiculously powerful that it was possible the entire Imperial project might have been snuffed out before it really got started. And the Imperium suffered huge losses fighting them, so much so that legions like the Dark Angels, once the largest legion who led the charge during the Rangdan Wars, never really recovered, and other legions started to eclipse them in the 2nd century of the Crusade. The Imperium won in the end and exterminated the Rangda, but the idea that the Imperium could have been defeated was damaging enough that the wars were wiped from Imperial records, and by the time of the Heresy, not much is known about exactly what the Rangda were or why they were such a threat. However, we know that the 2nd and 11th Legions fought in those wars. An article on Regimental Standard, Games Workshop's sort of comedy propaganda site, sneaks in a mention of them in a misprint in the Imperial Infantryman's Uplifting Primer. And the Horus Heresy's History of the Space Wolves gives us a little more detail. Whole expeditionary fleets went to their deaths without a single survivor. Worlds were laid waste. Dozens of Titan legions were obliterated, and by the end, entire Space Marine legions and a redacted bit lost to the Imperium. So that's one option, probably the simplest one and the most likely, that one of the lost Primarchs was simply killed in battle. But the book goes on to describe how, at the end of the war, whole human populations had to be purged of the taint of the Rangdan Cerebrivores in case any trace of them was left, and how the Space Wolves were assigned to do this. That's actually how they became known as the Emperor's Executioners. Rangdan Cerebrivores, of course, implies brain eaters, and during the Great Crusade, we know there were plenty of Xenos species who, through mind control or genetic manipulation, ruled over human populations. What if the Rangdan Cerebrivores were so powerful that they managed to infect a Primarch, or defeat a Primarch and infect his legion? That would tie up a lot of the loose ends. A Primarch could fall by being infected by a Xenos parasite or mind-controlled without deliberately turning traitor. They'd be corrupted without the need for chaos, and they could still start out pure and loyal, as is mentioned the 11th did in the first Heretic. That also doesn't require any genetic flaw, but maybe after being infected, the Legion would be unrecoverable and still require purging by someone like the Space Wolves, or its Primarch locked away by the Custodes in the vaults of the palace. And the 2nd and 11th Legion Astartes who weren't present for the Rangdan Wars, who were stationed to other areas of the galaxy, wouldn't be at fault and would still be safe to fold into the Ultramarines, or for call to suggest reviving their gene seed in 40k. And finally, maybe the Rangda were such a horrific example of mind control, such a strange alien species, that even the memory of them could be something that poses a threat. The whole fun of this is that we'll never really know, but if Games Workshop have a plan at all, I think that's where everything's pointing. A conflict against the most powerful alien species in the galaxy, which resulted in Primarchs and their legions being lost, or worse, mind-controlled by the Xenos power. A story so demoralizing to the Imperium that all knowledge of it was concealed in the most permanent way possible, lest the taint of the Rangda return. Or it could have been something completely different, we just don't know. The Lost Legions might have originally been a way of allowing you to build a unique army, but I like the way Black Library dealt with a timeline that inevitably would have to involve them, by making their loss even more mysterious than before. And if Black Library are clever with this, we'll never find out the truth. Thanks for watching. In Warhammer 40,000, the World Eaters are the bloodiest of the traitor legions, warbands of ravening berserkers claiming skulls for the throne of Khorne. But that wasn't always the case, and the story of how the loyalist warhounds devolved into the traitor World Eaters owes a lot to the way their broken, battered Primarch Angron was treated by an uncaring Imperium. Hiya, welcome back to Heresy 101. We are in the 12th episode of this little series where I go through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origins in the grim days of the Horus heresy. I take a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they got there, and then what happens to them during it. So it's worth mentioning yet again that this video contains spoilers for literally anything heresy related. At the end of the Great Crusade, the World Eaters were one of the most terrifying forces in the Imperium's arsenal. A brutal tool of conquest, a huge and powerful legion so notorious for their bloody massacres that even mention of them was enough to force compliance on fearful systems. But their slow fall towards madness had started long before with the discovery and subsequent treatment of their gene sire, the Primarch Angron, and the Legion's bleak desire to emulate him. The history of the 12th Legion, like all the Legion, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra. Their genesis initially seemed unremarkable. They recruited from all over Old Earth with a preference for the most aggressive, competitive recruits, but that was far from uncommon amongst the early legions. They fought in small numbers alongside the mortal armies of the Imperium as shock troops, famous for triumphing against much greater forces by sheer courage and fury. But generally, across not only the Unification Wars, but also the conquest of the solar system, the Emperor held them in reserve, close at hand and ready to be deployed in case of a sudden reversal of fortunes in battle, or in the case of rebellion. They quickly became known as the Emperor's Warhounds, kept on a short leash, and when they were deployed, it was into some of the bloodiest battlefields. On the asteroid colony of Cerberus, they were deployed when a rebellion against Imperial rule was revealed to be led by rogue Thunder Warriors. Within 5 hours of the Warhounds being deployed, the colony was a charnel house, with all resistance slaughtered, individual Thunder Warriors laying amongst piles of Astartes dead, and the cleanup forces shocked by the brutality they witnessed. The human commander of the forces arrayed to go in after them commented, "I do not doubt my Emperor's wisdom in creating such a necessary evil as these fearful warriors, nor do I doubt their effectiveness in battle. It remains my fervent hope, however, that though I spend my life making war for the liberation of mankind, that I never again see such inhuman butchery as I witnessed in the halls of Cerberus." As the Crusade pushed outwards into the galaxy, the Warhounds continued to serve as a mobile reserve, dispatched alongside other legions like the Iron Hands or Dark Angels, or alongside the mortal troops of the Imperial Army, where they provided a furious frontline assault force assigned to take a specific objective or turn a war in the Imperium's favour, often with massive losses involved. They had a reputation for being unpredictable and dangerous to fight alongside, but this tendency towards bloody carnage was balanced by a particularly hard code of discipline and training within the Legion's ranks. In fact, when the 6th Legion finally saw service later in the Crusade, they were compared unfavourably to the Warhounds, with Crusade Command commenting on how the 6th lacked the discipline required to make them as effective as the 12th. But as the Crusade ground on and the other legions located their Primarchs and reformed under them, their role as an assault reserve became less needed. Crusade Command started grouping them into larger and larger forces directed against targets for whom annihilation was the only option. These fleets, including the famed bloody 13th Expedition, frequently included other formations that are proven particularly uncontrollable, like the Titan Legio Audax or the Newman Gun Clans. And this grand muster of the Legion would prove timely because in the far Ultima Segmentum, the Emperor had been observing the rise of their Primarch. At the end of the Unification Wars on Terra, the 20 Primarchs, the superhuman generals and genetic templates for the legions, were scattered from the Emperor's laboratory across the galaxy in a great catastrophe. The capsule of the infant 12th Primarch came to rest on the world of Nuceria, where he was found by slave masters from the city of Deshea. Marked for the gladiatorial pits of the city, he was implanted with the ancient technology known as the Butcher's Nails, a suite of psychosurgical enhancements that worm their way deep into the brain, amplifying the anger and rage of the subject and slowly twisting the pleasure centers of the brain until nothing but violence could give relief from the pain they caused. The Primarch grew up, therefore, in captivity and in agony, rising to become Angron, the greatest gladiator of his age. But eventually he led a grand revolt, escaping the arena and leading a rampaging army across the world, destroying the cities of the so-called High Riders as they went. His army were known as the Eaters of Cities, and as they continued their campaign, the forces of the High Riders finally corralled them with 5 separate armies. Angron's Eaters of Cities refused to run, and they prepared for their final battle, a battle they were certain to lose. But unknown to Angron, the Emperor had already located his 12th Primarch. Upon confronting him and making an offer of a place at his side, to the Emperor's surprise, he was refused and rejected. Angron had sworn to live and die with his followers, and that was exactly what he intended to do. The Emperor, however, would not accept this, and the night before the final onslaught forcibly teleported the enraged Primarch away from the slaughter that followed, as the rebellious slaves were butchered to the last man and woman. This was a deed for which Angron would never forgive the Emperor, and a stain upon the Primarch's honour that would never fade but fester into a soul-deep wound. It's unrecorded what happened next. The Emperor attempted to fix his son to remove the nails, but they were embedded too deep, and so at some point the enraged Primarch was handed over to the Warhounds of the 13th Expedition and placed in command. How he begrudgingly accepted that command is unknown, but he was at first so furious that half the Warhounds' high command were wiped out attempting to reason with their new father. Only the captain of the 8th Assault Company, Cairn, seemed to be able to get through, and became his Primarch's equerry and often de facto commander of the Legion in all but name. But once Angron was there, changes started to spread through the Legion's culture. To the Legionnaires, the mutilated, bloody, reeking, wrathful figure that now stalked amongst them as their father became a kind of savage messiah, a greater warrior than any had known, and an exemplar of a brutal ideal of honor and combat that sang to their souls. He imposed an almost tribal unity on them. Their training, always brutal, became even more so, as deadly as any battlefield. Close combat drills replaced with the gladiatorial simplicity of the dueling circles, and the Legionnaires' eventual fate in the melee of battle became such a certainty that a black, rebellious humor came to define the Legion. In an attempt to emulate their father, and with his support, the Legion's apothecaries constructed crude versions of the Butcher's Nails, and more of the Legion opted for the surgery, until only the oldest of the Warhounds and the remnants of the Legion's Librarius were without them. But the rest of the Legion no longer saw themselves as Warhounds anyway. They were Angron's new Legion, the Eaters of Worlds. When the 12th Legion rejoined the Crusade, they quickly forged an even more troubling reputation than they had before. Every campaign the World Eaters conducted was fought to the death, whole populations butchered and their worlds left barren and lifeless, whether they were Xenos empires or humans who just resisted compliance. In fact, their reputation became so dark that even the mention of them could make non-compliant systems surrender wholesale. Though it was brutal, their record was efficient, but eventually the tales of atrocities and murders proved too much even for Crusade Command, and many of Angron's brother Primarchs grew wary of him, or of serving alongside him. Guilliman of the Ultramarines in particular deplored his methods. But Angron had a dark and casual charisma and wasn't without his supporters. Horus considered them a great asset to the Crusade, an efficient tool of war, and when controversy grew in high command after the Gehenna massacre, where the World Eaters butchered an entire planet's population in a single night, the Emperor, perhaps too late in the day, asked Horus to work closely with the misguided 12th Legion and to watch over and mentor their Primarch. So, when Horus began his descent into rebellion, there was already one bitter and wrathful brother close at hand, dissatisfied with the Imperium. As Angron would later remark to Lorgar, "Let history mark my words well, for I care nothing about who sits proud on the throne of terror when the last day dawns. Horus is a fine commander, but that's the limit of my admiration for that arrogant, preening bastard. I joined his rebellion because I can tolerate him easier than I can endure the abomination that names himself master of mankind. You want the truth of my life and death? I am Angron, the Eater of Worlds, and I'm already dead. I died over 100 years ago, in the mountains north of the city that enslaved me." At the start of the Heresy, the World Eaters were extremely well supplied and supported, numbering around 150,000 legionnaires with a fleet of at least 60 capital ships and support from the Mechanicus of Sarum and the Ember Wolves Titan Legion, though about a quarter of this number would be sacrificed on the killing fields of Isstvan III as the Legion purged its ranks of any remaining loyalists. The 12th Legion's initial organisation had been based, like all the legions, around the Principia Bellicosa, with a bias towards close assault and tactical infantry formations, and Angron had little interest in directly changing this. But under his rule, the World Eaters shifted even further in that direction. They preferred sudden, aggressive drop pod assaults from orbit, with mass close combat equipped squads going in first, backed up by a second wave of heavy armor and support squads. Even through this, they maintained and utilized every tool of war in the Legion's arsenal, from artillery to armored assault, but these were considered a means to an end. They were all just ways for the Legion to deliver its assault squads into the heart of the enemy and end them. And all legionnaires, even support troops, exhibited a preference for hand-to-hand combat, often carrying all sorts of secondary melee weapons like combat blades or chain bayonets. Angron also refined the use of the chain axe, which gained such a reputation in battle with the World Eaters that other legions started to adopt it. Their attrition rates were always incredibly high, so the Legion had a highly efficient recruitment and implantation process, drawing from a huge range of worlds. By the end of the Crusade period, the use of the Primarch's genetic material to speed up the process and the implantation of the Butcher's Nails to heighten the recruit's aggression was almost standard practice, helped by the fact that the later Legion tended to operate as one homogeneous army. The modified nails, though, were unstable technology, and instances of implant degradation and the resulting homicidal frenzy were not uncommon, with many of these legionnaires grouped into suicide squads or the berserker assault units known as rampager squads. The rank structure of the Legion was simple and direct, with trial by combat an effective method of advancement for a legionnaire, if they survived. There were few other formations within the Legion. The Devourers were nominally the Primarch's bodyguards, though really they were mostly ignored by him, and the Red Butcher's Terminators, or the Kaidere assault squads, were more practical uses for legionnaires lost to the nails than an organisational body. During the Heresy, this structure was to break down even further. When the Legion purged itself of loyalists on Isstvan, Angron insisted on deploying to the surface against the orders of the War Master, and they were some of the last to remain before the virus bombs fell. They fought in the Urgal Depression during the drop site massacre on Isstvan V, but as Angron became less and less stable and the nails wormed their way further and further into his brain, the Legion and its Primarch were assigned to support his brother Lorgar and the Wordbearers on their shadow crusade through the Ultramar sector. It was then that Lorgar located the world of New Syria once again, and Angron learned of his legacy, that the stories about him weren't of a glorious gladiator, but one of betrayal, how Angron left his comrades to die to the High Rider's lances. Enraged upon hearing this, Angron's armies were deployed against the cities of New Syria a final time, butchering the inhabitants until they were caught up by pursuing Ultramarines forces led by Guilliman himself, chasing the Wordbearers since the Battle of Calth. On the same killing fields where the Eaters of Cities died, the three Primarchs fought, and Lorgar's long plan to save his brother from the nails came to fruition. He offered up the 12th Legion and their Primarch to the Chaos God Khorne, and Angron was the first of the Primarchs to achieve immortality as a demon prince. After this, the 12th Primarch became uncontrollable. During the Siege of Terror, he insisted on leading the charge and had to be restrained aboard the Night Lord's flagship, the Nightfall, until the psychic barriers that protected the palace could be brought down. When the Legion finally committed themselves in force, their Primarch at their head, it was to lead the charge against the Eternity Gate, and the World Eaters continued their slaughter long after Horus had been cast down by the Emperor, and the heresy effectively ended. They were the last of the traitor legions to leave Terra. And that's the 12th Legion. Always fractious and bloody, their excesses were held in check by draconian discipline and a privileged place at the side of the Emperor. Until late in the Crusade, and with the Emperor racing against time, their broken, battered Primarch was placed in command, into a position he never wanted anyway. And when the Legionnaires of the 12th, denied any remaining chance of honour or glory, sought to emulate him, they quickly devolved into the mindless berserkers we're familiar with from 40k. Thanks for watching. In the 41st millennium, the Ultramarines and their successor chapters are by far the most numerous of the Space Marines, and their returned Primarch the Lord Commander of the Imperium. But at their genesis, they were considered something of a liability, and their late rise during the Great Crusade marked them out to the traitors as a threat to be neutralized. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going through the lore for all the legions of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they got there, and then what happens to them during it. So obviously be aware that this video series contains spoilers for pretty much any of the Horus Heresy books. At the end of the Great Crusade, the Ultramarines were, by any measure, the largest legion the Imperium could call on. A meticulously organised and balanced weapon, expanding the reaches of the Emperor's domain in the far galactic east. But this meteoric rise would make them an early target for the War Master Horus as he plotted his betrayal. The history of the 13th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra, as the 20 newly formed legions started to fight in small numbers at first, alongside the Emperor's armies of unity. But while the 13th Legion were formed, recruited, and grew their strength at the same time as any of the others, they were never deployed against the Emperor's enemies on Terra, and their first recorded battle honours were during the pacification of Luna alongside the Lunar Wolves, one of the first battles the Imperium fought away from the soil of old Earth. And the reason for this was found in the specific character traits associated with their gene seed. The The first initiates of the 13th Legion, after they'd survived to the implantation process, were noted to display a tendency towards cohesion and the adoption of hierarchy, as well as a particular dedication and focus on the achievement of assigned goals. They were uniform and cohesive, where some other legions were individualistic or unpredictable. And it's theorized that the Emperor included this trait in their genetic makeup for a reason. The initiates of the 13th Legion were drawn from all over Terra and varied in culture and origin, but one thing was common. They were drawn from the tribes and populations most resistant to unification, peoples who had fought the Emperor and lost, been almost annihilated. Marrying those populations with the particular traits of the 13th Primarch was a way not only to drain the fighting strength of those areas, but also to make use of them for the Crusade, and as a result, the Legion became informally known as the Warborn. And this practice would continue. As the Legion joined the Great Crusade and pushed out from Terra, they were deployed alongside the Emperor against numerous human civilizations, survivors from the Dark Age of technology on Durnius and Lauren Sigma who resisted compliance, and as each fell, their strength was bled to feed the recruiters of the 13th. This broad recruitment base gave the Warborn a very particular character. Like the 10th or 4th Legion, they had a practical and forthright attitude to combat, favouring unyielding direct assaults and technological superiority, and fought on the front lines of the Crusade. But unlike those legions, they avoided battles of attrition, relying on the rapid attainment of battlefield objectives and setting complex mission parameters that accounted for not only preserving their own strength, but avoiding collateral damage to the civilizations they encountered. In them was found a mixture of aggression and restraint, discipline and determination, which rendered them supremely suited for joint task force operations and cross-theatre warfare. They adopted and emulated many of the tactics of the foes they encountered, and as the Crusade ground on and their achievements grew, they openly competed with other legions, fostering rivalries with legions who'd already been reunited with their Primarchs. And despite the lack of a lord, their gene seed proved so stable that they quickly grew to a size that was capable of leading its own self-sufficient expeditionary fleets. But this status as the rising stars of the Crusade would be tested during the Osiris Rebellion, when the Legion Command, seeking to emulate the Lunar Wolves' favoured spear-tip strike tactics, formulated a battle plan to bring the wayward human planet of Septus 12 back into compliance. But while the attack was meticulously planned, based on the assumed capabilities of the defenders, things went sideways when midway through the assault, the 13th Legion fleet came under heavy attack from an unknown Xenos power. The Imperial fleet was hopelessly outmatched and forced to withdraw when the Legion itself was already heavily committed, and though many Astartes made it off the surface of the planet and back to orbit, the Legion lost both its commander and around a fifth of its fighting strength in the retreat. When they returned a couple of years later at the head of a larger Imperial force, they found the sector burned and no signs of life remaining. It was the first real setback they'd had, and afterwards the Legion redoubled its efforts in the Crusade, as if seeking to atone for their loss, shunning the laurels of victory or the respect of their peers in an all-consuming desire to prove themselves worthy or to find their Primarch, a journey which took them far from the centre of the Imperium and out of contact for a few years. But on the other side of the galaxy, the Emperor had already located his 13th son, on the distant eastern fringe. At the end of the unification wars on Terra, the 20 Primarchs, the superhuman generals and genetic templates for the legions, were scattered from the Emperor's laboratory across the galaxy in a great catastrophe. Many of the infant Primarchs came to rest on harsh or war-torn worlds, death worlds, or planets where the human population toiled under the yoke of alien masters. The Age of Strife was a dangerous time. But the 13th capsule was luckier than most, landing on the planet of Macragge on the far galactic east. Macragge had weathered the darkness of old night as much as could be expected. Its cities and settlements boasted an ancient civilization, and when his capsule was found, the people of Macragge recognized it as being advanced human technology. The young Primarch was adopted as a son by the ruler of one of the largest cities, a man called Connor, who held the joint title of consul. He was named Roboute Guillemon. Or like Rabouti Guillemon if you listen to the novels. Anyway, The Primarch grew fast, absorbing and consuming knowledge from the libraries of Macragge until he was known to be an expert on almost every subject under the sun. But he was truly unparalleled when it came to war. Tactics, analysis, and organization were his skills, and with the young Primarch as a general, Macragge came to dominate the local area, a loosely connected realm of worlds known as Ultramar. After his father was betrayed and killed by his co-consul, Guilliman took charge, leading his armies into the city, stamping out the rebellion, and then forging first Macragge and then Ultramar into what he saw as a model society. A rigidly organized but just and meritocratic realm holding its own against the terrors of Old Night. It was this that the Emperor found when the Imperium finally reached the outskirts of Ultramar and was met by a prosperous, well-defended, and expansive empire, ruled by a Primarch who shared many of the Emperor's own ideals of unity. He met with Guilliman without any of the usual pretense or dissembling, and Guilliman recognized the Imperium as an extension of his own goals. After this, the transfer of command to the Primarch was fast. As swiftly as he put his plans for Ultramar into action, he embarked on the root and branch reorganization of his legion, adopting an extraordinarily detailed plan which drew from both the military doctrines and political philosophies of his surrogate homeworld, a detailed study of the history of the 13th, and each and every other force under the Emperor's banner in their current form. He remade the organizational structure and tactical doctrines of his legion accordingly. This included prominent focus on analysis and study, something missing from the Warborn up until then, and the twin doctrines of practical and theoretical were paramount. The legion's command was transferred to Ultramar, and the new legion adopted the area's name and the ancient Ultimaglyph, taken from the ancient star charts of the region. The new Ultramarines legion rapidly expanded out from Macragge, cementing control of the 500 worlds of Ultramar and then pushing on further in every direction, a fast-moving force expanding the borders of the Imperium far away from Terra. In this period, they liberated more new worlds than any other, and those worlds benefited from minimum collateral damage and efficient and ordered imperial governance. As well as the Imperium, the Legion also continued to grow, their pace of conquest and their stable gene seed allowing them to pull recruits in from across the Galactic East. By the time Horus was appointed War Master, the Ultramarines were the largest legion by a considerable margin, with only the Word Bearers and possibly the mysterious Alpha Legion coming close. But this strength would have dire consequences as Horus planned his betrayal. Separate and inviolate in the east and a great power in their own right, the Legion's very existence made them a threat to the traitor's conspiracy that could not be ignored. And on Calth would the War Master's plan and the Word Bearer's desire for revenge see them destroyed. At the start of the Heresy, the Ultramarines were, by any measure, the largest of the legions, numbering well in excess of 200,000 legionnaires alongside massive auxiliary forces. Both the Warborn and Guilliman himself favoured observation of allied forces and the adoption of their tactics, so the organisation of the Legion was always in a state of flux. But generally, the 13th Primarch broke his Legion down into first chapters and then companies of around 1,000 legionnaires. Companies favoured tactical diversity over specialisation. Each company was intended to be individually capable of meeting any threat, and so featured a mix of tactical, assault, and support units. However, due to their huge numbers and the individual battle honours inherited from the Warborn, there were some formations that bucked this trend, like the 4th chapter, the Aurorans, whose ranks had way more armoured vehicles than was standard, or the 12th Nemesis chapter, which contained many of the Legion's destroyer squads. Alongside these, smaller formations existed for specific purposes, like the Evocati Training Battalion, the Invictari Veterans, or the Suzerain Bodyguards assigned to protect high-ranking officers. Their fleet was also sizable, though in a different way to most legions. Discovered late in the Crusade and supplemented by the forces of the Ultramar sector, it had relatively few large capital ships, but a lot of smaller strike craft, spread across a much wider area. Many were designs or refits unique to the Legion, built at the colossal shipyards of Calth, and it was here where, for the Ultramarines, the heresy began. At the end of the Great Crusade, the War Master had tasked the Ultramarines and the Word Bearers to push into nearby Orc space in force, and the Ultramarines had massed at Calth in huge numbers, almost 4/5 of their strength awaiting the arrival of the Word Bearers before the campaign could commence. But the entire campaign was a ruse by Horus. Years before, when the Word Bearers Legion and their Primarch Lorgar were censured for worshipping the Emperor, the Ultramarines were the Legion chosen to enact his punishment. Though the Legion bore the word-bearers no particular ill will at the time, the 17th Legion felt humiliated, and this was their chance for revenge. The betrayal at Calth started without warning. As the word-bearers arrived in system and greeted their Ultramarine comrades, suicide vessels targeted Calth's great orbital shipyards, destroying them and raining debris on the troops mustering on the surface, as the word-bearers' legionnaires pulled their bolters and gunned down their counterparts in the 13th. During the battle, Allied traitor Mechanicum were able to take over the Calth defense grid, destroying even more of the Loyalists before word-bearers' landers deployed hordes of legionnaires and cultists to finish the job. During the battle, the local star was poisoned, turning the surface of Calth into a radioactive wasteland, and dedicating the sacrifice of the Ultramarines to chaos, the word-bearers raised a great warp storm called the Ruin Storm to cut off Ultramar in the east from the rest of the Imperium. Though the word-bearers were eventually beaten back, the damage was done. The Ultramarines had lost around 3/4 of their numbers during the betrayal, and the war between the two stranded forces in the caverns beneath the surface of Calth raged for the rest of the heresy. Initially, Guilliman pursued the word-bearers, tracking down his brothers Lorgar and Angron to the world of Nuceria, where, as the brothers fought, Lorgar sacrificed Angron to the Chaos god Khorne and turned him into a demon prince. Escaping, the Primarch and his legion fell back to defensive positions in the Ultramar sector, where they enacted a characteristically practical plan. Fearing that Terra had already fallen, and with the loyal Primarchs Sanguinius and Lionel Johnson trapped with him behind the Ruinstorm, Guilliman declared Imperium Secundus, a new Imperium with Sanguinius as its emperor, based on Macragge. Though the plan didn't sit well with either of the other two Primarchs, it was seen as the most practical solution, and so Imperium Secundus persisted for the middle years of the heresy, drawing in lost elements of loyalist legions and keeping the 500 worlds secure. Eventually, when it was realized that Terra did indeed still hold out, the Imperium Secundus was dissolved and all three legions attempted the journey through the Ruinstorm to reach the homeworld. But as the Ultramarines and Dark Angels peeled off to fight delaying tactics, only the Blood Angels would arrive in time to fight Horus's traitors during the Siege of Terra. But because of this turn of events, and despite the losses suffered at Calth, it was the Ultramarines Legion that emerged the strongest in the aftermath of the heresy, and Guilliman and his legion, eventually split into a number of chapters, would be instrumental at holding it together in the years that followed. And that's the 13th Legion, engineered from the start to be dutiful, organised and cohesive, and when matched with the organisational genius of their Primarch, they became one of the most powerful legions of the later Crusade. Which, of course, marked them out as a target, but their sidelining for most of the heresy wasn't just a great benefit for the traitors, it meant that the Imperium still had the numbers available to rebuild afterwards, and the descendants of the 13th and their Primarch continue to protect the Imperium all the way into the 41st millennium. Thanks for watching. The Death Guard are one of the most horrific opponents of the Imperium, a shambling mass of Plague Marines dedicated to the worship of the god Nurgle. But their genesis couldn't have been more different, as the noble and resolute Dusk Raiders, and their fall from grace was a slow one, played out over the length of the Crusade and the heresy that followed. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origins in the grim days of the Horus heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they got there, what happens to them during the heresy, and in this case, how they turned a loyal and dutiful legion into a diseased, shambling horde of Plague Marines. Anyway, before I start, the video contains spoilers for pretty much any of the Horus heresy series. At the start of the Horus heresy, the War Master could count on the support of the Death Guard more than many of the other traitor legions, a relentless and powerful infantry force whose Primarch had never really fit in under the Emperor. But when he threw in his lot with the traitors, even Mortarion couldn't see the changes that would be wrought upon his legion. The history of the 14th Legion, like all the legions, starts in the Unification Wars on Old Earth, as the Emperor led his armies out to conquer the world and impose his Imperium. One of the main rivals in this conquest were the warlord clans of Old Albia, a feared and powerful enemy who, mere years before, had crushed the rival Pan-Pacific Empire and were ill-disposed towards another tyrant. The warlord clans and their power-armoured Ironside soldiers fought battle after battle battle against the Emperor's Thunder Warriors, suffering huge losses but refusing to give in. So it was that when Old Albia finally relented and joined the Emperor, their youth were taken for induction into the new Legiones Astartes forces, partly to drain off their fighting strength, and partly in an attempt to retain that rich martial tradition for use in the Crusade. And while many legions were assigned recruits from the Albion clans, it was the 14th who were shaped by them. The 14th Legion fought repeatedly in the closing battles of Unification and through the early Great Crusade, much as the Old Albions once had, as a terrifyingly efficient heavy infantry force, relentless and disciplined on the attack, and stubborn and indefatigable in defense. Their armor was the storm grey of Albia with one arm painted red, to symbolize their role as the Emperor's red right hand. As the Crusade pushed outwards from the solar system, they became known as the Dusk Raiders for their continued use of the ancient clan tactic of attacking as night fell, when the falling light levels could confuse an enemy's watch. For the first 80 years of the Crusade, they pushed onwards without their Primarch, known for their dogged attrition tactics, but also for a keen sense of honour. And the compliance of many systems was carried out through diplomacy or an early surrender after the first engagements. But when the Legion were finally reunited with their Primarch, it wasn't to be the happy occasion that many other legions celebrated, for the 14th capsule had come to rest on a world that couldn't have been more different from Terra, the Xenos-controlled planet of Barbarus. As the Unification Wars came to a close with the compliance of the last few corners of Old Earth, the Emperor put into plan his Astartes project. He created 20 demigods, superhuman generals to lead his new armies, and from them he created the Legiones Astartes. But towards the end of the unification of Terra, a great calamity caused a breach in the Emperor's laboratory, and the pods of these infant Primarchs were scattered to the warp. They came to rest on numerous worlds spread across the galaxy, and the Primarchs grew up within those cultures. But while some landed on worlds with rich histories, ancient civilizations, or powerful warrior cultures, the 14th pod was not so lucky. Barbarus was a hell world, a world of tall peaks and deep valleys where the pitiful and wretched human population was at the mercy of terrifying Xenos creatures, horrific monsters in rusted armor that stood 3 times the height of a man, cheated death with necromantic science, and fought petty wars amongst themselves with armies of nightmarish horrors stitched together from the remains of the human inhabitants. The whole planetary ecology was designed to keep the human chattel in check. The mountains were shrouded in poisonous fogs that got deadlier as one climbed higher, and where only the Xenos overlords and their creations could live. It was in the lowland forests and swamps that Barbarus's feral human inhabitants clung to life in isolated villages and holdfasts, fortified as best they could against the coming of night, whose every waking moment and troubled hour asleep lay under the shadow of the knowledge that above them, their monstrous overlords in their fog-bound keeps and shrouded towers waited to feast. And the 14th Primarch was one of them. Crashing into the peaks, his capsule was found by one of the unnameable overlords, and he was raised as its general and surrogate child, a reaver dispatched amongst its ghoulish servants to fight its petty wars against others of its kind. But the Primarch, named Mortarion by the creature, had a keen mind and intellect and knew he was different from the overlords. Denied access to the strange creatures in the valleys below, he eventually snuck away and descended below the poisonous mists, tasting clean air for the first time. He realized quickly that his true kin were the prey creatures below and vowed to bring justice to the overlords. He had no skill at interacting with other humans, and he was initially shunned and feared by the villagers, but eventually when a raid came and he took up a farmer's scythe in defense of the village and pursued one of the overlords back into the poisonous mists, killing it, he earned the trust of the local humans. Mortarion's victory brought disbelieving adulation from the human settlers, and he became to them a taciturn, remorseless prophet who promised them freedom from the terrors that held them, and above all, justice and revenge. He taught them warcraft and started to improve their technology, building clanking suits of armor equipped with firearms and respirators, so that his new army, his Death Guard, could fight on through the lowest levels of the fogs, pursuing the alien warlords back to their own castles. Within a few decades, as the humans' numbers grew and their technology advanced, the only overlord left was Mortarion's adopted father, perched in his manse on the highest peaks where even the Death Guard couldn't go. It was at this time that the Emperor arrived, but his first meeting with Mortarion was discordant and argumentative. The Emperor offered outright to assist Mortarion and slay the final Overlord, but Mortarion refused and insisted he could do it himself. The argument ended in something of a bargain. As Mortarion climbed the peaks and as his respirator gear crumbled in the acid mists and his lungs started to fail him, he fell. And as the final Overlord came to claim him, the Emperor did intervene and killed the Overlord outright, leaving Mortarion without his vengeance and in the service of a new father. But despite whatever discord remained from their first meeting, it was clear to the Emperor that Mortarion was a capable commander and a skilled warrior, and so he was quickly put in charge of the 14th. His first words to them were simple. "You are my unbroken blade, my death guard. By your hand shall justice be delivered, and doom shall stalk 1,000 worlds." With that, the Dusk Raiders were no more, but more than that, Mortarion systematically reforged the Legion, discarding what had gone before and remaking them with the new culture of Barbarous. They were no longer the red right hand of a tyrant, but Mortarion's dark warriors, freeing humanity from oppression and terror, and this war was to be fought without mercy or limit, by enduring any hardship. The liberation of humanity justified any means, nothing else was worth considering. Over the next few years, Barbarous worked its changes on the 14th with terrifying speed. The old honour and traditions were forgotten, the colours removed, and the Death Guard marched to war in unadorned ceramite save for the jade-green markings that recalled the swamps of Barbarous. Their Primarch's mere presence seemed to amplify this bleak outlook, and the new recruits, Barbar and all, exhibited levels of endurance never before seen amongst the legions. The Death Guard adopted attrition tactics, trusting in that endurance as the Terrans of Old Albia dwindled. The Legion became a tide of heavy ceramite that crushed their foes beneath their inexorable advance, and were unafraid to utilise every weapon they had access to, including chemical and rad weaponry that many of the other legions balked at. They became known for fighting on through the most hellish war zones, and they fought numerous campaigns in the late Crusade period, achieving compliance often by sheer bloody-mindedness and a trust in their own abilities, and often fighting alongside other legions like the Sons of Horus. But their sinister appearance and Mortarion's own unfavourable reputation amongst his brothers betrayed his dissatisfaction with his new overlord. He was only really close with Curs of the Night Lords and Horus himself, and the Death Guard would be one of the first legions to fall under the influence of the War Master as the Heresy was planned. At the start of the Heresy, the Death Guard numbered around 95,000 legionnaires and a mid-sized fleet of around 70 capital vessels. Though their culture had changed immeasurably since their day as the Dusk Raiders, their organisation still broadly conformed to the Principia Bellicosa, with a bias towards heavy assault formations and close-range warfare. The Death Guard were an infantry force, organised into 7 great companies, and Mortarion's doctrines were based around each individual legionnaire being as well equipped as possible and able to survive and press on in any environment. Infantry made heavy use of bolters, flamers, and melters, as well as secondary assault weapons like heavy trench clubs and the curved Kukra dagger of Barbarous, and heavy support often came in the form of man-portable heavy weapons instead of armoured vehicles. Like many other legions, they did maintain skill in all forms of warfare, from armoured assault to orbital strikes, but these were never really considered as tactically important as the massed infantry advances they were known for. To support these, they also fielded a high number of dreadnoughts and Terminator-equipped squads as frontline shock troops, recruited exclusively from Barbaran stock, and this highlighted one of the divides that remained within the Legion. By the time of the Heresy, the bulk of the line infantry were all Barbaran, with the few remaining Terrans serving as vehicle crews or other specialists. This divide wasn't seen on the battlefield though, and they were an extremely cohesive force once deployed. All authority in the Legion descended directly from Mortarion, who was like a totem to its warriors. Obedience to one's immediate superior was absolute, from sergeant to captain to commander to the Primarch himself, and few other ranks were considered necessary. Unlike some other traitor legions, internal rivalries were few and far between. The legionnaires were drilled to know exactly who would step into a fallen commander's shoes in the press of battle and continue on regardless. Outside this simple doctrine, the Legion maintained very few elite formations or veteran companies, the only notable exception being Mortarion's bodyguard, the Death Shroud, who fought in Terminator armour with great war scythes. As the Horus Heresy broke out, this cohesion and singularity of purpose was to be cemented as the 4 traitor legions purged themselves of loyalists on the surface of XVIII. For the Death Guard, this meant the erasure of the final few Terran holdouts within the Legion, and though some would escape to warn the Loyalists of what had occurred, the Death Guard that fought in the Dropsite Massacre on Isstvan IV were finally entirely Barbaran. As the Heresy then pressed on, the Death Guard were at the forefront of the traitor advance, fighting slowly and inexorably towards Terra, but the corruption of the Warp affected them right from the start. Mortarion had always been distrustful of warp powers, ever since encountering the necromantic abilities of his alien overlords. Indeed, one of the points of contention with his brothers was his opposition to the Librarius project. The Death Guard did not keep librarians, and he argued for the dissolution of the institution at Nicaea. But the first captain of the Legion, Typhon, hid a growing psychic gift, and it was this that slowly wormed its way through the Legion as he fell to the Chaos Power Nurgle. From the first deployment of what would become Plague Marines at the Battle of Molech, to his engineering of the Death Guard fleet being cut adrift in the Warp on the way to Terra, Typhon led Mortarion down a dark path until the Primarch's only option was to embrace the power of chaos. The Death Guard Legion that emerged from the Warp and fought at the Siege of Terra were greatly changed from how they entered it. A force of Plague Marines that were the first to assault the walls of the Imperial Palace, and who then took up residence in the corrupted Lion's Gate spaceport as the rest of the war played out. But eventually, the now demon Primarch Mortarion was defeated by the Primarch of the White Scars, Jagatai Khan, and banished back to the Warp, from where he and his legion plague the Imperium all the way into the 41st millennium. And that's the 14th Legion, born as the noble and indefatigable Dusk Raiders and lauded by the leaders of the early Crusade, but this vaunted heritage was replaced by the bleak, uncompromising nature of the hell world of Barbarus, by a Primarch who was never fully convinced by the Imperial project. Like many of the traitor legions, their long march towards first rebellion and then corruption was as inevitable as anything else they did. Thanks for watching. The Thousand Sons in 40k are servants of the chaos-powered Tzeentch, a legion of sorcerers and their thralls on a quest for the darkest knowledge. But it's a fate that took them a long time to accept, for the Thousand Sons were once idealists, a legion dedicated to saving the Imperium in many ways from itself. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. In this, I take a look at where they are at the start of the Heresy and how they got there, and then what happens to them during it. Anyway, before I start, this series does contain spoilers, particularly for the Horus Heresy Black Library novels, but also for many of the rulebooks. The Thousand Sons were the first great casualty of the Horus Heresy, betrayed by both the Loyalists and by Horus himself. But they weren't without fault, and the arrogance of their Primarch and their casual dismissal of the Emperor's laws had provided Horus with all the excuse he needed to remove them from the board. The history of the 15th Legion starts slightly later than many of their brother legions, and their genesis came at a strange and ill-omened time for the Imperium. The fires of unification had been burning across Terra for generations, and the nascent Imperium was starting to take the first steps towards the conquest of the solar system, and following that, the Great Crusade, but the warp storms that had cut humanity off throughout the Age of Strife had briefly flared up again. And with this crusade on temporary hold, the Emperor turned his hand to the 15th Legion, selecting many of their initial recruits personally. These were taken from some of the most loyal, educated, and civilized areas of Terra, in many cases individually selected, and the gene seed they were implanted with had a very low rejection rate. And so when the initial implantation process went particularly well and 1,000 new Astartes stood arrayed in front of him, the 15th Legion earned their name particularly early when the Emperor dubbed them his 1,000 Sons. The new Legion took this to heart, keeping the name well after they'd grown past 1,000 and adopting the M glyph as their symbol. As the Crusade started, they fought their first engagements, but aside from their slow and careful selection process, they initially displayed no particular specialization. Crusade Command assigned them to missions much like any of the other legions. It was a few decades into the Crusade that the Legion openly started to exhibit psychic powers in battle. First a few and then a majority of the Legion exhibiting some form of psychic talent. For many, this made sense, and they praised the Emperor's foresight, the slow, careful recruitment, the personal selection. Of course, this was the Emperor's plan. But psychers as a whole were not trusted. Generally believed to be the cause of Old Night and a risk that could damn whole worlds, many considered the idea of a psychic legion an extreme risk. Horus himself, the only Primarch discovered by this point, voiced his concerns, but the Emperor wouldn't comment, and while they were often distrusted, with some of the early legions refusing to serve alongside them, they were also effective, on occasion even being led by the Emperor himself when he had to face specific Xenos threats. It was on Byzant, though, that people's suspicions started to become justified. The Byzantine had resisted compliance and the imperial truth, preferring to remain in the service of their gods and priests. The 15th were deployed against a human population who harnessed the power of the warp more potently than any yet encountered, and as they fought each other, the Thousand Sons poured more and more of their psychic talent into the fray. The build-up of warp power was immense, like nothing the Imperium had seen before, and at the height of the battle, something snapped. A single warrior of the Thousand Sons fell. The substance of the warrior's body slowly blew apart. Slick flows of malleable flesh spilled from his broken armor, bone fused with the sustenance of his war gear, and his blood misted and congealed into new forms in the air, all the while as the nameless warrior screamed for mercy in 1,000 silent voices, heard in every mind of his legion. His brothers killed him then, and the event was hushed up, seen as an aberration due to the warp-tainted nature of the battle. But over time, it started happening more and more. It was dubbed the Flesh Change, and as the years went on, it spread through the Legion, affecting first a few legionaries, and then hundreds at a time. Though the Thousand Sons attempted to keep it secret, it was obvious to the Imperium that something was very wrong, some fault in the genetics or cellular degradation, and for many, this was evidence that the Legion should never have been created in the first place. The Sons themselves tried everything they could to halt it as their numbers started to dwindle. Medical solutions, psychic solutions, training and strength of mind, but none worked. Eventually they began to entomb warriors who started to show signs of the change in stasis vaults deep within their fleets in the hope of one day finding a cure. So while they continued to fight and the psychic might of the survivors grew and grew, there were calls from across the Crusade for the Legion to be disbanded, a failed experiment that shamed the Imperium the longer it kept running. But the Emperor said nothing, for the Crusade had neared the planet of Prospero. The 5,000 years of Old Night, the age of strife where warp storms divided and isolated humanity, happened alongside another strange occurrence. An increase in psychic potential in humans. This was the end of many worlds. Stranded and alone, their societies couldn't cope with the sudden emergence of powerful psychers whose untrained minds became portals for the strange creatures that inhabited the warp. But on Prospero, that story had a slightly different ending. Prospero, before Old Night descended, was a haven of civilization and enlightenment, with a huge and well-organized population whose cities covered every environment on the planet. When the Psychers emerged, many of those cities were destroyed and the population was decimated, but the survivors hung on, studying and adapting to their new abilities, and it was this that brought on a second calamity, a plague of Psychonoian. The Psychonoian are nightmarish predatory creatures who live both within the warp and in reality. Drawn to individuals of psychic potential, their reproductive cycle requires their eggs to be gestated within the mind of a living psyker in our reality. In the psychic blossoming of Prospero's people, the Psychonoian had found the perfect nest. The survivors, overwhelmed by the swarm of warp creatures, fortified themselves within the final and greatest city of Prospero, Tizca, a city of great glass pyramids and protected by shimmering force domes. The rest of the planet was left to the invader. But over time, the citizens prospered in their isolation, developing ways of controlling their newfound powers, refining them, and all the while keeping the barriers of the city well defended against alien encroachment. It was into this that the 15th Primarch landed. The Primarchs were created by the Emperor as the genetic templates for the 20 Legiones Astartes, but during the Unification Wars they'd been scattered across the galaxy. The 15th capsule landed in Tizca, with a red-skinned infant unharmed at its centre, and the citizens adopted him as an omen. Over time, the child, named Magnus and known as Magnus the Red, came to dominate Prosperine life. He learned from some of the greatest tutors of the age before surpassing them and becoming the master, ascending through the governmental circles until he was de facto ruler of the planet and leading a campaign to purge the planet of the Psychonoian. He was an enigmatic and charismatic figure, a red giant of a man, possessed of a colossal intellect and incredible psychic power, devoted to unlocking the secrets of what Prosperine scholars termed the Great Ocean, but also completely convinced of his own methods and the righteousness of his path. His psychic powers were such that he claimed to have spoken to his father across the stars, though if that's true or an exaggeration, or if he was actually speaking to the Emperor at all, is open to interpretation. Either way, when the Imperium arrived, the Emperor knew enough to bring the remnants of the Thousand Sons with him. The bond between a Primarch and his gene sons is said to transcend even that between parent and child. Between beings such as Magnus and his psychically attuned sons, the bond seems to have been closer still. For from the moment they were reunited, both Primarch and Legion seemed extensions of each other in thought, outlook, and spirit. Magnus devoted himself to finding a cure for the flesh change. In fact, it was said that the Emperor set that as his first task, and he turned all the knowledge of Prospero to the solution and delved far, possibly too far, into the esoteric arts. But eventually, it worked, though none other than Magnus could explain how, and when he emerged from this work, his newfound knowledge had cost him an eye. But whatever he found out there, whatever obscure knowledge or warp power he was able to harness, his first act had been to save his legion, by this point reduced once again to just 1,000 warriors, and so, from there, they began to rebuild. The new legion adopted many of the teachings of Prospero, the esoteric orders and schools of study, the 5 Prosperine arcane cults, and the two cultures meshed well. The new 15th were a legion of warrior scholars, fighting compliance actions across the galaxy, not just to acquire territory or unify humanity, but to search for lost knowledge. Their Primarch was an idealist, and like his legion, he believed that no knowledge or learning should be sequestered or hidden, and that any truth, any power in the galaxy could be mastered. But Magnus and his 1,000 sons never escaped the suspicions of the Imperium. Their forces would often change plans or direction seemingly on a whim, leaving war zones suddenly or arriving at new ones without warning based on where the quest for knowledge took them, an unreliable trait in an ally. And while their Primarch was charismatic and personable and had more than a few good friends amongst his brothers, he could also be confident to the point of arrogance. This suspicion came to a head with the Librarius project, devised by Magnus alongside his brothers Sanguinius and Jagatai Khan as a way to safely incorporate the use of psychic power across the legions. The Librarius was adopted and tested by most of the legions over the course of the Crusade, but it always had its detractors, Primarchs who wouldn't suffer their legions to be, as they saw it, polluted by Magnus's ambition. Sanguinius and the Khan pushed for caution for the slow and steady growth of the project, but Magnus wouldn't be convinced, pushing further and further, and when the debate came to a head during the Council of Nicaea, he pushed for fewer restrictions, for even greater use of psychers. Eventually, the Emperor, silent for all these years on the subject, decreed his experiment over. The use of psychic powers within the legions was banned, but that decree would be tested as soon as the Horus heresy broke out. At the end of the Great Crusade, the 1,000 Sons numbered around 80 to 85,000 legionnaires, making them one of the smallest legions, and these were organised into 9 fellowships, and from there broken down into the company-sized formations known as circles, and then into individual squads. The Legion made use of all the standard squad formations and equipment of war that any other Legion had, from tactical and assault squads to armoured support and line breaker companies. And at the squad level, they were pretty similar to any other Legion. While the Legion contained vastly more psychers than any other, they were no means all psychers, and the majority of the line Legionnaires either exhibited no psychic ability or a very limited ability honed by the teachings of Prospero. However, above the squad level, the Legion was pretty unique. Most of the command staff were gifted psychers, though there were exceptions, and organised into almost indecipherable patterns of ranks that had occult significance to Magnus. The circles themselves were similarly organised and could vary in size depending on their place within the mysteries of the Legion. The circle of XIII, for example, consisted of 512 warriors, divided into squads kept at strengths of either 16, 9, or 7. And it was often the case that squad strengths or Legion numerical designations would have this sort of occult numerology attached. The Legion had used Prospero as their base since its discovery, and they were mostly stationed there when the heresy started, which was to prove fatal in the war's opening years. When the War Master Horus was wounded by a ritual dagger, part of a scheme by the word bearers to lure him to the side of chaos, and he lay dying in the Serpent Lodge on Davin, he experienced his first visions of the powers of chaos. Magnus was half a galaxy away, but he'd seen the threads of fate converging and attempted to save his brother, pushing his way into Horus's fevered dreams. But when it became clear that Horus was going to fall and nothing Magnus could do would stop that, he changed course. Breaking with the Treaty of Nicaea, he and his legion attempted to warn the Emperor, projecting his astral self directly into the Emperor's laboratory on Terra. But this warning was lost as the surge of psychic power played havoc with the Emperor's own secret project to harness the power of the webway. The great seals around the project were destroyed, and the power of the warp threatened to spill over and consume the Imperial dungeon and then Terra itself, forcing the Emperor, the Custodes, and the Sisters of Silence to fight a long and costly rearguard action against a tide of demons in the webway. The Emperor was furious at what he saw as another arrogant demonstration of Magnus's power and decreed that the Space Wolves Legion, led by Liman Russ, be dispatched to Prospero to bring Magnus and the Thousand Sons back in chains. But the Emperor couldn't deliver this decree himself. He had a lot on his plate suddenly. This decree was delivered through the War Master, Horus, at that point well on the way to planning his betrayal, and he twisted those words, delivering orders to Russ to destroy the 15th and their errant Primarch. And so, for the Thousand Sons, their story during the heresy starts and almost ends with the first great battle, the burning of Prospero. At first, Magnus refused to fight, and his legion stood arrayed on the plains outside the city, but as the wolves descended and it became clear that surrender was not an option, the Thousand Sons fought back, and waves of psychic fire halted the advance of the Sixth. It was only when the Sisters of Silence and the warriors of the Legio Custodes were deployed that the wolves managed to press the advantage, and denied of their psychic powers by the Witch Seeker squads of the Sisterhood, outnumbered and with little in the way of prepared defences, the Thousand Sons started to lose. Eventually, as the battle neared its end, Magnus finally decided to aid his sons and fought Russ in single combat, where Leman Russ broke his brother's back across his knee. But Magnus was as much made of the power of the warp as he was a physical entity, and his consciousness survived, broken into a series of astral shards, and his last great spell was, once again, an attempt to save his legion, opening a warp gate and teleporting the final few survivors and part of Tizca itself far away into the Eye of Terror as the city burned. Once again, the 15th had been reduced to just 1,000 warriors, deprived of their Primarch and stranded in warp space, and once again they started to rebuild. For the rest of the heresy, they were a rare sight, a shattered collection of squads and circles who either missed the muster at Prospero to begin with, or had sallied out from their new homeworld of Sorotarius in an attempt to locate the shards of their Primarch and reassemble his consciousness. Magnus would stand once more alongside his brothers as the Thousand Sons, with few options left and slowly realising the cost of their actions, threw in their lot with the War Master. They were present at the Siege of Terra, but only in small numbers, and devoted themselves to bringing down the psychic wards around the palace and strengthening Horus's advance with the aid of their new allies in the warp. And that's the 15th Legion, a legion many might say were treated as a shady experiment right from the start, a test devised by the Emperor and discarded towards the end of the Crusade. Their own quest for enlightenment made them idealists, but those ideals were a hard sell to the rest of the Imperium, and their own self-righteousness in the face of criticism didn't help. In the end, they were betrayed, first by the Imperium they served, and then again as the full reality of the Chaos powers and the bargains Magnus had struck with them became known. And that's where we find them in 40k, a legion of sorcerers still operating from that planet in the Eye of Terror and still resigned to their fate, as pawns of Tzeentch. Thanks for watching. The Sons of Horus, uniquely amongst the 9 traitor legions, don't exist in Warhammer 40k, purged and transformed after the Great Rebellion that their Primarch, Horus Lupercal, led against the Emperor. But this wasn't their first rebranding, for they started out as the Lunar Wolves, first amongst their brother legions and unlikely heroes of the Great Crusade. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going to go through all the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the Heresy and how they got there, and what happens to them during the Heresy. So it's worth saying that this is a lore video and therefore contains spoilers for many of the background books and the Black Library novel series. The 16th Legion's history is intrinsically tied up in the story of the Horus Heresy itself. It was their Primarch that instigated it and their legionnaires that led it and enforced their dark compliance on what was left of the Imperium. But this position of authority amongst the traitors was always a strange one for the Legion, given their particular character and origins. The story of the 16th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra as the Emperor slowly conquered Old Earth with his newest armies, the first Space Marines of the Legiones Astartes. The 16th Legion had been raised from some of the most weathered survivors of Old Night, taken from the nomad gun clans that peppered the surface of Terra, and they quickly acquired a reputation as brutally effective line troops, preferring overwhelming shock assaults to rip the throat out of the enemy army early, a ruthless force of hunters dispatched by the Emperor to quickly end potential threats. And it was this skill at arms that saw them assigned to their first famous battle, the pacification of Luna. At this point, the Emperor had created and then raised many of the 20 legions to combat strength using his own gene laboratories hidden across the planet. But production of new warriors was slow, and many of the nascent legions were little more than a few hundred amongst thousands upon thousands of mortal troops. But Luna, Earth's moon, had long been host to an ancient order of gene scientists called the Selenar, and with the forges and laboratories of the Selenar gene cults at his disposal, the Emperor could step up manufacturer to the levels needed for the Great Crusade. The 16th Legion, aided by elements of the 7th and the 13th, were tasked with its compliance, and as the ships departed Terra and the smaller forces from the 7th and the 13th began to engage the moon's void defences, the 16th cut all power to their assault ships and floated silently through the void, the Astartes within sealed within their armour and undetected until they were almost at the surface. The strike, when it came, was devastating, and the Selenar surrendered within 6 hours, transmitting to the Emperor to call off his wolves. It was this operation, central to the future of the Imperium, as well as their already existing reputation as a potent threat loosed by the Emperor against his foes, that led to them becoming known soon after this as the Lunar Wolves. The 16th would not be the only legion to bear such a title and embrace that imagery as their own, but they were the first. But the pacification of Luna wasn't the only thing that a growing legion required. It needed recruits too, and the 16th Legion's numbers would soon be swelled as their Primarch and his adopted homeworld of Chthoniya were rediscovered by the Imperium. During the latter years of the Unification Wars, as the Emperor put his Astartes project into motion and started to produce the first Space Marines, a great calamity befell it. The 20 Primarchs, superhuman generals, and the genetic templates for the legions were stolen away as infants and scattered through the warp, coming to rest on various worlds. For many, they'd spend their formative years growing up in far-flung and varied societies, often coming to rule the worlds they'd landed on until they were found by the expanding Great Crusade. But the story of the 16th Primarch, Horus Lupercal, was different. Chthoniya was extremely close to Terra, reachable even by sublight spacecraft in the early days of space exploration, and so it had been one of the first worlds settled by mankind. But millennia of mining and the stripping of every form of available resource had left it a poor and starving world, and during the long darkness of the Age of Strife, its original masters had abandoned it to its fate. A culture of brutal and unrelenting gang warfare arose in the hollowed-out caverns and underground cities of the planet, gangs claiming tunnels and territory and leading raids into rivals' tunnels to steal resources or just to cement their power base. And this constant shift of territory and the reaving of the hunter gangs had continued for thousands of years. And when the Imperium arrived in the first few years of the Crusade, they didn't stop it either. The harsh environment had bred a strain of humanity considered particularly suitable for induction into the Legiones Astartes, and Chthonia quickly became a recruitment world. Whole gangs marched off by the thousand to the Imperial gem vaults. And many of these recruits would be destined directly for the Lunar Wolves, as Chthonia was also the homeworld of the 16th Primarch. Or at least we think it was. The early life of Horus Lupercal is barely documented, and what does exist contains drastically different reports, so it's unclear exactly how much time Horus spent on the world of Chthonia. It was certainly long enough for him to consider himself Chthonian, at least openly, and to learn the language and the accent. And while some stories tell the traditional tale of a pod descending from the sky and the infant Primarch growing up as a ganger and then a gang leader before his discovery by the Emperor, other accounts suggest that he might have been found on a different, maybe nearby planet, or even on Terra itself, and then sent to live amongst the Chthonians during his childhood, or just not have spent any time amongst them at all. What is certain is that Horus was reunited with his father much sooner than any of his brothers, and grew to adulthood at the Emperor's side, learning closely from him. Eventually he was placed in command of his legion, and soon the Lunar Wolves were bolstered by the first of the Chthonian recruits, who certainly considered their Primarch to be one of them, whatever the truth might have actually been. For decades, Horus was the only Primarch, the right hand of the Emperor and second in command of the Imperium's armies, and the Lunar Wolves, by virtue of that, one of the most prominent legions. Over time, the merging of the Terran and Chthonian elements of the Lunar Wolves proved to be a good match. The Lunar Wolves' predisposition towards fast, spear-tipped strikes was complemented by the swift brutality and close-quarters prowess of the Chthonian gang fighters. And planet after planet swiftly fell to their fleets, many capitulating after the first, sometimes preemptive strike. The culture of the Legion became quite distinct too, as the influence of Chthonia became stronger, with the traditional top knots, spikes, and clan markings of the gangs being incorporated into the Legion's heraldry. The Lunar Wolves' approach to the Crusade was direct and brutal, and their results were often inelegant if unmistakably effective. They would think nothing of unleashing the full power of an orbiting fleet on a fortress city while deploying thousands of Lunar Wolves to the surface with orders to kill every living thing within the city walls. But while the legionaries themselves might have developed a reputation for being rough and uncivilized, this was tempered by Horus. The Primarch was a consummate general and peerless warrior, but also a charismatic diplomat, known and loved by many at the top of the imperial power structure, and many worlds were brought into the fold through his patience and diplomacy. As the Crusade pushed on and more of the Primarchs were discovered and reunited with their legions, they were often mentored by Horus himself. Horus's charisma and unequaled record lent him a measure of respect unrivaled amongst his brother Primarchs, while Horus himself demonstrated an almost preternatural talent for wielding the relative strengths of the other legions to their best advantage on a strategic level. Others commanded larger legions, saw more deeply, excelled beyond Horus in certain crafts of warfare or law, or perhaps drew greater fraternal affection, but only Horus could hold every view and ideal in his mind. Even the most difficult of Primarchs were known to have deferred to him in many matters. And so it was that the Lunar Wolves and their Primarch pushed onwards, an army of direct and brutal killers led by a peerless and charismatic commander for almost the full 200 years of the Great Crusade, until finally, with the breaking of the Orc Empire of Urlak-Urg at Ullanor, one of the bloodiest campaigns the Imperium ever fought, the Emperor did Horus what was intended as the highest honor. As the Emperor retired to his laboratory to begin the next stage of his plan in secret, he formalized Horus's status as first amongst his brothers by naming him War Master and handing him full control of the Imperial armed forces. There was the occasional protest from the odd Primarch who maybe thought themselves contenders too, too, but Horus was loved by all and most congratulated him or urged him to agree to the Emperor's second honour, the renaming of his legion from the Lunar Wolves to the Sons of Horus. But only a few scant years after the Legion renamed themselves and repainted their armour the sea green and black of the new Legion, the Imperium would come to regret ever elevating the 16th to such a position, as Horus fell to the powers of chaos and civil war consumed the galaxy. At the end of the Great Crusade, the Sons of Horus numbered around 160,000 legionnaires supported by a powerful fleet. These were split into a number of companies led by captains, and while some other legions used chapters, battalions, or other formations above the company level, the Sons of Horus preferred to avoid this layer of organization, assigning a number of companies to each strike, mission, or campaign. Companies varied massively in size and strength, and also in specialization, but almost all of them relied heavily on the tactical and despoiler squads the Legion was famed for, experts in close quarters infantry fighting. The Legion made use of every unit and weapon in the arsenal of the Astartes, but specialized squads like Pathfinders or Breachers were always less common than the simple tactical squad. They also maintained a considerable strength of armored vehicles and drop assault elements, supplied by the many industrial worlds they'd liberated over the course of the Crusade. These orbital assault elements were particularly useful for the Legion's signature tactic, the spear-tip strike, where individual companies would be assigned as the leading rapid assault element in a mission, a position that was considered a great honour. Across the Legion, elements of Chthonian culture had led to some specialised units like the discipline officers known as Overseers or the close assault veteran Reaver squads, but over time another tradition had crept into the Legion, that of warrior lodges. Initially introduced after the compliance of Davin, the lodges were fraternal orders intended to provide a structure to the Legion that existed outside of rank and formal title, their members hooded in meetings and bound by oaths of secrecy. Amongst some legions, this sort of practice was frowned on, but they thrived within the 16th, tacitly condoned by the War Master as a way of building bonds of brotherhood across the Legion. But the 16th weren't the first to utilise this sort of structure. It was introduced to them by the Wordbearers Legion, close allies of the Sons of Horus, and as the events of the heresy unfolded, it became clear that the secret orders and their secretive and ritualised trappings were all part of a greater plan. The Horus heresy is well named. Despite how it started, it was Horus consciously stepping down the path of betrayal and leading half the armies of the Imperium against the Emperor. But the betrayal didn't start with him. Lorgar, Primarch of the Wordbearers, searching for a focus for his religious belief, had found chaos. He was really the first to fall, and as he did, he hatched a plan to bring Horus to his side. He stole a powerful chaos weapon and placed it within the hands of an Imperial commander, Eugen Temba of Davin. And as it corrupted Temba, Lorgar reported that Davin had turned renegade. When Horus arrived to reimpose compliance as a matter of honour, Temba had become a formidable foe, swelled by the power of the warp, and while Horus defeated him, he was wounded by the weapon and fell into a coma. Desperate, and at the insistence of the Wordbearers, the Sons of Horus turned to the lodges of Davin, secretly chaos cults, who performed the rituals necessary for the War Master to commune with the powers of chaos themselves. In his dreams, Horus was shown visions of a dark future where humanity was oppressed and fearful, the Emperor a corpse worshipped as a god, and some, but not all, of his brothers regarded as saints. This was the Emperor's plan, said the Chaos Powers, and they stoked the sense of betrayal and abandonment Horus Lupercal had felt since the Emperor retired from the Crusade. This was the Emperor's secret project, they said, to remove the Astartes when they were no longer necessary, and to make himself a god. Magnus the Red, the great Primarch of the Thousand Suns, cast himself into Horus's dreams to try and stop this, but it was clear even to him that the War Master had already fallen. We should be clear that while Horus was in part tricked and corrupted by his exposure to chaos, he was also aware of the choice he made. The resentment felt amongst many of his brothers towards the Emperor was very real, and as the Crusade neared its end, more than a few Astartes had wondered if there was any place for them once the war was over. But whatever the mix of reasons was, Horus had turned from the Emperor and put his plans swiftly in motion. As War Master, he worked to bring others to his cause. Some were easily turned, others, like the Blood Angels, the Dark Angels, and the Ultramarines, all powerful legions he dispatched to the fringes of the galaxy on various wars. The Space Wolves were sent to Prospero under orders to destroy the errant Thousand Sons, knocking hopefully both out of the fray, and the White Scars kept isolated on campaign and with communications blocked. Finally, the plans in motion, he and his allies acted. The Sons of Horus, Death Guard, World Eaters and Emperor's Children legions used a rebellion on XVIII III as an excuse to purge the legions of their loyalist elements. When the Imperium found out about the betrayal, 7 more legions were dispatched to stop them, but Horus had already convinced 4 of those to his cause, and they slaughtered the loyalists during the drop site massacre on XVIII V. The Word Bearers betrayed the Ultramarines at Calth and used this as a sacrifice to raise a great warp storm cutting off loyalist reinforcements. And with his opening gambits complete, the Warmaster started his long march towards Terra. For the next 7 years, the Sons of Horus, alongside their allies, fought a campaign of dark compliance through the Imperium. 16th Legion heralds and overseers forced human worlds to declare either for Horus or for the Emperor, and the full force of the Legion was delivered upon planets who picked the wrong side. War broke out on 1,000 fronts. They were harried all the way by loyalist guerrillas and armies making their last stand, but with some of the strongest loyalist forces trapped on the other side of the Ruin Storm, their advance was unstoppable, and they slowly forced their way first to Molech, where Horus treated with the powers of chaos as the Emperor had once done, gaining lifetimes of experience and warp-touched power, and then through the great Titan battles of Beta Garmon, where he was temporarily wounded by Liman Russ of the 6th Legion, and then onwards to Terra itself. Throughout all this, he wielded the other traitor legions like weapons, commanding through a mixture of fear and respect, and well aware of the power of the enemy he faced. But the rebellion had made the legions more fractious than ever before. Though the siege was all but won by the traitors and the walls of the palace torn down one by one, infighting saw the Iron Warriors and the Emperor's Children quit the battle, and others like the Night Lords or Word Bearers barely turn up in support. As it became clear that the loyalist reinforcements were inbound, Horus took a gamble and lowered the shields of his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, challenging the Emperor to board and fight him. While he killed his brother Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, he was, in turn, defeated by the Emperor. As the Emperor's broken body was taken to the life support machine known as the Golden Throne, the Sons of Horus fled with their Primarch's body to the Eye of Terror, where they became a pariah legion, hunted by their fellow traitors and blamed for the whole affair. It wasn't until much, much later, when any trace of Horus was finally gone, that they'd rise again under another new name. And that's the 16th Legion, a band of charismatic but brutal killers who were unlikely stars of the Great Crusade, led by a Primarch who was once the first among brothers and the favoured son of the Emperor, but then turned to the powers of chaos and tricked into bringing forth the nightmare future he was shown all those years ago in the Serpent Lodges of Davin. Thanks for watching. The Word Bearers in Warhammer 40k are the high priests of the Chaos powers, leading hordes of cultists in a never-ending battle against the Imperium. But originally, they were one of the few legions the Emperor created with a direct purpose, a purpose in complete opposition to what they eventually became. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going to go through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the Heresy and how they got there, so it's worth saying that this is a lore video and therefore contains spoilers for many of the background books and especially the Black Library novel series. The 17th Legion were one of the few legions given an outright task at their founding, being assigned one of the most important roles within the Imperium, the upholding of the Imperial truth. But over time, that task was twisted and their zeal redirected until they became the very thing they'd been created to stop. The story of the 17th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra as the Emperor reforged the planet according to his great plan. But while on the surface his designs were for the reunification of all humanity and the Great Crusade the means to achieve that, in reality there was a subtler and in many ways more important reason to impose his Imperium. and that was the Imperial truth. The Emperor was aware that the biggest threat to humanity's continued existence was chaos, the raw power of the warp, and the malign intelligences that dwelt within it. Throughout the long span of interstellar history, humanity had become exposed to this danger in a number of ways. Interstellar travel relied on direct interaction with the warp. The increased emergence of psychic powers in humanity, while useful, had damned entire worlds through a lack of control, but most often the real danger of the warp came through superstition and worship. The powers of chaos, the great unknowable entities that lived in the warp, were easy to mistake for gods. And over the long span of human history, plenty of religions and cults had existed who, often unknowingly, had dedicated their every action to warp entities, inviting the power of the warp into real space in exchange for temporary power over others. This was what had to be stopped. The Emperor had a plan for each of these exposures, from the Sisters of Silence and the Black Ships to his secret Webway project, but the Imperial truth was the most widely known, the complete outlawing and refutation of any superstition or religion and the casting down of its trappings. His Imperium would be a secular one, and the 17th Legion would be one of the tools by which that would be achieved. The Legion was named the Imperial Heralds at their genesis, and their recruits were taken from the orphan sons of those regions of terror that had resisted compliance and fought the Emperor. Some other legions had a similar recruitment base, such as the 13th, whose gene seed encouraged cooperation and deference to authority. But with the 17th, that ire and hatred was redirected towards a new target. While all the Legionaries Astartes fought with utter devotion, the warriors of the 17th carried with them an air of zealotry. For them, there was no joy in battle, no glory in conquest. All that mattered was their duty be done. While others might acknowledge and even respect their foes, the 17th saw no virtue in defiance. Only once a foe was broken and bowed in repentance could they be accepted as deserving anything but ruin. In the Great Crusade, they forged an efficient and bloody path, directed against those human populations Crusade command judged unlikely to adopt compliance, or whose beliefs were so antithetical to the Imperium that they needed to be removed from history. The Imperial Heralds, mindful of the symbology of war, would commence their campaigns in the same way each time. A lone officer of the Legion, wearing the symbolic skull mask and winged mace, would be sent ahead of the Legion, speaking of the truth offered by the Emperor and the futility of resistance, and deliver their ultimatum: recant or be destroyed. If this request was unheeded or denied, then annihilation would follow, the 17th Legion falling on the world and burning every scrap of its culture to ash in its wake, its fanes and temples destroyed, and its statues and devotional idols cast down. Amongst the armies of the Great Crusade, they were known as the iconoclasts. For them, war wasn't just a test of arms or a chance to conquer and hold territory. It was ideological. The reasons they fought and the lessons their victories enforced were the most important ways to safeguard the Imperial truth and, by extension, the Imperium itself. And so, when the Imperium finally discovered their Primarch on the arid planet of Colchis, we might be forgiven for expecting a reckoning. In the later years of the Unification Wars on Terra, as the armies of the Imperium cast down the sects and cults that flourished across Old Earth, the Emperor had begun his Astartes project by creating 20 Primarchs, beings that mix the power of the warp with the greatest of human science. These Primarchs were to be his generals, and each of them provided the genetic template for one of the Astartes legions. But before production of the legions was fully underway, the Primarchs were scattered through the warp in a great calamity and came to rest on various planets across the galaxy. Colchis, landing site of the 17th Primarch, was a large and hot planet, a desert world, whose population laboured under the yoke of a religious priesthood known as the Covenant, who dedicated themselves to the worship of the primordial truth, chaos in all but name. But the young Primarch, coming into the care of a minor priest and named Lorgar by his adoptive father, knew better. In his dreams, he experienced visions of a golden figure, a being greater than any mortal human, a being of light and knowledge spreading unity throughout the stars. But this being he saw in his dreams wasn't any secular hero. Such a thing was unthinkable within the culture of cultists. Instead, Lorgar saw these dreams as prophetic of a new god, a single god of light and order, and it was to him he dedicated his worship. He was raised amongst the priesthood, but in the end turned against them, leading a crusade in the name of the new one god. When the expeditionary fleets finally arrived, they were met by a world united by faith in the Imperium and faith in its ruler, the Emperor. Ascribing divinity to the Emperor wasn't an uncommon belief at the time. The policing of the imperial truth had never been perfect, and many populations newly liberated by the Imperium couldn't rationalize their fate any other way. But despite this, and realizing the position he was expected to hold, Lorgar, at least on the surface, ceased his preaching of the divine. The worship of idols, the practices of mystics, and the falseness of countless gods all were condemned without measure, but on the nature of his lord and father, Lorgar remained silent. But over time it became clear that Lorgar hadn't abandoned his belief in the power of faith to unite humanity. After all, even if he wasn't of divine origins, didn't the Emperor's powers make him a god by any other name? Slowly, as he grew to know and lead his legion, his reason and oratory started to win them over. The Golden Primarch had a genius for speaking to men's hearts, and his campaigns to win those hearts were as subtle and thorough as any of those fought by the likes of Fulgrim and Guilliman on the battlefield. The Imperial Heralds had always been zealots, dedicated to purging the false beliefs of the Emperor's enemies. It wasn't a great step to replace them with new beliefs, the correct beliefs. The Legion would be the tool Lorgar used to spread his word to the disparate strands of humanity, his word bearers, and the planets they brought into compliance proved the new Primarch's skill in matters of persuasion. Each was rebuilt from the ground up, a model of loyalty and pride in their place within the Imperium, and every one united in the glory of the God Emperor. The Legion's crusade took them far away from the centre of Imperial power, and it took many decades for this to become widely known, and in that time, the pace of the Word-Bearers' conquests had slowed to a crawl. They spent so much time rebuilding and indoctrinating that they started to fall behind the other legions, but when the reasons for this did become known, it was met by a mixture of fury and embarrassment, and calls for censure. On Kur, a devoted and faithful world brought into compliance by the 17th, its revered god emperor decided to set an example for the word-bearers. He chose as his hand the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines, whose Primarch was known as level-headed, temperate and honourable. And on the Emperor's orders, they evacuated the devotional city of Monarchia and obliterated its shrines and temples from orbit. In the dust of the ruined city, the word-bearers were called to abase themselves and were ordered to put aside their religion and re-embrace the imperial truth. The Legion were humiliated and chastened in front of their brother legions, the commanders of the Great Crusade, and the Emperor himself. This harsh lesson certainly had an effect on the word-bearers and their Primarch, but not one the Imperium intended. Immediately after, Lorgar retired to his rooms within his flagship, pondering the best way to proceed. In the end, for whatever reasons, he decided on a pilgrimage, a spiritual journey of focus and clarity, a journey that would take him into the Eye of Terror, where the warp and real space overlapped. But rather than breaking his faith, this pilgrimage reinforced it. Here, in the shifting powers of chaos, were gods that would accept his worship. Real gods, true gods, the gods cultists worshipped long ago. When the pilgrimage was over and the word-bearers returned to the crusade, they were a changed legion. To the Imperium, they seemed almost eager to atone for their previous mistakes. Forging onward, bringing world after world into compliance at a speed never before seen, waging war after war in the name of the Imperium. But in reality, the Legion was exultant in its service to new masters, and many of those compliances were wars of extermination, fought for no other reason than to provide a sacrifice to their new gods. The slow fall of the traitor legions began here, and the galaxy was set on a path that would end in the Horus heresy. The strength and disposition of the Word-Bearers' forces at the end of the Great Crusade is one of the hardest ones to estimate. Since their rediscovery of chaos, they'd been covertly building their forces, so while on paper they were thought to be around 140,000 strong, in reality this was closer to 200,000, with a massively upscaled fleet including significant new capital ships. Their warriors were divided first by chapter and then by company and by squad, with companies and sometimes even whole chapters being dedicated to particular roles. In fact, the makeup of a chapter might have symbolic status. The chapter of the Broken Scythe comprised artillery companies, siege tanks, and mechanized flamer units to level cities and scour them to ashes. Tactical squads were very common across the board, and all squads were kept at very high strengths, which was to prove useful when hiding their numbers. Amongst the officer class, chaplains were extremely common, preaching the word of Lorgar and encouraging the faithful to ritual acts in honor of the gods. They also proved invaluable in controlling the hordes of cultists and militia that followed them. The 17th had always made use of bonded auxiliaries, but after their reinvention, these became little more than hordes of faithful zealots culled from planets converted to the worship of chaos, and they were seen more and more as the heresy rolled on. As I've said in other episodes, though we call it the Horus heresy, the seeds of it were planted not by Horus, but by Lorgar and his advisors. His adoptive father raised to the Legion, Corpheron, and his first chaplain, Erebus. After the humiliation of Monarchia and their rediscovery of the Chaos powers, they spread a web of deceit amongst the legions, sending out chaplains to advise the Primarchs and working to destabilize the legions through the spreading of warrior lodges. It was the word-bearers who eventually stole a powerful demon weapon from the human culture called the Interrex, leading to a needless war of compliance, and then engineered a series of events that left Horus wounded by the weapon and open to suggestion and corruption by the Chaos powers. From there, they continued to advise behind the scenes as Horus's initial moves played out, betraying the Loyalist legions during the drop site massacre on Isstvan V, and eventually revenging themselves upon the Ultramarines Legion during the Battle of Calth, where their great betrayal and slaughter of their brothers allowed them to raise the Ruin Storm, a warp storm that cut off many of the Loyalist legions from the center of the war and stopped them reaching Terra in time to assist. From there, the word-bearers were at the forefront of Horus's war, openly preaching the glory of chaos and making sacrifice to the dark gods as they fought. It was Lorgar who led the Shadow Crusade through Ultramar that eventually ended in the devotion of Angron and his World Eaters Legion to Khorne, turning the Primarch into a demon prince, while word-bearers demonologists were seeded throughout the traitor legions, teaching them how to navigate these new warp storms. But when Horus was wounded at Beta Garmon and the traitor forces seemed close to collapse, Lorgar grew disillusioned at the War Master's refusal to fully submit to the forces of chaos. While Horus recovered, he gathered the traitor commanders and attempted to lead a coup, but Horus had been warned and betrayed by some of his own sons. Lorgar was defeated and exiled. He played no part in the Siege of Terra, but word-bearers loyal to Horus did fight alongside their brother legions, assaulting the walls at the head of hordes of screaming cultists. And that's the 17th Legion, a legion dedicated to the necessary work of stamping out false belief, only to be convinced that they should replace those with new ones, by a Primarch so sure of the uniting ability of faith that he would accept any power as a focus for it. That the Horus heresy happened at all is less a result of the great power of chaos and more of the folly of Lorgar and the failure of the Imperial truth. Thanks for watching. The Salamanders in 40k are known as one of the most honourable, selfless, and, well, human of the Space Marine chapters. But when they were formed without any focus, their willingness to throw themselves against any threat almost proved their undoing. Hiya, welcome back to Heresy 101. We're nearing the end of this little series where I'm going through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origin in the grim days of the Horus heresy. I'll take a look at where they are at the start of the heresy and how they get there, what happens to them during the heresy, and so it's worth saying that this contains spoilers, particularly for any of the heresy books or the Heresy Black Library novel series. The 18th Legion, after its reunification with its Primarch, Vulcan, were considered one of the more noble and glorious of the 20 legions, but their small size and their assigned role, often as a reserve legion, made them easy targets for the traitors' opening moves. The story of the 18th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra. But unlike some other, more vaunted legions, much of the 18th's early history is unknown. They were considered part of the Trefoil, 3 legions whose genesis was surrounded by even more secrecy than the rest of the Astartes project. Along with the 6th and 20th legions, the Emperor chose to keep the development of the 18th hidden, and this secrecy bred a distrust. Though the other legions knew of this trefoil, they were forbidden from speaking openly about it, and all 3 legions became the subject of dark rumours amongst the Emperor's many armies. The initial intake of initiates to the 18th was small but successful, and they were deployed into battle across multiple fronts near the end of the Unification Wars. But the action that cemented their reputation was the assault on the Tempest Galleries during the campaign against the Ethnarch of the Caucasus Wastes. As the Emperor's armies assembled en masse to assault the forces of the Ethnarchy, the Proto-18th were deployed in termite carriers, tasked with assaulting and destroying the ancient subterranean plants that powered the enemy defences. The 18th, clad in yellow and black camouflage, fought through the searing heat and electromagnetic interference of the underground caverns for weeks without relent, and many in the Crusade forces considered them lost. Pressed by his commanders, it is said the Emperor silenced them and replied, "They shall not fail me. They will return from the fire. Thus it ever shall be." Reports claim that after the Emperor spoke, great tremors and earthquakes shook the region. The 18th Legion had succeeded against the odds, though of the 19,000 legionnaires deployed, just over 1,000 remained. But their success was held in such high regard that they were considered a priority for resupply and new recruits. This rebuild took time though, and as the other legions departed the solar system at the head of their own expeditionary fleets, the 18th became employed as a reserve. As each company and chapter became ready, they would be deployed piecemeal to smaller fleets or pickets behind the lines to add Astartes' muscle to flagging campaigns, each chapter operating independently and often under a mix of different names. The Dragon Warriors or the Saturnine Rams are both mentioned, but this method of deployment started to affect their character. As the lone Astartes contingent of many wars, the missions to which they were deployed were inevitably the most dangerous, the most grueling. For the 18th, this created a paradoxical reputation, both as a saviour, but also as a herald of bloody deeds, forlorn hopes, and last-ditch holding actions. For an Imperial army unit to be assigned alongside the 18th Legion was a sign the oncoming battle would be a murderous affair, to break a siege, interdict a counterattack, or hold the line against an alien onslaught to protect a civilian population from massacre. And this constant casting into the fire, combined with their battle honours and reputation from the Unification War, created a legion for whom to succeed against the odds was the only way to succeed. While their valour won them admirers in some circles, many considered their tactics to be nigh suicidal, affected by a compulsion to waste their numbers against almost impossible odds, numbers they never had to begin with. They fought throughout the Crusade, and their battle honours piled up, but to some it seemed obvious that the 18th Legion wouldn't survive it. One of the first steps in the creation of the Legiones Astartes had been the Primarch Project, 20 superhuman generals created by the Emperor and intended to lead the 20 legions, each with different temperaments, specialities, and, in some cases, powers. But whatever secrets the 18th Primarch held, they were lost when the project suffered a great catastrophe and the Primarchs were scattered from their gestation pods on Terra throughout the warp, coming to rest on various worlds across the galaxy. The capsule containing the 18th Primarch came to rest on the death world of Nocturne, a world of great mineral wealth but also plagued by radiation storms and turbulent volcanic activity and populated by giant predator species and megafauna. The humans of Nocturne, isolated from the rest of the galaxy for the 5,000 years of old night, had adapted and become an incredibly hardy people, living in 7 great fortress cities and their surrounding villages, fortified against both the native fauna and the frequent raids by nearby Xenos. Named Vulcan, the infant Primarch was raised by a local blacksmith in the city settlement of Hesiod. And as he grew, he learned and participated in the life of the settlement, working in the forge, joining hunting expeditions, and eventually leading the defenses of the city against the Xenos raiders known by the Nocturnians as Dusk Wraiths. In fact, Eldar pirates who periodically descended on the inhabitants to kidnap and enslave. Eventually, he rose to become a champion of the Nocturnian people, driving off the raiders and tearing their barges from the sky with great hammers taken from his forge. When the Emperor came to Nocturne, he found his lost son not as a rampaging warlord, conquering king, or feared monster, but as a mighty protector who had refused a coronation he could have taken by force and for whom power for its own sake was a hollow trinket. Unlike many of the other Primarchs, the Emperor came to Vulcan in disguise, challenging him to the ritual trials of Nocturne in return for his fealty. But the Emperor lost during the final test when he paused to save his son, and in gratitude Vulcan gave him his fealty anyway, taking on responsibility for the protection of not just Nocturne, but the Imperium as a whole. Vulcan then accompanied the Emperor's fleet on crusade for years before being reunited with his legion, learning the arts of war, history, and science, studying or fighting alongside many of his brothers, and fighting alongside the Emperor, a colossal, nameless warrior in emerald armor, scaled like the dragon of ancient Terran myth. When he eventually joined his legion, it was at the head of 3,000 newly raised legionnaires from Nocturne, coming to the rescue of the rest of the legion, who had become pinned down on campaign against an Orc incursion in the Taras division. The legion had characteristically formed a bulwark against the Orc advance, allowing time for 3 worlds of colonists to be evacuated, but they were now trapped, without escape, and their legion master, Cassian Vaughn, mortally wounded. Vulcan and his reinforcements broke the Orc blockade, and the main Legion body surged forwards in pursuit, heedless of their lack of munitions, determined to break out or die trying. In the aftermath, the two halves of the Legion finally met, and Vulcan started the process of forging them together. He honoured their previous battle records, promoting many of the Terran veterans to his bodyguard, the Pyre Guard, and handcrafting a dreadnought sarcophagus for their Legion master, who was invested as the Castellan of Nocturne. Their past heraldry was kept, but their symbols were changed to that of the Salamander of Nocturne, and their base moved to its moon, Prometheus. When the Salamanders Legion returned to the Crusade, it had been tempered and proven, retaining the fearlessness and savage spirit for which Vulcan had been renowned, but those traits were now governed and kept in check by stoicism, a lack of hubris, and considered surety of action. It was now said of the Salamanders that they were neither quick to anger nor prone to rush blindly into battle as they had once been, but once they'd decided to unleash their wrath, it was as unstoppable and terrifying as the volcanic fury of the dark world they now called home. They were at the forefront of the Crusade from then on, never the biggest legion, but renowned and respected, despite the strange and unsettling appearance that the combination of their gene seed and the radiation of Nocturne gave them. And Vulcan was well liked, if not maybe well known amongst his brothers, a considered, careful, and above all honourable voice. But much as Crusade Command predicted decades before, their small size would mean that they'd be some of the first casualties of the Horus heresy, and one of the first legions Horus was able to knock out of the war. At the end of the Great Crusade, the 18th Legion comprised around 89,000 legionnaires, with the bulk of the Legion operating under Vulcan's direct command, and around 6,000 of the Legion assigned to various garrison duties across the Imperium, including the primary garrison on Prometheus. Before their reunification, the 18th had developed an idiosyncratic style of organisation based around relatively independent companies of between 100 and 200 warriors, primarily centred around infantry formations, and with the higher command of the Legion and any specialist formations acting kind of as a mobile reserve deployed where necessary. This system, which evolved in response to their fractured postings, placed a great reliance on shock assault tactics and the skills of the individual Marine. Legionnaires of the 18th rated highly in technical skill and made use of more exotic weapons like Volkite, Melter, and Flamers in place of organised heavy support units. When Vulcan took over the Legion, much of this technical specialisation was kept, as was its system of flexible, independent companies, but this was married to a wide body of martial philosophy and Nocturnian warrior traditions known amongst the Salamanders as the Promethean cult. This body of work, the teachings of Vulcan, emphasised the Astartes' role as a protector of humanity, and set out a system of ritual trials and challenges designed to provide structure and purpose and test the endurance of the individual. The Legion remained a primarily infantry force, but this was supplemented by all the war material and resources a Primarch could bring to bear, including a keen alignment of the technical knowledge of Mars and the traditional craftsmanship of Nocturne. The Legion was also reorganized into 7 realms, each linked to and drawing its recruits from one of the settlements of Nocturne, with its command staff and its veteran warriors, known as Fire Drakes, officially responsible for the defense of that settlement, creating a further bond between the Astartes and the humans they were tasked to protect. The Salamanders' story during the Horus Heresy, though, was in danger of being cut short very early. In the build-up to Horus's betrayal, the Wardmaster had deployed many of the larger, more powerful legions to the far-flung reaches of the galaxy, with smaller legions, like the 18th, close to the center of the Imperium. When Horus's treachery was revealed as the initial 4 traitor legions culled their ranks of loyalists on Isstvan III, the Salamanders, Raven Guard and Iron Hands were recalled and deployed along with 4 other legions to counter the Warmaster. With overall command falling to Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands, the 3 legions deployed to the surface of Isstvan V in a first assault wave, and the Salamanders were in the thick of the fighting, committed to the left flank of the Loyalist advance in almost full legion strength, with Vulcan at their head. But when the second wave of legions landed and opened fire on the first, announcing their allegiance to Horus, the Salamanders were caught in a deadly crossfire and almost annihilated. Some legionnaires managed to return to their dropships and evacuate the planet, where they became a common sight amongst the shattered legion's guerrillas who dogged the Warmaster's advance for the rest of the war, but the majority of the legion were destroyed. They were also deprived of their Primarch. In the chaos of the Dropsite massacre, Vulcan was captured and imprisoned by Conrad Kurz, Primarch of the 8th Legion, who tortured him to the point of death multiple times. Each time Vulcan would regenerate, slowly returning to life once again, and it became clear to both Primarchs that Vulcan, like the Emperor, was a perpetual, an immortal. Though Kurz continued to torture his brother to the point of madness, Vulcan eventually escaped, briefly waking in the Ultramar system during the events of the Imperium Secundus before being killed once again. His body was handed to the remnants of his legion, who returned him to Nocturne, where the Primarch once again slowly regenerated, and he then led his remaining sons on a long, complex and arduous journey through the Webway to stand sentinel at the side of the Emperor, deep within the palace, as the siege of terror raged outside. Many of his legion, fleeing the destruction of Isstvan and fighting on through the heresy, never gave up hope that their Primarch still lived, but few would ever see him again. And that's the 18th Legion, a legion always willing to throw themselves into the fire to achieve their goals, and who may have been mistrusted for it, but who were reforged into peerless protectors of the Imperium by a Primarch who understood the struggles of the Astartes better than most. In the end, their numbers and their willingness to commit themselves to the very center of the action made them an easy target, but still they fought on, rebuilding the Imperium after the events of the heresy and protecting its worlds all the way into the 41st millennium. Thanks for watching. The Raven Guard in 40k are masters of swift and unseen assaults, reconnaissance and stealth troops who fall on the enemies of the Imperium without warning. And this was always the case, though in the early days of the Crusade, their shock assaults took on a much more terrifying form. Hiya, welcome to Heresy 101. In this little series, I'm going through the lore for each of Warhammer's Space Marine legions, particularly their origins in the grim days of the Horus Heresy. So I'll be taking a look at where they are at the start of the Heresy and how they got there, what happens to them during the Heresy, and therefore it's worth saying that this contains spoilers for many of the Heresy books, including the Black Library novel series. The 19th Legion were, for much of the Crusade, solid allies of the Warmaster Horus, fighting alongside his lunar wolves on warfronts across the galaxy. But with the discovery of their Primarch, the Legion's character was abruptly altered, and the Raven Guard at the end of the Crusade became priority targets for early elimination by the traitors. The history of the 19th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra. But more than many of the legions, their combat doctrines and idiosyncrasies were already highly evolved by the time the legion left their homeworld. The initial recruits for the 19th were taken from the nomadic xeric tribes of the Asiatic dustfields, a people constantly at war amongst themselves and with the neighbouring Indonesic bloc. The tribes were known as being cruel and unrelenting fighters, ruthless and efficient, and a lot of this character made its way into the Legion. The 19th was the Emperor's hidden hand in these latter days of unification. Drawing on the demeanour of the techno-savages from which it recruited, the Proto-Legion quickly demonstrated its skill at reconnaissance and target identification, and its ability to transition from inscrutable watchfulness to rapid attack in the blink of an eye. This skill was put to use against some of the most horrific enemies of the early Imperium, including Callaghan of Ursh, whose generals were assassinated, and armies torn apart and enslaved in prison camps, to the Xenos invaders holed out on the Jovian moon of Lysithea. The warriors that survived these tense, dangerous deployments behind enemy lines emerged taciturn and brooding, separated forever by what they'd witnessed. As the Crusade pushed outwards, these qualities were favoured by Horus, the Primarch of the 16th Legion Lunar Wolves, and the much smaller 19th Legion served alongside them for many years. The skills of the 19th complemented the sudden, full-on strikes favoured by the Wolves, as the enemy would find their supply lines cut, their leaders assassinated, and any fugitives or survivors hunted down and watched over by brooding, black-eyed legionnaires. Their appearance, pale-skinned, black-haired, and with their faces smeared with war paint derived from the dustfields, along with their tendency to switch from watchfulness to total brutality in an instant, made them terrifying foes, and the Legion encouraged this reputation, descending unseen on their enemies, often before being ordered to do so. They became known as the Pale Nomads, or the Dust-Clad, amongst the armies of the Emperor. It's not too much of a stretch to say that for many years they were one of the terror weapons of the Imperium, concerned with swift compliance by whatever means necessary, and this reputation was solidified over almost 200 years of fighting. And it would prove a hard one to shake when the Legion were, finally, in the latter days of the Crusade, reunited with their Primarch. To create the 20 Legiones Astartes, the Emperor had first created 20 superhuman beings known as the Primarchs, as the genetic templates and generals for his new armies. The Primarchs were intended to lead the legions out from Terra on the Great Crusade, but near the end of the Unification Wars, as the Primarchs grew in their incubation capsules and their genetic material was used to create the legions, a great catastrophe occurred and the 20 infant Primarchs were scattered throughout the warp, coming to rest on various worlds across the galaxy. The pod of the 19th Primarch emerged deep inside the moon of Lycaeus and was discovered by some of the caste of slave miners that worked the moon, who raised him as one of their own. Named Corax, the Primarch was concealed from the mine overseers, something that was a great risk for the miners, but that Corax proved supernaturally good at. The moon was little more than a penal colony for the planet it orbited, Kievar, a world that had weathered the age of strife with much of its technology intact, and which was ruled over by tech guilds who had spent generations dumping their criminals and, often, political dissidents on the moon to mine its resources for them. Eventually, seeing the injustice all around him, the Primarch organised and then led an insurrection, overthrowing the overseers and leading his comrades in a swift and well-planned uprising against their masters. And it was just as this uprising was completed that the Imperium arrived. It's known that the Emperor and the Primarchs spoke, but unlike many other Primarchs, the Emperor did not immediately give Corax control of his legion. Instead, aware of the Primarch's plans to liberate his world, he left him in command of the stockpiles of atomic weapons the rulers of Kievar had hidden within the moon, and stood aside and watched as Corax used them to force the guilds to relinquish their rule. As the atomic fires blossomed on Kievar, Corax demonstrated that by slaying thousands, millions would be saved. This, some would later claim, was a lesson the Emperor meant Corax to learn. But whether Corax actually agreed with that lesson is unclear. Certainly when he took command of his legion, the Primarch acted swiftly to change those elements of its character he disagreed with. Like many legions, the 19th became a mix of the older, veteran Terran recruits and the new initiates raised from Kievar and its moon, now renamed Deliverance and rebuilt as the legion's base. It was during these early years that much of the native demeanour of the old 19th, in particular the cold-blooded ways of the Xeric tribes, were purged. The Legion had so often served in oppression, repression, and occupation forces that Corax saw in some of the Terrans something similar to the slavers of Lycaeus. Several of the Legion's highest-ranking officers were reassigned to garrisons, other fleets, or, like the former Legion Master, Shade Lord Arcus Fall, to nomad predation fleets, assigned to patrol the unending sea of darkness at the edges of the Imperium, watching for extragalactic threats. This change in the Legion's culture would come to a head during the Battle of Gate 42 in the Akham-Sothos cluster. Horus, now War Master, assembled elements of several legions to swiftly put an end to the rule of the unsighted kings who dominated the area. But unlike their previous assignments, the War Master ordered the Raven Guard to conduct a direct frontal assault on the enemy lines. Though Corax rallied against the plan, arguing that it was a waste of his legion's speciality, many of the remaining Terran legionnaires supported Horus, and so Corax assigned them to the attack. While the assault succeeded, the result was that Corax's new legion, now known as the Raven Guard, were decimated. After the battle, the Raven Guard could barely field 80,000 legionnaires, and Corax himself had sworn never to place himself under the War Master's command again, a decision that would prove prescient as the Horus heresy unfolded. At the end of the Great Crusade, a few years later, their numbers having grown slightly, the Raven Guard could field around 81,000 legionnaires, around 1,000 of which were assigned on garrison duties, mostly in the Legion's home base of Deliverance. While the character of the old and new legions had never meshed well, their organisation structure and tactics had, and the Legion tended to operate a very loose chain of command. While it organised itself according to the Principia Bellicosa on paper, in reality individual companies and squad leaders had considerably more latitude than in other legions. Which spread all the way to the top. Corax himself had a much more casual and comradely relationship to his legionnaires than many other Primarchs. The Legion fielded every tool of war at the Imperium's disposal, including heavy tanks and artillery units, but nonetheless, the 19th favoured a style of war that focused on rapid strike, outflanking, mobility, and, where possible and desirable, stealth. They fielded large numbers of reconnaissance units, and the division between standard tactical squads and recon squads was often quite blurred, with both using a lot of the same tactics and equipment. They also had far higher numbers of Moritats than other legions, understandable when once their modus operandi had included assassination and infiltration. Their organisation also included a number of specialist formations, which used unique versions of equipment constructed by the guilds of Kiava, which, while not a Mechanicum Forge world, were comparable to one, and entirely under the control of the Legion. From war material like the Shadowhawk or Whisper Cutter, to being the testbed for the advanced Mark VI Corvus armour, the Legion was one of the more technologically advanced ones. But none of this famed stealth technology would prove much use in their opening engagement of the heresy. As Horus's rebellion was revealed in the XVIII system, the Imperium responded by deploying 7 legions to XVIII V to halt Horus's advance. The first 3 legions to arrive, the Raven Guard, Salamanders, and Iron Hands, deployed immediately to the surface on the order of Ferrus Manus of the 10th. But were caught in a brutal crossfire when the remaining 4 Loyalist legions deployed as a second wave, declared for Horus, and cut down their allies. The Raven Guard were all but destroyed. Corax and the survivors went into hiding on the surface for months before a small fleet, braving the blockade around the planet, managed to extract them. Barely 4,000 of the Legion remained, many joining the guerrilla forces known as the Shattered Legions, where their skills in stealth assault proved invaluable in harrying the War Master's forces during their long march on Terra. But Corax himself wanted to make a greater stand against the betrayal. Petitioning the Emperor on Terra, he gained access to secret assets from the original Astartes creation process, and, along with help from the Mechanicum and the scientific knowledge of the guilds of Kiavar, he used this genetic material in an attempt to hothouse his legion back to fighting strength. But the Raven Guard had been infiltrated by the traitor Alpha Legion during the flight from Istvan, and as the project unfolded, they fomented rebellion amongst the guilds and tainted the rescued gene stocks, so the Astartes created from them were malformed, many of them so mutated they could barely hold a bolt gun. Though some of them were later able to fight alongside the Legion, Corax was forced to stop the project, and the Raven Guard would never rebuild their numbers, though they continued to fight valiantly for the Loyalists, cutting supply lines, stalling advances, and generally being a thorn in the War Master's side. until he finally reached Terra. And that's the 19th Legion. Originally one of the Emperor's more terrible weapons, transformed by the Primarch that inherited them into noble freedom fighters through the exile of its Terran members. But the subsequent lack of numbers meant they were easy prey for the traitors on Istvan, and were never able to rebuild again. Thanks for watching. In 40k, the Alpha Legion are the most duplicitous of the traitor legions, an unknowable foe infiltrating the Imperium from within. But originally, these same skills were developed for the defense of the Imperium, and their innate secrecy made it difficult for the loyalists or the traitors to keep track of them during the Horus heresy. Hi, welcome back to Heresy 101. So, after 19 legions, we are now at the 20th, the end of this little series where I've been going through the history and lore for each of the Space Marine legions of the Horus heresy. I've been looking at where they are at the start of the heresy, where they are at the end of the heresy, and how they got there. So, for a final time, I should say that this video will contain some spoilers, particularly for some of the Horus Heresy Black Library series. The story of the 20th Legion, like all the legions, starts during the Unification Wars on Terra. But really, it's only their development and maybe genesis that takes place then, as the 20th really were the last legion. Though the numbering of the legions was according to the Emperor's plan rather than any particular priority, and the legions joined his armies pretty much as and when they were ready, the development of the 20th Legion to fighting strength happened last. Like the 6th and the 18th legions, they were part of the mysterious Trefoil, 3 legions whose development was shrouded in even more secrecy than the Astartes project at large. In the case of the 6th and the 18th, this veil would be pulled back as they progressed to fighting strength and joined the armies of the Imperium, but in the case of the 20th, the trail of history runs cold. It is apparent from numerous extant sources that during their creation, each nascent proto-legion was raised first to active service in a staged process of testing and trials before the full active force was created through mass recruitment. Each stage of creation would result in an expansion of the gene seed implantation on progressively larger groups of neophytes. The last of these preliminary stages was, according to sources, the Alpha induction. This was in essence believed to be the first non-experimental implantation, and its purpose was to create a proto-legion at minimum fighting strength to be field tested in open battle. It's clear that the 20th reached the Alpha stage, and even that their field tests and genetic tests were stable, but there are no records of any orders to expand them beyond that point, which would have limited their numbers to only a few thousand. Various theories as to why this might be have been put forward, from limited manpower available to the idea that they were a control group for the rest of the legions. But the most likely explanation reared its head a few decades into the Crusade. The Great Crusade was a massive undertaking, an open war front moving with incredible speed across the galaxy. But as the Imperium expanded, it became clear that it had also become vulnerable to threats from within. Various disasters had caused setbacks in Imperial projects throughout the early Crusade era, from rebellions to sabotage, and numerous organizations, from the Sisters of Silence to the Officio Assassinorum, had been founded to combat these threats. But from the 4th decade of the Crusade onwards, scattered reports can be found of anomalous legion activity, operations clearly carried out by Astartes forces, but far from any known war front. These mysterious legionnaires carried little or no unit markings or heraldry, or in some cases bore unrecognized markings not in the official record. In some stranger instances yet, they operated under a false flag, the livery of a known legion, often amid a war zone where that impersonated legion was operating, but without the legion's knowledge, license, or command. These actions were uniformly of a covert nature: surgical strikes, assassinations, espionage, sabotage, the recovery of unknown artifacts, or the abduction of important individuals or entire groups for some unknown purpose. These reports of a ghost legion somewhere out there were hard to corroborate, but for many in Imperial High Command, there were suspicions that this was the purpose to which the 20th Legion had been tasked. A covert force operating in the shadows of the Crusade for almost 100 years, and this theory seemed even more likely when, midway through the 2nd century of the Crusade, these reports stopped, and shortly after, the 20th Legion and their Primarch officially were revealed to the Imperium. If nothing's known about the early actions of the 20th Legion, too many contradicting reports exist to really know about their Primarch, Alfarius. Like all the Primarchs, the 20th was created at the end of the Unification Wars on Terra as the genetic base and general for the 20th Legion, and was scattered in the Great Catastrophe that threw the Primarchs across the galaxy. But beyond that, everything's unclear. One report has the 20th Primarch discovered late in the Crusade, leading a fleet of Void fighters who boarded the flagship of the 16th Legion, the Vengeful Spirit, and fought all the way to the bridge, only pausing when they came face to face with the War Master Horus, whereupon the two Primarchs recognised each other as brothers. Another report speaks of the Primarch being scattered to a nameless dead world and having to wait years until he could hijack a passing scavenger ship and escape. And then, contradicting all these, numerous reports imply that the 20th was actually the first Primarch to be rediscovered, landing either on Terra or nearby, and that he grew up alongside the Emperor, a hidden weapon, often operating alone during the late Unification Wars and early Crusade, and in fact was present at the discovery of many of his brothers, disguised as just a regular legionnaire. In this version of the story, the fleet of Void fighters boarding the Vengeful Spirit was an orchestration, allowing Horus to find a Primarch who had actually been operating in the shadows all along. Also, just to jump out of the world for a second, that final story is the one given to us in Alfarius' Primarch novel, Head of the Hydra by Mike Brooks, but that's also the only Primarch novel told in the first person. It's delivered as Alfarius telling us a story, which doesn't exactly make it more reliable. Anyway, one thing none of these reports mention is one of the Legion's greatest secrets, that there were actually two Primarchs, twins, commonly referred to as Alfarius and Omegon. While the Emperor was aware of this, it was unclear if this was his intention or an accident of the warp rift that scattered the Primarchs originally, and it was certainly kept a secret from anyone else in the Imperium, helped by the fact that both Primarchs were slightly closer in stature to a regular Astartes warrior and able to hide amongst their legion much more easily than others. And of course with the Legion's general policy of only ever giving the name Alfarius to outsiders, regardless of the real name or rank of the legionary being asked. But whatever their origin, as far as the wider Imperium was concerned, the 20th Legion and its Primarch Alfarius joined the Crusade around the time of the Rangdan Xenocides, offering their assistance to Lion L. Johnson of the Dark Angels Legion. It was a legion seemingly sprung whole and entire as if from nowhere, with tens of thousands of fully equipped legionnaires and a capable war fleet that operated with veteran skill. In some cases, they announced themselves openly as the Alpha Legion, clad in blue-green and bearing the symbols of the Eternus, the Serpent, Scales, and the Hydra, a fully formed and culturally homogeneous legion led by peerless commanders who could bring to bear a full spectrum of tactics and formations known amongst the Astartes. But in other engagements, the opposite was true. Nameless legionnaires bearing unknown and confusing markings, referring to themselves as the Unbroken Chain or the Harrowing, their armour any shade from dull bronze to black, and the legionnaires themselves responding to no names other than Alfarius. Almost as if the Serpents and Hydras were just another ruse, another public-facing trick to make the Legion appear more orthodox than they actually ever were. In battle, this new Alpha Legion proved itself capable of wielding a devastating mixture of subtlety and overwhelming force, reveling in both meticulous planning and imaginative cruelty in war. Quickly, the Alpha Legion developed an unmatched reputation amongst the Legionnaires Astartes for the use of espionage, infiltration, and sabotage in its strategic planning. Their battle plans would operate on 100 different levels, the enemy being systematically taken apart from every direction before their supply lines cut and morale sapped. They were vulnerable to a single final assault. But as effective as they were, these games seemed to be something of an addiction for the Legion, their battle plans appearing almost needlessly complex, at least to outsiders. To their allies, the Alpha Legion represented a shifting protean entity of uncertain identity and active deceit, coupled with undeniable military strength, unknowable goals, and, to some observers, unproven loyalty, a dangerous combination and one that did not breed trust. Despite maintaining good relations with the Dark Angels, Iron Hands, and particularly Horus and his Lunar Wolves, the 20th were disliked by many of their brother legions, from the Ultramarines, whose Primarch openly criticised their methods, despite them sometimes converging, to the Imperial Fists and Night Lords, neither of which trusted a legion that was so closed off and secretive. To some, their treachery during the Horus Heresy was totally unsurprising, but it's hard to see how a legion so totally independent could easily be swayed towards one side or the other, and true to form, their reason for siding with Horus was far more complex than most. At the end of the Great Crusade, on paper and according to contemporary sources, the Alpha Legion had a strength of around 120,000 legionnaires, which placed them around mid-tier for a legion at the time, but given their deployments during the Heresy, it's likely that this was a carefully cultivated lie, and the legion was significantly larger, possibly one of the largest of the legions, with a huge and powerful fleet to match. They were also formidably equipped, utilising the most modern marks of weapons and armour, including experimental and test systems unknown outside the Legion, and even Xenos technology and warships on occasion. Apart from their previously mentioned skill in sabotage and infiltration, their tactics were so varied it's impossible to pin down a specific doctrine, but a few things stand out across all their engagements. The first of these is the emphasis the Alpha Legion placed on unity of action and intent within its ranks. Such coordination and faultless discipline was paramount to the rapidly shifting, responsive tactics Alfarius inculcated within his legion, and the fluidity which characterized the legion's deployments on the battlefield. It was repeatedly reported that from their first hours as aspirants, the would-be warriors for the Legion would train and fight together as units rather than as individual soldiers, the success of each one and even their survival depending on the success of the unit as a whole. Though outwardly their structure and formation resembled that of any other legion, in reality the makeup of a company could be extremely variable and fluid, and any individual legionary's role adapted and changed as frequently as tactical needs demanded. This formlessness could even stretch to the individual legionnaire's identity, with hypno-indoctrination and mind-wiping both being used by the Legion to maintain secrecy. The Legion also utilised a huge network of human agents, trained for espionage and terrorism and seeded across thousands of worlds to smooth the way for the Seeker and Headhunter squads of the Legion. In fact, they seem to have had a higher regard for human skill and experience than most of the other legions, and regularly treated their charges as respected comrades. A few years before the Horus Heresy, during a campaign on the world of Nerth, Alfarius and Amigon were approached by representatives of a Xenos organization known as the Cabal, and shown a vision of a nightmare future where humanity was oppressed and the forces of chaos dominated the galaxy. The Cabal had predicted that if the Emperor won the coming war, then humanity and the galaxy at large was doomed to a long slide into suffering as his project slowly failed. But if the Emperor lost the war, then humanity would be destroyed in just a few generations as Horus, racked with guilt, annihilated the Imperium. But the lack of humanity's collective psychic might would, in turn, destroy the primacy of the Chaos powers, banishing chaos from the galaxy once and for all. By allowing Horus to win, the galaxy at large might be saved. It's unknown if this really was the reason the Alpha Legion sided with Horus, an attempt to win the long war against the Emperor's greatest enemy after all, but for whatever reason the twin Primarchs sided with the traitors. On Isstvan V, they already had a force of 50,000 legionnaires conveniently placed to form part of the second wave sent to stop Horus, that being the wave that then turned on the Loyalists during the Dropsite massacre. From there, they were dispatched by Horus to run interference against loyalist elements, but their actions, as ever, subtly served their own agenda too. In Chondax, they blocked communications from getting through to the White Scars, delaying their entry into the war, but also then allowed the communications to resume when they thought it appropriate. As the fires of Istvan raged on, they infiltrated the Raven Guard chapter and sabotaged their attempt to hothouse Astartes and rebuild their numbers, stealing valuable information information in the process. And as Horus's rebellion advanced on Terra, the Alpha Legion were deployed as a vanguard, infiltrating the throne world itself to sow confusion and attacking the Fourth Circle defenses at Pluto. This surprise assault opened the gates for Horus and forced the hand of the defenders, but at the cost of the loss of one of their Primarchs. In all likelihood, it was Alfarius who faced Rogel Dawn during the battle for Pluto and was killed, forcing Amigon to once again assume his identity. With that final mission considered complete and their loyalty to the traitor side being questioned, relatively few elements of the Alpha Legion would participate in the Siege of Terra. Instead, they scattered, with significant Alpha Legion forces holding off loyalist reinforcements from reaching the system in time to aid the beleaguered defenders. And that's the 20th Legion. Still one of the most mysterious legions, of which little can be said with certainty, but from the evidence we have, that seems to have been the point. First, an unknown ghost legion hidden in the shadows of the Imperium, and then, well, the same, but with a public face to deflect attention. And whatever their original reasons for turning against the Emperor, they continue to be an enigmatic thorn in the Imperium's side, all the way into the 41st millennium. Thanks for watching.